Chapter 747. The Rain Emperor's soul was very strong, but it didn't mean that her state of mind was strong. Perhaps when facing an enemy she would turn her heart completely cold and activate her powerful soul to search for every flaw of the enemy. She would look for the slightest opportunity to defeat the enemy. She was very strong. The reason why soul cultivators were strong wasn't just because of their powerful soul and strange soul skills. The strongest thing about soul cultivators was their instantaneous reaction and calculation ability. Before the enemy's attack was fully launched, the soul cultivator's powerful soul would already be operating at high speed. At the moment the enemy launched his attack, he would have already calculated the angle and strength of the attack. He would already have a way to deal with it. How would he fight this battle? But today the Rain Emperor's soul was completely confused by three things. The first was the reason why Liao Qi wanted to kill her. The second was because of Yi Qinghan's message. The third was because she had just received another message. Although the Rain Empress was confused by the first message, she was still clear-headed. She just didn't dare to kill him. The second message caused a flaw to appear in the Rain Emperor's soul, but she forcefully cut it off. However, the last message completely messed up her heart. Hence, her soul was in a mess at that moment. The soul cultivator's heart was in a mess, so she naturally lost her greatest support. Hence, everything below her legs turned into powder. She was also sent flying and was severely injured. The content of the message was very simple. Yi Qinghan is in trouble. If you don't come back, he will die. All this while, she thought that she didn't have feelings for that little man. She just wanted to go out to stimulate his fighting spirit, and because she lost a bet with him. When she received the message just now, she knew that she was wrong. At this moment, she realized that she actually cared about Yi Qinghan a lot. Perhaps she wasn't clear in the past, but after she gave her body to him, she cared a lot. When she heard that Yi Qinghan was going to die, she cared a lot. This was easy to understand. Every woman would always have an unforgettable memory of the man who took her number one. Perhaps she wasn't sure at the moment, but she would definitely wake up at some point. It was just that she didn't wake up at the right time. Hiss! The pain in her body instantly caused her soul to tremble. It also made her understand that this was not a game. The Liao Qi in front of her was no longer the Liao Qi of the past. He was no longer her subordinate or friend. Instead, it was an enemy who wanted to smash her into pieces. Coupled with the message she had just received, the Empress of Rain was completely awakened. She could not afford to be distracted or merciful. Otherwise she would fall today and that little man would definitely die as well. She instantly froze her heart and forgot about the pain. She didn't move and continued to lie on the ground. She didn't care about the blood trickling down her leg. Yi Shiwen's soul began to revolve at a high speed. His soul quietly spread out and quickly grasped the situation of the battlefield. His soul revolved and began to deduce at a high speed. When a person suffered a serious injury, the pain in his body and the changes in the situation would cause this martial artist's soul to become chaotic. Now was the best time to take advantage of his illness to take his life, plus Empress Yu was in a trance just now. Therefore, Liao Qi believed that his sword would definitely be able to split this enchanting body in half, even though she had already been split in half. However, when he slashed down with his sure-kill sword, he discovered that Empress Yu's figure had disappeared at this moment. This made him very puzzled. Wasn't the spatial stability of the Emperor Challenge tournament comparable to the Divine Realm? With Empress Yu's strength, it was impossible for her to teleport here. Could it be that she had broken through to 8th grade War God at this moment? Boom! The snow-white longsword didn't release any sword energy. However, when it slashed down on the black soil, it caused the black soil nearby to explode and form a huge pit. Amidst the black soil that filled the sky, he suddenly saw a pair of bright eyes. In an instant he understood that Empress Yu didn't teleport just now. Instead, she had secretly released a soul skill, Illusory Fog. This caused him to misjudge. Retreat. He didn't understand how Empress Yu could quickly launch a counterattack in such a short period of time after suffering such a serious injury. He only knew that he had to retreat, and he had to retreat as quickly as possible. This was because after he saw that pair of bright eyes, he knew very clearly that Empress Yu had completely treated him as an enemy. He also knew very well how terrifying it was when Empress Yu fought with an enemy. Amidst the flying soil, he suddenly heard countless faint sounds of something tearing through the air. If he didn't understand Empress Yu's methods very well, he probably wouldn't have heard these sounds. Without hesitation, he immediately closed his eyes. The long sword in his hand instantly filled the sky with sword shadows. He retreated while protecting his body. Bang bang bang. Countless sounds of metal clashing rang out. Countless transparent blades appeared around Liao Qi's body. These blades were abnormally thin and completely transparent. It was impossible to see them with the naked eye. Of course, Liao Qi didn't dare to look, so he instantly closed his eyes. After these blades collided with Liao Qi's longsword, they turned into a dazzling white light and disappeared into the air. Liao Qi knew very well that this light wasn't like fireworks. It just bloomed beautifully. This was one of Empress Yu's soul attacks. Once one saw this white light, one's soul would tremble. Once one's soul trembled, one would be pierced into a hornet's nest by the surrounding blades. He didn't dare to look with the naked eye, but he could use his divine sense. Liao Qi's divine sense wasn't very strong, but at the same time, Empress Yu's physical attacks were too fast. Thus, Liao Qi was very confident that he could retreat unscathed. Once he pulled away, he would definitely win today. Sigh. Liao Qi, you're really too lacking compared to that little man. At this moment, a voice like that of an oriole rang out. It was very pleasant to listen to, but in Liao Qi's ears, it was like the voice of a demon, as if the god of the netherworld was calling out to him. His face instantly turned incomparably pale. His body also trembled slightly. Although the long sword in his hand didn't stop swinging, a gap appeared in this moment. A thin blade took advantage of this gap and pierced through his left chest. The sound of the air tearing finally stopped. Liao Qi had also retreated 1,000 meters. This distance, for someone with his strength, could be considered an absolutely safe distance from Empress Yu. However, his expression was still very ugly, very ugly. Blue Rain, I didn't think you'd be so despicable. Liao Qi's eyes were still closed, but he angrily roared. Just now, he had almost been able to retreat unscathed and slowly grind the Rain Empress to death. However, in that exchange just now, he had been completely defeated. At the same time, he had completely destroyed the good situation he had originally created. Empress Yu had successfully turned the tables. Empress Yu's words just now were very simple, but Liao Qi knew that it wasn't simple at all. Empress Yu's indifferent words were mixed with a spiritual attack, and it was accompanied by a spiritual attack. In that instant, his mind appeared a sliver of slack, and he was struck by a blade. This blade directly pierced through his chest. The blade was very thin and no blood flowed out. If this was a normal blade, of course it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be a problem even if it pierced through his heart. However, this blade contained one of Empress Yu's most powerful soul skills. Soul poison. The blade flew away, but it left behind a ball of soul poison. This ball of soul poison would silently and unceasingly attack one's soul. The blade's poison wasn't very strong, but Liao Qi had to constantly divide his attention to defend against that ball of soul poison. Before this ball of soul poison was completely consumed, Liao Qi definitely wouldn't dare to attack. During this time, Empress Yu could completely recover. Once Empress Yu completely recovered, he would face a Rain Empress at full strength, a Rain Empress that even the Wind Emperor, Monster Emperor, and Cloud Emperor were afraid of. Chapter 748. Despicable? You used my feelings for you to break my defenses. Isn't that despicable? Since you're no longer the Liao Qi from before, you're my enemy. You know how I treat my enemies? The Rain Empress laughed coldly. Her body floated in midair, and the two broken legs at the base of her thighs began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this speed, it would only take 2 hours for them to completely grow back. Given Liao Qi's soul realm, it would definitely take 2 hours to completely erase her soul poison. Liao Qi is finished. The Thunder Emperor laughed coldly and made a firm judgment. Although both of them were superior 7th grade war gods, one had just entered this realm, while the other had been in this realm for more than 200,000 years. Furthermore, looking at the Rain Empress's situation, her use of soul skills had become more and more strange and terrifying. At the beginning, Liao Qi might have had a chance, but now he definitely didn't. The Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor nodded silently. Their expressions didn't change, but their hearts were filled with fear. Both of them knew that they wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks that the Rain Empress had just displayed. Didn't they see that Liao Qi, who was so familiar with the Rain Empress's attacks, fell for it so easily? Once they were poisoned by the Rain Empress soul poison, only death awaited them. Out of the 4 of them, only the Thunder Emperor and the Cloud Emperor could withstand it. The Thunder Emperor had the protection of thunder and lightning, so he wasn't afraid of the Rain Empress at all. The Cloud Emperor, on the other hand, cultivated a mystical law that allowed him to transform into thousands of clones. It would be very difficult for the Rain Empress to hit his true body. The methods of soul cultivators were truly tyrannical, and they were hard to defend against. Why hasn't she sent a message after so long? Could there have been some unforeseen event? The Wind Emperor looked at the coldness in the Rain Empress's eyes, and his hair stood on end. However, his attempts to secretly send a message to Yafei were all for naught. He became more and more anxious. His plan this time was very meticulous. His goal was actually to obtain that blade and at the same time to buy time for himself. At the same time he would drag the Cloud Emperor down with him. As long as he could greatly increase his strength, he would definitely be able to kill the Thunder Emperor with the help of the Beast Emperor and the Cloud Emperor. As long as the Thunder Emperor was killed, the Rain Empress would be nothing. The Beast Emperor was determined to follow him. When they joined forces to kill the Cloud Emperor, the entire Forgotten Tribe would be his. But there was still no news from him, and this made him very nervous. These plans were all built on the premise that he could successfully obtain the saber and have enough time to refine and comprehend the saber. If he could not obtain the saber and the matter was exposed, then the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor would have an excuse to destroy him. In the end, only death awaited him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He started to feel nervous and suspicious. Even when he looked at Emperor Yun's smiling face, he felt that he was being mocked. Things had indeed changed. According to the Wind Emperor's plan, if they investigated all the way and found out that Lu Yun died in the Cloud Emperor's tribe, the Cloud Emperor would definitely be suspected by the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. In addition, the Cloud Emperor had been very close to the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch for some time. In the end, the Cloud Emperor was forced to fight against the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress with the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch. The person who stabbed Lu Yun to death was none other than Yafei, who had disguised herself and entered the Cloud Emperor's tribe under Elder Qianxin's arrangements. Yafei had tried to seduce Tianqin, but Tianqin was not moved at all. On the other hand, Tianqin's cousin was moved. Tianxin knew that Yafei was the Wind Emperor's concubine and was much more powerful than him, but he did not reject Yafei's invitation. To be able to sleep with the Wind Emperor's concubine, even if it meant helping Yafei, it was worth it. Moreover, it was just arranging for Lu Yun and Yafei to meet in his room. However, the moment Yafei stabbed Lu Yun to death with her spear, he knew that things had gotten out of hand. He instinctively felt that there was a conspiracy, and he wanted to send a voice transmission to his cousin. However, his eyes suddenly became misty and his heart became hot. This was because he saw Yafei sweetly smile at him, and then her clothes fell off, revealing a beautiful body. It was so white that he could only squint his eyes. He heard Yafei explain, "Elder Qianxin, thank you. This Lu Yun has too many spies in the Wind Emperor's tribe. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to get close to him or take revenge. And there are some things that I don't want the Wind Emperor to know, so..." Tianxin knew that this explanation was very lame, and there were definitely a lot of twists and turns, but Tianxin decided not to look into it. He wasn't afraid that Yafei would kill him because without him, Yafei wouldn't have been able to leave Cloud Emperor Mountain safely. Moreover, he had already released the memory god bug, so he wasn't afraid of Yafei slandering him. He decided to first enjoy this beautiful body, this body with an extraordinary status, before going up to report this matter to Inspector Tianqin. However, when he and Yafei were entangled for a while, his body was at its most excited. His legs started to tremble and his heart was at its lowest. That was when he knew he was wrong. Yafei's hands that were gently caressing his body suddenly burst with divine power, shattering his divine crystal. He didn't even have the chance to shout. If there is a next life, you must remember that women are poison, and beautiful women can be fatal. Yafei stretched out her hand and gently pushed Tianxin, who was on top of her, to the side. That pair of hands that could easily kill eminent elder Tianxin. With a light flick, countless energy beams shot out and killed all the memory god bugs in the room. Then a blazing fire appeared in her hand, and she directly burned Tianxin and Lu Yun's bodies into ashes. She took out a white battle armor and put it on. Her divine power changed and her appearance changed. She actually looked like Tianxin, and even her soul aura became the same. Then she leisurely walked down Cloud Emperor Mountain and disappeared into the distance. Yafei sprinted towards Wind Emperor Mountain as she was secretly happy. Lu Yun and Tianxin disappeared at the same time, and there was no evidence. The Cloud Emperor couldn't explain himself. With her disguise technique, no one would find out that she came to Cloud Emperor Mountain. This way the Wind Emperor wouldn't have any suspicions. Even if there were suspicions without evidence, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress wouldn't dare to start a war. This way the Wind Emperor would definitely have time to refine the Slaughter God Saber. She used her divine sense to check and discovered that Yi Qinghan was actually sitting peacefully in the small space in the Empyrean Ring. He was quietly cultivating. Yafei laughed and thought to herself, refine it, refine it. When I return to the Wind Emperor Palace, I will refine you too. Yafei's smile froze in the next second. Her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes were filled with incomparable fear as she instantly retreated. However, her heart was filled with doubts. Why did he appear here? Didn't the Arch-Throne challenge take at least 2 hours to end? How did he come out? Her rapidly retreating body suddenly paused once again. She turned her head with difficulty to look at the fallen figure, and thought of something. She remembered that the Wind Emperor had once said that this person could split into a million. However, she still did not understand why this person seemed to have known everything long ago. Otherwise, why would he leave his true body outside in advance? You want me to be a fool? I can let your master be a fool. Yafei's voluptuous body slowly fell down, revealing an old man with white hair and a white beard. He had a benevolent smile on his face. He leisurely kept the ring on Yafei's hand and waved his palm, directly turning this delicate body into dust. His figure flashed and disappeared, leaving behind a sky full of black soil and a faint smell of blood in the air. Chapter 749. It's over, it's all over. Liao Qi smiled bitterly as he stared at the pair of beautiful bare feet slowly walking towards him on the black muddy ground. This woman was actually so decisive. She didn't mind burning her divine power and damaging her vitality in the future to quickly restore her body to its peak state. 2 hours had not passed yet. Empress Yu had actually recovered. Empress Yu had a way to restore her body ahead of time, but Liao Qi had no way to completely erase the invisible soul poison in his body. He knew very well that even if he completely erased the soul poison, he would still not be Empress Yu's match. He would be defeated sooner or later, let alone now. Whoosh. There was no expression on Empress Yu's face. Her lotus root-like feet stepped on the ground, and her body floated up. Her white fingers waved in the air, as if she was playing a peerless piece of music. Following the movement of her hands, countless transparent blades floated out, silently shooting toward Liao Qi. She didn't have time to wait. She had to kill Liao Qi even if she had to exhaust a large amount of her vitality and then save Yi Qinghan. She believed that with so many invisible soul poison jade knives shooting out, the current Liao Qi would definitely not be able to dodge. Once a jade knife hit him, there would be more and more soul poison attacking his soul, and more jade knives would hit him. In the end, he would only have one path: death. Lan Yu, don't blame me. Since I can't live with you, let's die together. Ah. Liao Qi obviously knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to block Empress Yu's endless jade blades. So, he didn't even think about dodging. His eyes burned with a fiery light and his body exploded with dazzling flames. Not only did he not dodge the countless jade blades shooting toward him, but he also charged toward them in a frenzy. The long sword turned into thousands of shadows. Instead of wrapping his body in it, it cut open a dark crack in the surrounding space, instantly enveloping Empress Rain and him in it. Gasp. This crazy Liao Qi has gone crazy. The eyes of the 4 emperors outside all lit up and they were all visibly moved. Liao Qi had actually chosen to make a final gamble. However, he wasn't betting on his own life. Instead, he was betting on a chance to perish together with his opponent. He chose to endure the Rain Empress's countless jade sabers. At the same time, he burned his divine crystals to detonate his body. He wanted to drag the Rain Empress down with him. Empress Rain's soul attack was very strange and ferocious, but it had a fatal weakness. If the distance was too far, the power wouldn't be that great. Moreover, if the distance was too far, it wouldn't be able to silently and mysteriously injure the enemy. At such a close distance, not to mention that Liao Qi had used his final trump card to seal off the surrounding space, there was no way for him to escape even if he wanted to. Liao Qi, you seem to have forgotten something. You're very familiar with me. In other words, I'm no stranger to you. Also, you're actually not familiar with me. At the very least, you don't know about my latest soul skill. A cold and indifferent voice resounded, and then Empress Yu's figure slowly vanished in the air before Liao Qi. In the distance, her figure slowly appeared in the air. She stared coldly at Liao Qi, who had turned into a flaming man and retreated. Rumble. A strong light that pierced everyone's eyes lit up, and a huge explosion shook the eardrums of the 4 emperors outside. The powerful energy impacted the barrier inside, causing it to shake violently, and the 7-colored light kept flashing. The entire barrier was filled with flying mud and smoke. It was impossible to see what was inside. The 4 emperors were astonished. This was the first time they had seen a 7th-grade war god self-destruct. They didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even the Thunder Emperor's all-out attack would only cause the barrier to tremble slightly. They didn't expect it to shake violently at this moment. The four emperors were still shocked by Empress Rain's soul skill. Even with their eyesight, none of them could tell that it was Empress Rain's shadow. They only reacted when Empress Rain's figure condensed again. The mud finally fell, and the smoke and dust inside gradually dissipated, revealing the tragic battlefield inside. The place where Liao Qi self-destructed had a bottomless pit. The originally flat battlefield was now filled with mud and holes of various sizes. Moreover, there were many places on the black soil with faint traces of blood. Broken limbs, minced flesh, and internal organs could be easily seen. In the corner, a petite blue figure was quietly lying on the ground. Her blue robe had become extremely tattered, revealing her badly mutilated skin and broken white bones. Phew! The Thunder Emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Empress Rain had reacted quickly. Even though she was severely injured, she wasn't dead. The Wind Emperor's eyes flickered as he constantly scanned the barrier above. Once the barrier disappeared, he would immediately teleport out. 2 hours had passed since the start of the battle. However, no matter how he tried to communicate with Yafei, there was no reply. Even though he didn't know what went wrong, he knew that something must have happened. He didn't have the Empyrean ring. If the Thunder Emperor suddenly attacked, he wouldn't be able to escape. Buzz. The two light barriers disappeared at the same time. Along with them, the Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor. The Thunder Emperor raised his eyebrows. He was a little unhappy. Even though you have enmity with Empress Rain after the battle, you should at least say a few polite words before leaving. Empress Rain used one hand to sit on the ground with difficulty. Then she took 3 deep breaths before weakly saying to the Thunder Emperor, "Quick, go and save Yi Qinghan. He is in the hands of the Wind Emperor. He has a high chance of walking into that altar." Her voice wasn't loud, but the Thunder Emperor and the Cloud Emperor heard it clearly. Their expressions changed instantly. The Thunder Emperor's purple hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The 2 purple demon horns on his head shone with lightning, and his entire body released a devouring aura. He didn't say anything and directly ran towards Empress Rain. He grabbed Empress Rain's shoulder with one hand, turned around and shot out with lightning speed. "Lunatic, if you dare to make a move, I'll let you die a horrible death. All warriors of the Thunder and Lightning tribe, listen up. All gather at the foot of the Wind Emperor Mountain. All warriors of the Rain Emperor tribe, listen up. Gather at the foot of the Wind Emperor Mountain." The Thunder Emperor's furious roar was like a clap of thunder in the Forgotten Land. His voice was like the roar of a Qiongqi beast that shook the heavens, causing the sky to tremble. With an unquestionable tone, it sounded in the ears of the warriors of the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe. "It's the Thunder Emperor. Everyone gather. Go to the Wind Emperor Mountain at full speed." Hearing the Thunder Emperor's angry roar, Feng Qi didn't hesitate at all. He dashed down to the 4th level. As he roared, he took the lead and dashed down the Thunder Emperor Mountain. The other warriors heard Feng Qi's voice and didn't hesitate anymore. They surged with divine power and followed Feng Qi to run far away. The experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain were all confused. They ran out of their rooms and looked at each other. What was wrong with the Thunder Emperor? How dare he order the warriors of the Rain Emperor tribe like that? Then, everyone was shocked because they received a telepathic message at the same time. The telepathic message was weak, but they were very familiar with it. It was the Rain Emperor's telepathic message. Not long after, countless figures flew down from the Rain Emperor Mountain. Their divine power surged, and they dashed towards the Wind Emperor Mountain like angry lions. The entire Forgotten Land was shaken by the Thunder Emperor's angry roar. Chapter 750. How can you be sure that little Yi was captured by the Wind Emperor? The Thunder Emperor asked the Rain Empress softly as he ran. The divine power in his hand passed through the Rain Empress' shoulder and slowly entered her body to help her heal. When the Rain Empress said that, he quickly sensed and discovered that the imprint he had left on Yi Qinghan could no longer be sensed. For this to happen, either Yi Qinghan was dead or Yi Qinghan was trapped. The only places that could trap Yi Qinghan and prevent the Thunder Emperor from sensing her were the 5 Emperor Palaces and the space within the Empyrean Ring. The Rain Empress would not joke about such a thing. Furthermore, the Wind Emperor and the Fey Emperor had left in such a hurry. The Rain Empress' last sentence ignited a raging fire in the Thunder Emperor's heart. He was indebted to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had saved his daughter's life, which was equivalent to saving his life. The Rain Empress was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation. If Yi Qinghan had not made a breakthrough, he would not have any hope of entering that sacrificial altar. Now he said that there was a great chance. What did this mean? If Yi Qinghan died, not only would he feel extremely guilty, but he would also lose all hope of leaving. How could he not be furious? A few angry roars shook the entire Forgotten Land. The Thunder Emperor became more clear-headed and asked the Rain Empress about some details. The Rain Empress opened her eyes weakly. Her beautiful lips did not have their usual luster and were slightly pale. She let out a few sounds that could be heard by mosquitoes. The previous Rain Emperor left me a mole. This mole has now become the Wind Emperor's concubine. Just now, I was careless and Liao Qi chopped off my legs because she sent a message saying that Yi Qinghan was in trouble. Furthermore now, I can't even send a message to Yi Qinghan. Furthermore, my subordinate sent me a message saying that Lu Yun went to the Five Emperor Mountains just now. The Rain Empress felt helpless. Back when Yi Qinghan had sent her a message, she had been attacked by Liao Qi's words, and her mind had been unstable. Furthermore, the battle was imminent, so she had not paid it any mind. When the Thunder Monarch heard this, his heart trembled. There was no way he could send a message to Yi Qinghan. There were only two possibilities. The first was that the communication talisman had been destroyed. The second was that the communication token and Yi Qinghan had been thrown into another parallel space. There were 5 parallel spaces in the Forgotten Land. 5 Emperor rings. The Thunder Monarch said anxiously, quickly send a message to that. Wei Fei. Confirm Little Ye's safety and location. I've already sent a message but there's no reply. Perhaps it's because the Wind Emperor is at the side, or perhaps she's already dead. The Rain Empress sighed helplessly. At this moment, a trace of doubt surged in her heart. Why wasn't this matter reported earlier? Could it be that the Wind Emperor had always been on guard against him? Or perhaps, this mole had actually betrayed them. Otherwise, why would the message come so coincidentally? Almost killed her? However, at this moment she couldn't think too much about it. No matter what, something had happened to Yi Qinghan. She could be sure of that. Otherwise, it would be impossible that she couldn't send a message to him. Since something had happened, everything else should be put aside until they rescued Yi Qinghan. The Thunder Monarch didn't think too much about it. No matter what, they should go to the Wind Emperor Mountain first. As long as Yi Qinghan was alive, everything would be fine. If he was dead, he wouldn't mind making the Wind Emperor Mountain run with blood. Where is she? Where's Ye Fei? Where's Hui Fei? In the Wind Emperor Palace, the Wind Emperor roared angrily at Mei Fei. After he teleported back, he found that there was only Mei Fei in the spacious palace. Ye Fei and Hui Fei were nowhere to be seen. They were not in the Wind Emperor Mountain. There was no place in the Forgotten Land that his divine consciousness could detect. The Thunder Monarch's furious roar resounded in his ears. His heart trembled slightly, then his body trembled slightly as well. After Elder Sister received your message, she didn't come back. An hour ago, Second Sister said that she went to find Elder Sister. Mei Fei was also trembling slightly. The Thunder Monarch's roar was mixed with divine power and it easily resounded in the Wind Emperor Palace. Ye Fei and Hui Fei hadn't come back for such a long time. Even if she had a pig's brain, she knew that the situation was serious. The Wind Emperor, of course, knew that the situation was serious. Without the Emperor's ring, he couldn't open the restriction to keep the enemies out of the Wind Emperor Mountain. The Thunder Monarch could easily bring his men to the Wind Emperor Palace. He didn't have time to think about where Ye Fei and his ring went. He didn't have time to think about where Yi Qinghan was. He didn't have time to think about how many conspiracies were behind this. The Wind Emperor only knew that the Thunder Monarch had brought his men here, but he couldn't hand over Yi Qinghan. Then there was only one ending. If the war started, he could only accept it or die. The Wind Emperor of course didn't want to die. So, he immediately spread his divine consciousness to the Monster Emperor Mountain and sent a message to the Monster Emperor. If you don't want your monster tribe to be razed to the ground, bring your men here. Swish. The Monster Emperor didn't send a message. Instead, he teleported to the Wind Emperor Palace. The Monster Emperor knew clearly that if it wasn't for the Wind Emperor as a demonic beast, he would have been killed by the other emperors. So, the Monster Emperor didn't hesitate and teleported over. At the same time, he said to the Wind Emperor, "My 3,000 strongest children are on their way. They will definitely reach the Wind Emperor Mountain before the other 2 tribes." Alright. The Wind Emperor was slightly relieved. The Rain Empress was severely injured. Moreover, she had expended a lot of vitality in the battle with Liao Qi. She probably wouldn't be able to recover without some time. Although he and the Monster Emperor weren't sure if they could kill the Thunder Monarch, they could protect themselves. Cloud Emperor. If you want to see the Thunder Monarch unify the Forgotten Land, then remain neutral in the war. The Wind Emperor quickly sent a message to his subordinates and asked about Ye Fei's arrangements. Then he sent a message to the Cloud Emperor. His words were concise, but he believed that the Cloud Emperor would understand. Although he didn't know which part of the plan he and Hui Fei had made, he knew that the Cloud Emperor had made a mistake. At the very least, he had successfully dragged the Cloud Emperor down. His spies had sent news that Lu Yun had entered the third level of the Cloud Emperor mountain and didn't return. The Cloud Emperor was definitely involved in Yi Qinghan's matter. My men have already set off. I will appear at the right time. You guys are out in the open. I will be in the dark. As expected. The Cloud Emperor's words were quickly transmitted over. However, the Wind Emperor smiled bitterly. This old fox was indeed a grass on the wall, a master who would not release the eagle without seeing the rabbit. The Cloud Emperor's meaning was clear. If they couldn't hold on, he wouldn't make a move. However, if there was a chance to kill the enemy, he would definitely make a move. Monster Emperor, whether you live or die will depend on this battle. The Wind Emperor went all out as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although he didn't obtain the Slaughter God Saber, the Rain Empress was severely injured. The Thunder Monarch had taken the risk to come alone. Furthermore, he had the Cloud Emperor's guarantee. He didn't think that they would lose this battle. As long as the Thunder Monarch was eliminated, he and the Monster Emperor could join hands and dominate the Forgotten Land. Of course, the most important thing was that the Thunder Monarch had forced him into a dead end. If he didn't fight, he would die. The Thunder Monarch wants to unify the Forgotten Land and flatten the Wind Emperor mountain. We can only fight with our lives. Everyone listen up. Form the formation in front of the Rain Emperor mountain. Kill the warriors from the Rain Emperor tribe. Don't worry. We have the warriors from the Monster Emperor Cloud Emperor tribe to help us. We will definitely win. With the Wind Emperor's order, the warriors from the Wind Emperor tribe who were originally in a state of panic became spirited. Looking at the Wind Emperor and the Monster Emperor floating in the air, all the warriors' confidence skyrocketed. The Thunder Monarch tribe had always been domineering. They had had enough of it. Now that the three tribes were fighting against two tribes, so what if they were powerful? Far away, the 10,000 warriors from the four tribes were like a surging flood. They were like four sharp arrows that were shot from different directions towards the Wind Emperor mountain. Wind Emperor, get your ass out here. In front of these arrows, a tall purple figure was already approaching the Wind Emperor mountain. From afar, the Thunder Monarch roared as he sprinted. Facing the tens of thousands of warriors below the Wind Emperor mountain, he wasn't afraid at all. He stood in the air proudly. He put the Rain Empress into his Emperor ring and let her heal herself. A silver long spear appeared in his hand. He pointed the spear at the tens of thousands of warriors in front of him. The tip of the spear was sparkling with lightning. His purple hair was dancing in the wind and his imposing manner was like an invincible god that had descended. He and his spear gave off the feeling that he was invincible. Chapter 751. Beast Emperor, among the 5 emperors, other than Emperor Yun, you've been here the longest and fought with him before. How much do you know about his strength and personality? Inside the Wind Emperor Palace, Wind Emperor started to analyze the situation after arranging things. The battle was about to begin. Although Emperor Yun had expressed his stance, Wind Emperor still felt uneasy and asked Beast Emperor. Emperor Yun was the first emperor to enter the Forgotten Land, followed by Beast Emperor. When he entered the Forgotten Land, Emperor Yun was suppressing Beast Emperor. He even led people to attack Beast Emperor, but luckily Beast Emperor escaped. The Wind Emperor was confident that he wasn't the Cloud Emperor's match, so he stood on the Demon Emperor's side. Not long after, the previous Thunder Emperor and Rain Emperor also fell into the Forgotten Land, and the Cloud Emperor didn't start another war. If there was anyone who was most familiar with Emperor Yun, it would be Beast Emperor. Wind Emperor mentioned the past, and Beast Emperor's golden fur trembled slightly. He nodded to Wind Emperor gratefully. If it wasn't for Wind Emperor, he would have been killed. Wind Emperor said respectfully, "It's not that I don't understand Emperor Yun's personality, but I can tell that his strength is above you and me, but he is definitely no match for Thunder Emperor. This is my intuition." That's good. Wind Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Beast Emperor's intuition was very scary. When Lei Jin entered the Forgotten Land, he determined that this person was very scary. In the end, Lei Jin released the power of the Thunder God and killed the previous Thunder Emperor, easily ascending to the throne. Since Cloud Emperor was not as strong as Thunder Emperor, he had always been a fence-sitter and liked to maintain balance. He would never let Thunder Emperor and Rain Emperor kill both of them. If that happened, he wouldn't have a good time either. After all, Cloud Emperor was also dragged into the matter of Yi Qinghan. The Wind Emperor guessed that the Cloud Emperor would definitely kill the Thunder Emperor if he had the chance. Then he would save the Rain Emperor and continue to maintain the balance. After all, Thunder Emperor was too strong. If Thunder Emperor didn't die when Rain Emperor recovered, everyone would die. Hee Beast Emperor, when the battle starts, watch me. If there's a chance, we'll kill Thunder Emperor, Rain Emperor, and Cloud Emperor together. Wind Emperor said with a sinister smile. All right. The Demon Emperor was startled. A sliver of surprise flashed across his bell-like brown eyes. Then he mimicked the Wind Emperor and laughed sinisterly. However, his face was covered in golden fur, and no matter how he laughed, he still looked so terrifying. Wind Emperor, get out here. At this moment, a deafening roar resounded from outside. The Wind Emperor's expression turned cold. He scanned with his divine sense and sneered. He stood up with a plop and divine energy surged from his green armor. A halberd appeared in his hand and he said to the Demon Emperor, does he really think that he is invincible just because he is a 9th-grade war god and possesses the bloodline of an ancient god? Come, let's go meet this ancient god clan and see just how strong they are. Alright. The Demon Thearch's bell-like eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged out with the Demon the Arch. Shoo. 2 figures flashed out of the Wind Emperor Palace and stood in the air above the experts of the Wind Emperor Palace. The Wind Emperor was astonished as he looked at the Thunder Emperor, who was also standing in the air in the distance. This Thunder Emperor's aura was definitely much stronger than his. On second thought he sneered, so what if you are strong? You can fight against 2 martial emperors and dozens of war gods of the Wind Emperor Palace? Thunder Emperor, what is the meaning of this? How did the Wind Emperor tribe offend you? Furthermore, you dared to barge into the Feng Emperor Mountain alone? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? The Wind Emperor raised his halberd high. He was very particular with his words. Not only did he make the experts of the Wind Emperor tribe unite against a common enemy, but he also provoked the Thunder Emperor. If the Thunder Emperor really didn't take the provocation and charged over alone, this matter would be really interesting. The moment the Wind Emperor appeared, the lightning on the Thunder Emperor's body shone even more intensely. The killing intent released from his body suddenly surged and soared into the sky. It pierced through the sky and made the experts' hearts tremble. The silver spear flickered with sparks as it pointed at the Wind Emperor and shouted angrily, hand over Yi Qinghan and I will spare your life. Demon the Arch, this has nothing to do with you. Go back to your Demon the Arch mountain. Today I am only targeting the Wind Emperor. The rest of you step aside. I will not pursue this matter further. Although the Thunder Emperor was enraged, he was not an idiot. He raised his aura to the maximum in order to scare away the experts of the Wind Emperor mountain. At the same time he was trying to drive a wedge between them. The reason he stood there alone with his spear was obvious. Yi Qinghan was extremely important to him. If he didn't die, whoever dared to kill Yi Qinghan would be torn apart by him. As expected. As soon as the Thunder Emperor finished his words, the warriors of the Wind Emperor mountain wore a complicated expression. The Thunder Emperor was like the god of thunder. His undefeatable aura had scared some of them. Although the Thunder Emperor stood there alone with his spear, they felt that even with so many of them, they were no match for him. One should know that a large group of experts from the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe were still on their way. Moreover, the Rain Empress had yet to show herself. The Wind Emperor clearly sensed the change in the warriors' expressions and felt their morale dropping. He was about to say something to regain his composure. Unexpectedly, the Demon the Arch beside him grinned and shook his head. He let out a deafening roar, and his body shook as a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Then, his body suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon. His body became 4 or 5 times bigger and from afar he looked like a small mountain. Sharp claws with cold light grew out of his fingers and toes. A row of sharp spikes grew out of his spine. His body emitted the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. He looked extremely terrifying. His aura was shocking, not any weaker than the Thunder Emperor's. Hiss hiss. The Demon Emperor's huge eyes, which were now the size of a wash basin, were blood red. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of white gas, revealing his white, sharp teeth. One of his sharp claws, which was several meters long, pointed at the Thunder Monarch and said in a deep voice, "Scram back? Humph, once I go back, the entire Wind Emperor mountain will be flooded with blood. Once the Wind Emperor mountain is destroyed, the Beast the Arch mountain will be next. Leijin, if you want to unify the Forgotten Land, why do you have to find so many excuses? If you want to fight, let's fight." The Wind Emperor looked at the Beast the Arch in surprise. It was as if the Beast the Arch had changed into a different person. He did not expect the Beast the Arch to not be scared off by the Thunder Emperor. Instead, the Beast the Arch took the initiative and used his demonic beast aura to resist the Thunder Emperor's aura. Furthermore, his words were not inferior to the Thunder Emperor at all. As a Supreme Emperor, he made a big lie. Since when did the Beast the Arch become so daring? His brain had become so agile. He was also so eloquent. His ability to lie through his teeth made the Wind Emperor feel ashamed. Lei Jin, let me see if the Thunder God's descendant can really fight against 100 people. All elders listen up. Kill. The Wind Emperor didn't hesitate for too long. The Demon the Arch was so awesome and had created such a great opportunity for him. If he didn't know how to cherish it, he would be a fool. The drawing halberd in his hand trembled and a green chi wave shot out. At the same time, his aura presence rose to the peak as he took the lead and sprinted towards the Thunder the Arch. Chapter 752. It seemed like the Demon the Arch was going to fight till the end. When the Wind the Arch moved, the Demon the Arch roared and charged at the Thunder the Arch with lightning speed. At the same time, dozens of figures charged at the Thunder the Arch with various weapons in their hands. The Wind Thearcha's eyes were cold. Why aren't you retreating when there are so many people watching? Once you retreated, your aura would be weakened. As long as the Thunder Thearcha's invincible aura was suppressed, the outcome would be determined when the martial artists from the Demon the Arch tribe and the Cloud the Arch tribe arrived. Yet, the Thunder the Arch didn't retreat. He still stood proudly in his original position. He was actually prepared to fight against so many powerhouses alone. The demon horns on his head suddenly lit up, shooting out bolts of lightning. These lightning bolts quickly gathered on his long spear, gathering more and more, finally forming an electric snake that was more than half a meter thick and dozens of meters long. This electric snake revealed a destructive aura. There was no need to look, just listening to its chi-chi sound was enough to make one's heart tremble. Ah, Thundershock. You are too arrogant. Do you really think you are an invincible battle god? Die. The Wind the Arch looked at the electric snake on the Thunder Thearcha's silver spear. Not only was he not afraid, but he roared with excitement. The halberd in his hand suddenly grew to dozens of meters long and smashed at the Thunder the Arch with greenish-black air currents. No matter how powerful this thunderbolt was, it shouldn't be able to severely injure him and the Demon the Arch at the same time, right? But with the all-out attack of so many experts, even if the Thunder the Arch didn't die, he would be severely injured. This deal was worth it. Arrogant. Die. The Demon Thearcha's eyes also revealed a devouring expression. One of its huge claws suddenly extended, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as it smashed towards the Thunder the Arch. Die. The dozens of experts from the Wind Emperor tribe who had charged out revealed ferocious smiles at the same time. The divine power in their bodies surged and they unleashed their most powerful attacks, which suddenly rained down on the Thunder Emperor. TSK, you deserve it. Thunder God's blessing, Thunder God's fury. When the Wind Emperor's Huaji Demon Emperor's huge claw was about to smash the Thunder Emperor's body, the Thunder Emperor moved. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. The electric snakes on the long spear in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless small electric snakes with a destructive aura. These electric snakes radiated in all directions. These electric snakes were like living creatures, each one shooting towards a cultivator. At the same time, a milky white shield of light suddenly lit up on his body. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would definitely recognize the two moves that the Thunder Emperor had used. Back then, Lei Yanhua had used them. Back then, Lei Yanhua had relied on the lightning god's protection to withstand the fierce attacks of a group of peak divine generals for a whole hour with her first-layer divine general strength. The wrath of the thunder god was even more frightening. When they were surrounded by a group of demons, Lei Hua had used the wrath of the thunder god to create dozens of tunnels. Die. Die. The Wind Emperor, Demon Emperor, and all the experts shouted. They ignored the electric snakes that were shooting towards them. Instead, they crazily threw the energy in their hands at the white shield. At the same time, their eyes were wide open as they stared at the white barrier, waiting for the barrier to shatter like an egg being struck by a rock under the powerful energy. Then the energy would completely blast the Thunder Emperor inside into pieces of minced meat. Boom. The shield was indeed broken. However, it was broken a second after all the energy had gathered. It was not broken by the energy, but by the explosion caused by the fusion of the energy. A huge explosion was heard. The sound was even louder than the Thunder Emperor's roar. It spread across the entire Forgotten Land. A huge mushroom cloud rose up to the sky, covering the sky and the earth. The strong shockwave scraped off a few layers of the black soil on the ground. At that moment, the Fengdi mountain trembled slightly. The low-level warriors in the front were all sent flying backward while spurting out blood. They fell in front of the Feng Di mountain and couldn't even stand steadily. Even the experts who had just reached the God Emperor realm were sent flying backward. They felt suffocated and blood surged up to their throats. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the strong shockwave, countless experts who had attacked just now were also sent flying. They were all reflected by the shockwave and fell to the ground, motionless. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and some of them were even mutilated. They were in the center of the explosion and had suffered a huge impact. Most importantly, the electric snakes shot out by the Thunder Emperor had caused their bodies and souls to tremble at the moment of the explosion. At that moment they could not put up any effective defense and had to resist such a strong impact with their bodies. It was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Hiss, how could it be? How could the shield's defense be so strong? What the hell is this shield? The Wind Emperor's entire body was charred black and his hair stood on end. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He flew a few rounds in the air before stabilizing himself. He was currently looking in the direction where the Thunder Emperor was standing in disbelief. The Demon Emperor was in an even worse situation. His brown hair was scorched black. He was an ape demonic beast, but now he looked like a chimpanzee. The huge claw that he had smashed down was now drenched in blood. White bones could be seen. However, he did not care about his bleeding hands. He was also looking forward in a daze. 2 superior 7th grade war gods and dozens of 5th grade and 6th grade war gods. The power of the combined attack of so many people was comparable to an attack from an 8th grade war god. But this shield actually blocked it? And it even blocked it for a second? A second was not long, but such a battle could change many things. For example, it allowed the Thunder Emperor to avoid the most violent wave of the explosion. Dust and debris fell. The Wind Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and tens of thousands of experts looked at the Thunder Emperor, who was still holding his spear and standing proudly in the dust. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's hearts began to tremble. He was unharmed under such a powerful attack. Was he still human? If his strange shield could be activated continuously, who in the entire Forgotten Land would be able to kill him? The Wind Emperor did not suffer much damage. However, he did not dare to attack anymore. Instead, he began to feel a little hopeless. In the distance, the demon the Arch also stood there in a daze, seemingly frightened. Idiot, this is the moment when Lei Zhen is at his weakest. What are you waiting for? A faint voice rang in the ears of the Wind Emperor. After that, when the Wind Emperor saw the demonic Beast Emperor, he leaped up and emitted a ferocious aura. He stretched out his other sharp claw and rushed towards the Thunder Emperor. Only then did he come back to his senses. His body flashed as he followed the demonic the Arch to attack the Thunder the Arch. The voice came from the Cloud Emperor. He also did not believe that the Thunder Emperor would not suffer any repercussions after activating such a heaven-defying barrier. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to suppress the 4 emperors and unify the Forgotten Land. Most importantly, since the Cloud Emperor had transmitted his voice, it meant that he was about to make a move. The Demon the Arch was charging at the front. He would assist in the attack and the Cloud the Arch would cooperate in the sneak attack. This would be a success. Seeing that the Fiend Sovereign and the Wind Sovereign were only sent flying, the Thunder Monarch was stunned for a moment before charging over. His expression did not change, but he felt incredibly bewildered. He had never used Thunder God's protection and Thunder God's fury in the Forgotten Land. How did the Wind Emperor and the Beast the Arch know that he would be temporarily weakened? He had taken the risk to use 2 Thunder God bloodline ultimate skills at the same time in order to shock all the martial artists in the Forgotten Land, so that they would not dare to make a move against Yi Qinghan. He did not expect the Wind Emperor and the Beast the Arch to react so quickly, not giving him any time to recover. Cloud Emperor, do you still intend to continue watching? If Yi Qinghan dies, you can die here of old age for the rest of your life. The Thunder Monarch did not retreat. Instead, he closed his eyes and quickly recovered while transmitting his voice to the Cloud Emperor. He understood this smiling old man very well. In fact, the Cloud Emperor's desire to get out was no weaker than his and the Rain Empress's. He had already transmitted the Rain Empress deduction to him. Rain Empress, help me hold them off for a while. I need some time to recover. At the same time, he began to transmit his voice to the Rain Empress. The Rain Empress had recovered a little with his help just now. Although the battle with Liao Qi had greatly injured her vitality, it was not a big problem for her to hold on for a while. He only needed a short period of time to recover. At his peak, even if the Wind Emperor and the Beast the Arch joined forces, he would not be afraid. Chapter 753. Haze. The Rain Empress sighed helplessly and floated out of the Thunder Emperor's Empyrean ring. She was very clear that the Thunder Emperor was anxious and wanted to frighten the Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor into not attacking Yi Qinghan. That was why he didn't wait for the tribe's elders to arrive. However, doing so was too rash. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives here. However, things had already developed to this stage. She could only try her best to hold on. Rain Empress, are you sure Yi Qinghan can really bring us out? When she floated out of the ring of Empyrean, she suddenly received a rumor, which made her delighted. Is this old fox finally willing to make a move? Only she and the Thunder Emperor knew how much the Cloud Emperor wanted to get out. After Yi Qinghan failed to climb the Five Emperors Mountain, the Cloud Emperor looked for her several times to ask if Yi Qinghan still had hope. Clearly, he could tell that Yi Qinghan's abnormal behavior had a hidden meaning. Cloud Emperor, based on my understanding of Yi Qinghan, he is 80% confident. It's up to you whether you want to make a move or not. The Rain Empress transmitted a message and ignored the Cloud Emperor. She believed that her words were enough to move him. The moment she transmitted the message, her pale hands started to dance in the air. Countless jade sabers flew towards the Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor. They were very dense and blocked the Beast Emperor and the Wind Emperor's path. At the same time, she revealed a charming smile and mocked the two of them. Mad dog monkey? I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. This is something that even Liao Qi hasn't tried before. Swish. The Wind Emperor, who was charging towards them with lightning speed, suddenly turned to the side. The halberd in his hand danced and created afterimages that enveloped his entire body. He quickly dodged the attack. Not only did the Rain Empress use the jade sabers, but she also used her charm. Her words were even mixed with her demonic voice. Under the triple soul attack and the ultimate move that the Rain Empress said that even Liao Qi hadn't tried before, the Wind Emperor was afraid. The Wind Emperor was afraid. He had clearly seen the battle between the Rain Empress and Liao Qi. With such powerful soul skills working together, coupled with an ultimate move that he hadn't used before, how could he dare to take the risk? The instant he dodged, the Wind the Arch saw a strange scene. The Demon the Arch, this silly monkey, actually didn't dodge. He actually ignited a raging inferno and turned it into a fiery red shield. He continued to charge towards the back of the rain. The Wind Emperor was at a loss. When did this Demon Emperor become so ferocious? Even if he burned his demon power and dodged the jade knife, would he be able to block the Rain Empress' ultimate move? This brother is too awesome today. He's too kind. He's actually willing to put himself in danger to kill the Rain Empress. It's over. This monkey isn't afraid of death. The Rain Empress sighed helplessly. How could she still have any trump card? Even if she had an ultimate move, she wouldn't be able to use it in her current situation. In fact, she had exhausted all the energy she had just recovered to use 3 soul skills in a row. Her goal was to make the Wind Emperor and the Demon the Arch feel that they didn't have any trump cards to use. She wanted them to retreat out of fear and buy time for the Thunder Emperor. She didn't expect the Wind Emperor to retreat. This Demon the Arch was usually the most cowardly and weakest. However, he was different today and charged forward fearlessly. Looking at the Demon Thearch's cold claw, the Rain Empress felt bitter in her heart. If she was hit by this claw, she would probably lose a layer of skin even if she didn't die. However, she couldn't dodge at this moment. She was too weak. Move. I'll block it. At this moment, a voice sounded out of nowhere. The Rain Empress was delighted, and the Thunder Emperor, who was about to forcefully attack, was shocked. The Cloud Emperor drifted over and appeared beside the Rain Empress. He gently pushed her to the side while his white hair and beard moved without any wind. His body emitted white light as he clenched his fists and punched towards the Demon Thearch's huge sharp claw. This old fox has finally made his move. The Rain Empress heaved a sigh of relief. With the Cloud Emperor blocking, the Thunder Emperor could easily recover his energy. As long as the Cloud Emperor could hold on for a minute, the Thunder Emperor would recover, and the Wind Emperor and the Demon the Arch would be dead. Ugh, Cloud Emperor, you're not my match. Get lost. The Demon Thearch's face was extremely hideous. With a hoarse voice he roared. The sharp claw that was glowing with a dim light smashed onto the Cloud Emperor's glowing fists. Boom. There was a flash of white light, and the Demon Thearch's body that was like a small mountain only shook a little. The Cloud Emperor's body was also sent flying, and his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. How is this possible? This, F***CK, when did the Demon the Arch become so fierce? The Rain Empress and Lei Zhen were shocked as they looked at the Demon the Arch in disbelief. Even the Wind Emperor couldn't believe that the situation had changed so quickly. The Cloud Emperor was here, and no one expected him to help the Rain Empress fight against the Demon the Arch. But the demon the Arch was not only a different person today. No. He had turned into another beast and his behavior had changed drastically. Furthermore, his strength had increased so much that even the Cloud Emperor was sent flying with a single slap. This doesn't make sense. Although the Rain Empress's body was extremely weak, her soul was still operating at a high speed. How could the demon the Arch say that the Cloud Emperor was not his match? How could he send the Cloud Emperor flying with a single slap? Her pair of beautiful eyes observed the demon the Arch carefully, as though she was trying to find a trace of difference. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as though she had discovered something. Then she turned to look at the Cloud Emperor, and her body instantly turned cold. She shouted in fear, "Lei Jin, be careful." Bang! Her shout was a little too late. When Lei Jin also felt the danger, the Cloud Emperor was already sent flying 2 meters away from him. The Cloud Emperor's body suddenly flipped, and his leg that was emitting a blinding white light smashed towards him. If the Thunder Emperor wasn't in a weakened state, he could easily reach out his hand and break the Cloud Emperor's leg if he was given another minute. But now he couldn't do that. Therefore he was directly smashed into the black soil by the Cloud Emperor's leg. While he was still alive, a deep pit was formed, and he was smashed into the black soil. What situation is this? The Wind Emperor was a little confused. The situation had changed too quickly, and he felt that his brain wasn't enough to process it. Didn't the Cloud Emperor help the Thunder Emperor? Why did he severely injure Lei Jin with a single kick now? What kind of trick was he playing? The Cloud Emperor is helping us. He didn't use his full strength just now. The demon the Arch transmitted a message, and the Wind Emperor instantly understood. He was actually acting. He used the demon the Arch to get close to Lei Jin, but his real purpose was to kill Lei Jin. Not good. The Wind Emperor instantly understood that he had to kill the Rain Empress now. Otherwise, the Cloud Emperor might protect the Rain Empress and continue with his plan of balance. He quickly roared at the demon the Arch, "Demon the Arch, let's kill the Rain Empress first." Swish. As the Wind Emperor finished his sentence, the Cloud Emperor shot out from the deep pit and directly rushed towards the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor sneered. It seemed like he had guessed right about this old dog. He steeled his heart and decided to go all out. He turned to the demon the Arch and transmitted a message, "Don't bother about that woman first. She won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Let's join forces and take down the Cloud Emperor first. This forgotten land will be decided by the two of us." Alright. The demon the Arch obediently gave up on attacking the Rain Empress and turned towards the Wind Emperor. It seemed like he was going to help the Wind Emperor kill the Cloud Emperor. "Old dog. You're courting death." The Wind Emperor's huge halberd glowed with a greenish-black light as it slashed down at the Cloud Emperor's fist. The demon the Arch was already behind him, and this old dog still dared to fight him head-on. Wasn't he courting death? I'll return that to you. The Cloud Emperor smiled faintly as if he wasn't afraid of the sharp claws of the demon the Arch behind the Wind Emperor. He smiled calmly and leisurely. He smiled like an old fox. Not good. The Wind Emperor saw the smile on the Cloud Emperor's face, and his heart suddenly palpitated. A sharp murderous intent came from behind him. However, he happened to swing his halberd and was fighting with the Cloud Emperor. How could he avoid it? Bang! The Wind Emperor was sent flying. He felt as if every part of his body was being torn apart, and his bones were breaking. The pain on his body couldn't compare to the shock in his heart. He looked at the demon the Arch in disbelief and asked with difficulty, "Why?" The demon the Arch didn't answer him. He didn't even look at him. Instead, he knelt down respectfully towards the Cloud Emperor and shouted, "Master!" "Idiot!" The Rain Empress looked disdainfully at the Wind Emperor, who was still in a daze. She turned her head to look at the Cloud Emperor, who was all smiles. This old man who always looked kind, timid and slippery actually made everyone misjudge him. He actually became the final winner. Chapter 754. Haha, I can answer this question. However, before I answer, I think it's better to seal your divine crystals. Don't resist, or else I don't mind letting the two of you have some fun in the netherworld. The Cloud Emperor had a peaceful smile on his face as he squinted his eyes. He waved his wrinkled old hand and 2 streams of white air entered the Wind Emperor and the Rain Empress bodies. The Wind Emperor and the Rain Empress did not resist. In their current state they could not resist even if they wanted to. Since they did not need to die for the time being, they might as well live on. Although the divine crystals were sealed, if the Cloud Emperor wanted to humiliate them, they could self-destruct at any time. The Cloud the Arch waved his hand, and the demon the Arch silently walked to the huge pit in the distance and carried the extremely pale Thunder the Arch out. It was obvious that when the Thunder the Arch was severely injured, the Cloud the Arch took the opportunity to seal the divine crystal. When the Cloud Emperor saw the three emperors gathered, he gave the Beast Emperor another look. The Beast Emperor walked towards the Wind Emperor mountain silently and sealed all the experts who were knocked unconscious by the Thunder Emperor. He smiled and said to the three emperors, "The Beast Emperor has always been my man. The Demonic Emperor has always been my man. 65 years ago, before the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor entered, he was already my man. He is also my most loyal soul slave. After a period of time, all of you will become my servants. Of course, all of you can choose to die, I won't force you." Most loyal servant, 650,000 years ago, the Wind Emperor completely understood. Soul slave? The Beast Emperor was actually the Cloud Emperor's soul slave, and his life and death were controlled by him. No wonder the Demon Emperor, who had always been as timid as a mouse, was so ferocious and fearless today. It turned out that everything was controlled by the Cloud Emperor. 65 years ago, the Wind Emperor entered the Forgotten Land and had just become the Wind Emperor. At that time, the Cloud Emperor led his men to attack the Beast Emperor palace. After that incident, the Wind Emperor decided to stand on the Beast Emperor's side. He did not expect that the Beast Emperor did not escape during that battle and was enslaved by the Cloud Emperor. He was actually used by the Cloud Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. Ye and Hui were killed by you, right? Yi Qinghan and the Slaughter God Blade must be in your hands, right? How did you know that I was going to make a move? If he still didn't know who killed Ye Fei, then he would really be an idiot. This was because Ye Fei had the abilities of a war god at the peak of 6th grade. All 5 emperors were participating in the status challenge competition. Apart from Emperor Yun, who could transform into millions of people, no one else had the ability to kill Ye Fei without making a sound. He was just puzzled. How did the Cloud Emperor know his plan in advance? He left his true body outside. As soon as the Wind Emperor asked, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress, who were slowly recovering from their injuries, opened their eyes. After all, this concerned Yi Qinghan, and the two of them were also very confused about the Cloud Emperor's arrangements. This is even easier to explain. "We come out." Cloud Emperor smiled and shook her head. With a flip of her hand, a figure floated out of her emperor ring. It was Hui Fei, who had disappeared. "Greetings, master." Concubine Hui's expression was calm. She was still as beautiful as ever, but she did not look at the Wind Emperor or the Rain Empress. Instead, she bowed to the Cloud Emperor and stood quietly to the side. The moment the Wind Emperor and the Rain Empress saw Hui Fei, their eyes suddenly widened. Then, they instantly understood many things. Hui is actually very interesting. She was the spy I buried in the Rain Emperor mountain. I didn't expect the previous Rain Emperor to use her as a spy and bury her in the Wind Emperor mountain. And you, the Wind Emperor, just had to fall in love with her. Let me tell you one more thing. Hui is actually not as smart as you think. Many of the plans that she made with you, to be exact, were made by me and you, hee. The Cloud Emperor's words were very calm. His face did not have the arrogance of a villain who had achieved success. He still had that kind expression, but when he looked at the three of them, it seemed so terrifying. The Cloud Emperor was the first emperor in the Forgotten Land. It was not surprising that he could make many arrangements. However, he actually endured for so many years and pretended for so many years. His temperament could be said to be extremely terrifying. Sigh. The Rain Empress sighed. At this moment, she of course understood why Hui did not report the matter at the beginning. Instead, she suddenly sent a message when she was fighting, almost causing her to die on the spot. It turned out that everything was ordered by the Cloud Emperor. She looked at the Cloud Emperor with some loneliness and said, "Could it be that your eagerness to get out was also a pretense? Could it be that you really don't want to go out? Do you want to be a local tyrant in this land of death?" Wrong. The Cloud Emperor waved his hand. His face showed glory for the first time, and a trace of passion appeared in his eyes. "Of course I want to go out, but I want to bring a few 7th grade war god servants with me. I want to bring more than 100,000 warriors with me. I want to bring enough god stones to buy 100 cities. I want to make all those who look down on me regret and tremble in front of me. Don't worry, Yi Qinghan is very safe now. He is still in the Wind Emperor's ring, comprehending the mysteries. For those who can help me achieve my wish, of course I won't kill them. All right. We can talk about these things slowly. Wind Emperor, I'll take care of your subordinates first." The Cloud Emperor turned around and looked at the Wind Emperor mountain. The Beast Emperor had already sealed the divine crystals of the elders who were severely injured by the Thunder Emperor. "Everyone on the Wind Emperor mountain, listen up. The Wind Emperor Palace has a new master now. You have two choices. One, submit to me, and the other, die. Also, I can tell you clearly that in the future, the counterattack and the fight for the divine fruits will be abolished. Everyone can go up to the second level and obtain the divine fruits for free. Rumble. Following the Cloud Emperor's words, two surging torrents came from the two sides of the Wind Emperor Mountain. On the left side, there was an endless number of demonic beasts, while on the right side, there were about 1,000 warriors in white armor. The formation was uniform and intimidating, and it was obvious that they were the top experts of the Cloud Emperor tribe. The Cloud Emperor tribe and the Beast Emperor tribe left the Wind Emperor tribe the closest to the Wind Emperor tribe, and arrived earlier than the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe. This was normal, but they appeared at the same time. Needless to say, this was arranged by the Cloud Emperor. There were tens of thousands of warriors at the foot of the Wind Emperor Mountain, but no one dared to move or make a sound. The Wind Emperor was captured, and the most powerful elders in the tribe were captured as well. Of course, they didn't dare to resist, and they didn't have the strength to. Most importantly, the Cloud Emperor had abolished the counterattack and the fight for the divine fruits, so they didn't have the heart to resist. Since they were all subordinates, it didn't matter who they were loyal to. The warriors of the Beast Emperor tribe and the Cloud Emperor tribe were ready to drink blood at any time. We are willing to submit and pay our respects to the Emperor. The tens of thousands of experts knelt down in unison, bowed, and shouted. The Cloud Emperor waved his hand and asked them to return to the Wind Emperor Mountain and wait for his orders. To him, conquering the three major tribes was not difficult at all. The three martial emperors were in his hands. Without the Emperor's ring, the Wind Emperor Mountain, the Rain Emperor Mountain, and the Thunder Emperor Mountain were basically defenseless, and he could easily lead his men to attack. He and the Beast Emperor were the only two 7th-grade war gods in the Forgotten Tribe. Who could stop them? Beast Emperor. The men of the three major tribes are at your disposal. Take down the Thunder Emperor Mountain and the Rain Emperor Mountain. Those who don't obey, kill without mercy. With a sweep of his divine sense, he realized that the warriors of the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe who were rushing over had started to retreat to their own tribes. Obviously, they had either received the message from the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor, or they had discovered the situation here. The Cloud Emperor smiled and didn't care at all. He kept the Thunder Emperor, the Rain Emperor, and the Wind Emperor into his Emperor's ring and teleported away. Chapter 755. The Forgotten Land had undergone earth-shaking changes. Within a day, the three emperors were sealed, and the Wind Emperor Mountain had a new owner. At this moment, the Beast Emperor was still leading the powerhouses of the three tribes towards the Rain Emperor Mountain and the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Without the Emperor's ring, they could not open the seals on the mountains. It was only a matter of time before they fell. Of course, the moment the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor were sealed, the two tribes were destined to fall. Liao Qi was already dead. With the Cloud Emperor and the Beast Emperor joining hands, who in the Forgotten Land could defeat them? Of course, Yi Qinghan knew nothing about these things. He happily stayed in the Wind Emperor's ring and continued to immerse himself in the passion of creating a peerless, profound law. Why not? Why isn't it shaking anymore? Yi Qinghan was helpless. Half a day ago the two figures collided, and the result was obvious shaking. But now, after colliding so many times, there was no shaking at all. Could it be that the shaking just now was just an illusion? Whatever, keep colliding. I don't believe that I can't fuse them. Yi Qinghan continued to immerse himself in the ring. He believed that since he could fuse the two profound skills in a daze, there must be an opportunity for him to fuse them. If that was the case, then these two profound mysteries would definitely have an opportunity to fuse together. As long as he could find the slightest possibility of fusing them together, then he would be able to follow the clues and completely fuse the two profound mysteries together. Cloud Emperor did not wake up Yi Qinghan, nor did he move his body. He let him continue to stay in the Emperor's ring and cultivate peacefully. Master, can this Yi Qinghan really bring us out? Concubine Hui was gently massaging Cloud Emperor's calf. She glanced at the ring on Cloud Emperor's hand and asked curiously, "If there is anyone in this forgotten land who has the most hope of bringing us out, it is this little god general. Although I did not climb up the 5 Emperors Mountain, I have studied this forgotten land for a long time. I am very sure that as long as we walk into that altar, we can definitely break the seals of the forgotten land. Because the restrictive spells on the 5 Emperors Mountain are much stronger than in other places, which means that the core of the forgotten land is in the 5 Emperors Mountain, in that altar." Emperor Yun looked into the distance and said confidently, "Out of so many people who climbed up the 5 Emperors Mountain, only this little god general has hope. This is because this little god general is too strange. I have a feeling that this little god general might really succeed. Shio. At this moment, a tall silhouette quickly flew in from outside. The beast sovereign had a hideous smile on his face as he grabbed a white-robed lady and walked towards the Cloud Emperor with big strides. He knelt down on one knee in the hall, threw the white-robed lady aside and said respectfully, "Master, the Rain Emperor Mountain and the Thunder Emperor Mountain have already surrendered. I have caught the person you wanted." "Where is Yi Qinghan?" Yi Yaorao's face was filled with coldness. She had been cultivating in the #1 training room and didn't expect that the beast sovereign would suddenly rush in and seal her divine crystal with one palm strike. Then he carried her and ran towards the Cloud Emperor Mountain. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that since the beast sovereign could capture her from the Rain Emperor Mountain, it meant that something must have happened to the Rain Emperor and Yi Qinghan. "You don't have to worry. Yi Qinghan is very safe now and you will be very safe too. Of course the condition is that Yi Qinghan must have a breakthrough and is willing to cooperate." Emperor Yun smiled and kept Yi Yaorao into his sovereign ring. He threw her together with the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor. "Master, although the Rain Emperor tribe and the Thunder Emperor tribe have surrendered, I think many of them have other thoughts. Do you want to monitor them secretly, then?" The beast sovereign lifted his head and his eyes were filled with cruelty. It was obvious that not many experts from the Thunder Emperor Mountain and the Rain Emperor Mountain resisted, which made him feel that it wasn't satisfying to kill them. "There's no need. I can make them listen to me in the future. Go back to your Beast Sovereign Mountain and train more experts. They will be of great use to me in the future." Emperor Yun closed his eyes and waved his hand to dismiss the Beast Sovereign. After a long time he said to Hui Fei, "Pass down my order. All the warriors in the entire Forgotten Land can climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Whoever climbs the 5 Emperors Mountain will be heavily rewarded. Anything they want will be given. Also, ask Tianqin to send people to take over the 3 tribes." "Master, it's been 3 years. Why haven't the Thunder Emperor, Rain Emperor and Wind Emperor surrendered? Should we kill one of them to deter them?" The Cloud Emperor Palace, which was originally empty, was now filled with countless exquisite furnishings. There were also countless maids standing around, which made the Cloud Emperor Palace full of vitality. Emperor Yun reclined on a jade chair in the middle. A few maids beside him were gently massaging him. Hui Fei sat beside him and asked, "There's no hurry. I have plenty of time to waste with them. I don't believe that they can last long under the bone-devouring worms. They will be of great use to us. That's all you have to do in the future." Emperor Yun closed his eyes and smiled faintly. His cold smile made the maids beside him shudder. Oh, Hui Fei's heart also trembled. This Emperor Yun was too vicious. The bone-devouring worms were too terrifying. Back then she was tortured by these worms. In the end, she gave up resisting and completely surrendered to Emperor Yun. These worms burrowed into one's body and constantly tore at one's bones and flesh. Not only was it extremely painful, but it also made one unable to calm down and cultivate, let alone think of a way to break the seal on the divine crystal. Of course, Emperor Yun would strengthen the seal on the divine crystal every once in a while. The seal could not be broken at all. Hui Fei, of course, did not dare to reveal her thoughts. This Emperor Yun could annihilate her soul with just a thought. She quickly changed the topic and asked, "Is that Yi Qinghan still not out of seclusion?" Emperor Yun opened his eyes and looked at concubine Hui. His deep eyes seemed to have seen through her inner thoughts. He said leisurely, "What's the hurry? It's been hundreds of thousands of years." However, he suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. His eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling radiance and his body slightly trembled. It was as if he had encountered something that shocked him. "What's wrong, Master?" Hui Fei noticed Emperor Yun's abnormality. She stood up and asked softly. The maids beside her also did not dare to move for fear of disturbing Emperor Yun. How is this possible? How did this kid do it? The profound mysteries of the law of earth and the law of wind are not of the same origin. How can they be fused? Motherf asterisk Kerr, if he really succeeds, this kid will definitely be the #1 genius in the immortal world. Emperor Yun did not answer Hui Fei's question, nor did he care about the maids beside him. He suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with doubt and shock. Just now when Hui Fei mentioned Yi Qinghan, he subconsciously used his divine sense to glance at Yi Qinghan in the Wind Emperor's Emperor Ring. However, he saw a strange scene. The space in the Wind Emperor's Emperor Ring was not big. It was only the size of a small hall. It was spacious and empty. Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged inside. When Emperor Yun's divine sense probed in, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His body turned into a breeze. He took a step forward and suddenly disappeared. In the end, of course, he directly hit the wall of the room. With Emperor Yun's eyesight, of course, he could clearly see that the move that Yi Qinghan used just now actually contained the profound mysteries of the law of wind and the law of earth. How could he not be shocked? Yi Qinghan climbed up. He did not seem to mind that he was bruised by the wall. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Haha, I have finally created an unprecedented profound mystery. I can finally walk into that damn altar. Chapter 756. What? Emperor Yun was completely shocked. Yi Qinghan's words not only confirmed his deduction, but most importantly his last sentence. Yi Qinghan's words were extremely certain. Emperor Yun's heart trembled at this moment when he combined this kid's strange behavior all these years. Where the hell is this place? Yi Qinghan finally realized that something was wrong. Why was he not at the Five Emperors Mountain? Why did he not know that he was at another place? Where was the Rain Empress and the Thunder Empress? Why weren't they protecting him? Swoosh. In the next second, Yi Qinghan became even more bewildered and shocked because he discovered that with a flash of white light, he had actually arrived in a palace. Countless women in the palace were staring at him, and a white-haired, white-bearded old man was looking at him with a smile on his face. His face was filled with benevolence and admiration. Emperor Yun? Why am I here? Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong, and he secretly took out his communication token to send a message to the Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan, right? You said that you are confident that you can enter that altar. Is that true? Emperor Yun could obviously see through Yi Qinghan's little trick, but he did not mind at all. Instead he spoke gently. I was just joking. Emperor Yun, I have something urgent to deal with. I'll make a move first. Let's talk later. As expected, the communication with the Rain Empress failed. Yi Qinghan was even more nervous and prepared to escape first. Without the Rain Empress and the Thunder Empress by his side, he was not confident that he could face Emperor Yun alone. Answer me. Is what you just said true? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will still be alive in the next second. Emperor Yun was anxious. His aura suddenly exploded, and the entire Emperor Yun's palace instantly turned into an ice cellar. You dare to kill me? If you're not afraid of the Rain Empress and the Thunder Empress, do it. Yi Qinghan felt bitter when he felt Emperor Yun's violent murderous intent, but he could only force himself to reply and remind Emperor Yun to use the names of the Thunder Empress and the Thunder Empress to intimidate him. Rain Empress? Thunder Emperor? After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Emperor Yun's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. His expression also became calm again as he said faintly, All right, what do I have to do for you to say it? Call the Rain Empress and the Thunder Monarch over, and I'll tell you. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Today's matter was too strange. Without the Thunder Empress by his side, he felt uneasy. All right. Emperor Yun smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, two figures appeared out of thin air in the main hall. Yi Qinghan took a closer look and realized that it was the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor. However, the two of them had their eyes closed and were standing calmly. Beads of sweat continuously dripped from their faces and bodies, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Their expressions were very serious, but it was clear that they seemed to be in extreme pain. All right, you've seen him. Can you tell me now? The Cloud Thearch's indifferent words startled Yi Qinghan. The people in front of him were indeed the Thunder Thearch and the Rain Empress. Their spirit auras were exactly the same. However, from the looks of it, the two of them were in a very bad situation. He hurriedly rushed towards the two of them, but was flung away by the Cloud Thearch lightly. Ignoring the pain on his body, he climbed up and shouted at the Cloud Thearch, Old dog, what did you do to the two of them? Let them go or I'll kill you. Hiss. There was a silent gasp in the main hall. All the maidservants' expressions changed. This brat actually dared to call the Cloud Thearch an old dog. It should be known that not long ago, a maidservant who did not serve Yi Qinghan well was directly bitten to death by the bone-devouring insects released by the Cloud Thearch. Even in the past, no one dared to scold the Cloud Thearch like this. Moreover, the Cloud Thearch had now become the master of the entire Forgotten Land. Some timid maidservants began to close their eyes, unable to bear to see Yi Qinghan's pitiful state. To everyone's surprise, the Cloud Thearch actually did not make a move, nor was he angry. Instead, he laughed happily and said to Yi Qinghan, They're fine. Moreover, that cold woman of yours is also very safe. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can be obedient. The angrier Yi Qinghan was, the happier the Cloud Thearch was. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Qinghan had someone he cared about. Combined with the fact that this brat had rushed to the Thunder Emperor mountain to snatch the woman, it could be clearly determined that this brat was a person who cared about relationships. Since he had someone he cared about, he valued relationships very much. Then there was no need to fear that Yi Qinghan would not give in. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor were kept into the Emperor Ring. With a flip of his hand, a figure once again appeared in the main hall. Yao Rao? Yao Rao, are you all right? When Yi Qinghan saw this, his body shook again. His entire body started to tremble and he rushed over again. In the end, he was once again repelled by an invisible wave of air. In front of the cloud the arch, his strength was no different from that of an ant. Yi Qinghan's eyes were originally closed, but when she heard Yi Qinghan's voice, she suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw that Yi Qinghan was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief and said anxiously, "Qinghan, I'm fine." The Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor were captured by him, and that Wind Emperor was also captured by him. They are so pitiful. Before she could finish speaking, she was kept into the cloud the arch. The cloud the arch turned his head to look, and his smile became even wider. Yi Qinghan stood up from the ground. Although his eyes were filled with anger, his expression was calm. After a moment of silence, he sighed helplessly and said, "All right, Cloud the Arch. You've won. State your conditions. Don't be anxious. Answer my question first." The Cloud the Arch waved his hand, dismissing the maids and concubine Hui. Then he said with a smile, "You mean walking into that sacrificial altar?" Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. When he saw the Cloud the Arch nod, he said, "I have 70% confidence that I can walk in." "How can you be so confident?" The smile on the Cloud Thearch's face became even wider. His eyebrows and beard danced, and his eyes were full of smiles as he asked, "I created a footwork technique. I think I can walk in with that footwork technique." Although the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor were in the Cloud Thearch's hands, Yi Qinghan still subconsciously hid the fact that he climbed the Five Emperors Mountain and entered the War Imperial Palace. Is it that footwork technique that combines the wind and earth nomological laws? How did you fuse them? The Cloud Thearch's eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. I accidentally fused them. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not be stupid enough to tell the Cloud the Arch that he had two souls. Moreover, since the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress could not see through his soul, he was not afraid of the Cloud the Arch seeing through it. The Cloud the Arch was silent. He knew that Yi Qinghan was hiding something, but he did not dare to force Yi Qinghan too much. After all, Yi Qinghan was his hope of walking out. After thinking for a while, he said, "Walk into that sacrificial altar and remove the seal. I can guarantee the safety of your women, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress." *T. I removed the seal and you fell out with me. What can I do to you? Let them go first and everything can be discussed. Otherwise you can just kill me. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and did not buy it at all. Although he did not know what happened, he was sure that the Cloud the Arch wanted to get out. "I won't kill you, but I can kill the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress one by one in front of you. Do you believe me?" The Cloud the Arch chuckled. His smile was still kind, but Yi Qinghan felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. At this moment he believed that the Cloud the Arch would definitely do what he said. He realized that he had no right to negotiate with the Cloud the Arch at all. Chapter 757. I believe you. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He knew that he was too impulsive just now and the Cloud Emperor had seen through his character. After a moment of silence, he clenched his teeth and said, "I'll take a step back. If I can enter the sacrificial altar and remove the curse and seal of the investiture of God's Valley, you have to let the three of them go. Also, you can't chase after us after leaving the investiture of God's Valley." Out of Yi Qinghan's expectation, Emperor Yun also took a step back. "I can make this divine emperor blood oath. But I can only let you and that cold ice jade body go. I can only promise that I won't kill the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. Of course, I won't let anyone kill them either. You can rest assured that I only need them to do one thing for me. This is my bottom line. If you still don't agree, I can let you see how the Rain Empress dies." Looking at Emperor Yun's determined expression, Yi Qinghan knew that this was the best condition. After another moment of silence, he nodded and said, "I still need to go into seclusion for a period of time to fuse that profound mystery to the initial level. At most 1 year. Good. I'll give you 1 year to cultivate peacefully. During this 1 year, I'll let your woman and the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress live a good life. As for whether they can live a better life, it's all up to you." Emperor Yun stood up happily and laughed. He directly put Yi Qinghan into the Emperor Ring of the Wind Emperor. Although this person is a strange talent, he is a little ignorant. If I don't kill them, can't I enslave them? Ah, idiot. Emperor Yun laughed sinisterly. His face was full of vigor. Then, he flipped his hand and a green figure appeared in the hall. It was the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor had been bitten by the bone-devouring bugs for 3 years, but Emperor Yun didn't care about him. This was the first time he was released. Wind Emperor, have you thought it through? Eat this soul fruit. Emperor Yun chuckled as he took out a brown fruit and threw it over. He looked at Wind Emperor calmly and opened his hand at the same time. Wind Emperor's body suddenly trembled. Countless golden insects drilled out of Wind Emperor's body and drilled small bloody holes on his body. It looked extremely terrifying. Oh! After these insects crawled out, the Wind Emperor felt much more comfortable. He no longer cared about the blood trickling out of his body. The Wind Emperor opened his eyes weakly and glanced at the brown fruit on the ground. His eyes revealed a look of hatred as he said in a low voice, "You want me to become your sole slave? Dream on, old dog." Shio. The Cloud Emperor didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and shot out an air wave. The air wave turned into an air blade in the air and slashed at the Wind Emperor's left arm. Chi. The Wind Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream as one of his bloody arms was chopped off. He rolled on the ground, spraying a pool of blood. Shio. Shio. Another 2 air blades shot out. This time, they drifted towards the Wind Emperor's legs. With a blood-curdling scream, his legs floated up and 2 streams of blood sprayed out. The Wind Emperor's body was sprawled on the ground in a pool of blood. The Cloud Emperor was very decisive and didn't hesitate at all. Another air wave appeared in the Cloud Emperor's hand and swallowed in the air. This time he didn't shoot it out. Instead, he looked at the Wind Emperor with a smile. However, his tone wasn't as calm as before. Instead, he said in a very serious tone, "I don't like to talk nonsense. You know very well that I won't let you off. On account that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I will return you your freedom after enslaving you for 1,000,000 years. Now you have 2 choices. Either you eat the soul fruit or die." The Wind Emperor's body was convulsing and trembling slightly. It wasn't because of the pain on his body, but because of the air blade in the Wind Emperor's hand. It was because he was afraid. He was really afraid. The Cloud Emperor's actions and words made him understand that if he said no, his divine crystal would turn into dust in the next second. Furthermore, the Cloud Emperor's words also caused a gap in his mental defenses. Cultivation wasn't easy. Indeed, he had cultivated for close to 1,000,000 years and finally reached this realm. How could he die so easily? Although being enslaved for 1,000,000 years was very long, at least there was still hope, wasn't there? Moreover, if the Cloud Emperor was killed by an expert one day, wouldn't he still be able to regain his freedom? I eat it. The Wind Emperor raised his remaining hand and grabbed the brown soul fruit on the ground. He ate it in one bite. The soul fruit melted in his mouth. Countless soul poisons quickly surged into his brain and into his soul. The Wind Emperor didn't resist and allowed these soul emperors to invade his soul. He made a soul contract with them. The soul poison of the soul fruit wasn't strong. Although his divine power was sealed, his soul could easily resist it. However, he knew that once he resisted, he would die immediately. Someone bring the Wind Emperor to recuperate. The Cloud Emperor looked at the Wind Emperor in disdain. He secretly cursed the Wind Emperor for being useless. He didn't even use the many methods he had prepared, but he immediately surrendered. With a flip of his hand, dozens of experts appeared out of thin air in the palace. They were the elders of the Wind Emperor Palace who were sealed previously. Throwing out dozens of soul fruits, the Cloud Emperor didn't waste any time and said coldly, "Eat him and become my soul slave. Serve me for 1,000,000 years or die." Bulsh *ti, a 6th-grade war god was the first to curse. However, before he could finish his sentence, a violent airwave shot out from the Cloud Emperor's hand. This expert's divine crystal immediately exploded, and he died on the spot. Who else wants to die? Say it. The Cloud Emperor glanced at the crowd indifferently. His indifferent gaze in the eyes of the crowd was like a sharp sword that slid across their hearts. The crowd fell silent. Not long after, another airwave shot out. A figure flew backward, and his divine crystal also exploded. He died instantly. Their divine power was sealed, and they couldn't resist the Cloud Emperor at all. I don't want to wait too long. Start from the left. If you don't eat it, die. Before the Cloud Emperor finished his sentence, the first expert on the left immediately grabbed the soul fruit floating in front of him and swallowed it. You don't have to be too angry. Not only you but your emperor has also become my soul slave. All the experts of the Cloud Emperor Mountain who are above the 5th grade war god level are my soul slaves. Moreover, you will see in a while that all the experts of the Forgotten Land will either be like you or die." The Cloud Emperor waved his hand and asked the crowd to stand aside. He said to the outside, "Tianqin, bring the experts of the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor tribes here. The Monster Emperor, come out too. Kill those who don't want to eat the soul fruit." The first one to come out was the patrol of the Thunder Emperor tribe, Feng Qi. He walked into the Cloud Emperor palace and saw the corpses on the ground. He also saw the experts of the Wind Emperor Mountain standing on the left. He then saw the Monster Emperor standing next to the Cloud Emperor, and the soul fruit that the Cloud Emperor threw at him. He instantly understood why the Cloud Emperor summoned the experts of the two tribes today. 1 year later, the protective shield of the 5 Emperors Mountain was opened again. More than 100,000 low-level warriors and the elders of the various tribes gathered at the foot of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Today the freak Yi Qinghan would climb the mountain again. Moreover, from the Cloud Emperor's tone, there was a high chance that he would enter the altar and remove the seal. This place of death would become a place of life, and the aura of the immortal realm would once again float under the dusky sky. However, all the warriors did not have the usual excitement. They all stood at the foot of the 5 Emperors Mountain in silence. They all knew that even if they could get out, even if this place of death became a place of life, their hearts would be dead for the next million years. This was because all the experts present, except for the Freak, his woman, and the Thunder Emperor Rain Queen, had all become Cloud Emperor's soul slaves. Those who did not become soul slaves had already died in the Cloud Emperor Palace a year ago. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Yaorao, who was standing at the foot of the mountain. He looked at the Thunder Emperor Rain Queen, who wanted to say something but was obviously sealed by the Cloud Emperor. Yi Qinghan felt sad. Without saying anything, he looked at the few of them deeply. He turned around and floated towards the 5 Emperors Mountain with the Wind Emperor. After a while, they disappeared into the golden protective shield on the peak of the mountain. The protective shield on the peak of the 5 Emperors Mountain was still shining brightly. Chapter 758. At the peak of the 5 Monarchs Mountain, the altar was still emitting a rainbow light. It was quietly sitting on the golden soil. The eerie door seemed to hide an endless void, attracting people to explore and search for secrets. "Brat, go in. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise you will die miserably." Wind Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan eerily. The hatred in his eyes was very obvious. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan's saber, he wouldn't be so impulsive and wouldn't be in such a situation. "If you continue to be so long-winded, believe it or not, I will go down and let your master give you a few slaps." Yi Qinghan glared at him angrily. He might be afraid of Wind Emperor in the past, but now Wind Emperor was just a dog of Emperor Yun. Wind Emperor wouldn't dare to make a move even if he was given 100 guts. Since he couldn't make a move, Yi Qinghan obviously wouldn't have stage fright. Wind Emperor was furious. His divine power surged and his hand lit up with rays of light. He raised his palm high as though he was going to slap Yi Qinghan away. Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be afraid. He stood quietly and looked at Wind Emperor mockingly like a warrior who didn't fear death. Bang! Of course, the Wind Emperor didn't dare to slap Yi Qinghan. He didn't even dare to injure Yi Qinghan. He could only smash the divine power in his hand onto the ground. He looked at Yi Qinghan viciously but didn't dare to say anything. Looking at Wind Emperor, who was extremely sullen, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He strode towards the altar. When he reached the entrance of the altar, he slowed down his footsteps. After standing there for a while, he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the golden door. His mind also calmed down and he began to carefully sense it. As expected, not long after, the scene in front of him changed again. His consciousness came to the majestic palace again. "Only 20 years have passed? Young man, why are you here?" Not long after, the old voice slowly sounded, and it was filled with a trace of doubt. "My lord, I have fused with a profound mystery. I don't think anyone in the god world has ever succeeded in fusing with it." Yi Qinghan expressed his intentions very respectfully. The old voice trembled slightly as if he couldn't believe it. He was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "Show me." "Demonstration? I entered this place with my consciousness. Can my consciousness be demonstrated as well?" Yi Qinghan touched his nose blankly. The old voice sounded again, "Just demonstrate it to your heart's content. If this emperor says it can, then it can." Although Yi Qinghan found it strange that the battle emperor could see through the things that he had simulated with his consciousness, he did not think too much about it. The silhouette formed by Zhang Shen's consciousness morphed into a gust of wind and drifted forward. While he was in midair, he suddenly vanished. In the next second he appeared on the palace wall 10,000 meters away. Obstructed by the palace wall, he was repelled back. Yi Qinghan looked at the palace wall in front of him and was shocked. He had just fused the profound mystery. With Emperor Yun by his side, he didn't dare to test how fast his speed was. He didn't expect to cross a distance of 10,000 meters in a second. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the palace, he could have gone even further. Wasn't this speed too terrifying? He didn't know if this speed existed in reality. If it did, he would be rich. The old voice sounded nasally, and his voice was filled with shock and confusion. However, he didn't stay silent for too long. He quickly said, and this time his voice was very cheerful and he seemed much younger. "Young man, you are the only person in tens of millions of years who has shocked this emperor. You can come in." "What is this little bastard doing?" The Wind Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan with resentment. He saw that Yi Qinghan was holding the door with one hand and lowering her head, just like the last time. She looked like she was deep in thought. He scolded in his heart. This little bastard thought that he could enter just by putting on a cool appearance? In the next second, he saw Yi Qinghan suddenly open her eyes and raise her head. Then, she stretched out her hand to stroke her hair and revealed a faint smile. She lifted her leg and took a step towards the pitch-black door. Then, she disappeared into the door. Disappeared? Wind Emperor blinked his eyes in confusion. Then his body trembled. Yi Qinghan really disappeared. He actually walked into this sacrificial altar? And he walked in so easily? Wind Emperor was confused for a while. His eyes lit up. His figure flashed and suddenly flashed towards the sacrificial altar. He imitated Yi Qinghan and placed one hand on the golden door. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he walked into the pitch-black door. Bang! A powerful force was reflected from the gate. The Wind Emperor was sent flying and smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He randomly swept the dirt off his head and glared at the gate with resentment. Then he climbed up and rushed down the Five Monarchs Mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the Wind Emperor's figure sprinted towards the Five Emperors Mountain, more than 100,000 pairs of eyes locked onto his figure at the same time. The Cloud Emperor's eyes were frighteningly bright as he stared at the Wind Emperor. His robe, hair, and beard fluttered even though there was no wind. "Master Yi Qinghan," he walked in. He walked into the sacrificial altar. Wind Emperor obviously didn't dare to report such a big matter. Before he even rushed down, he shouted. His urgent voice resounded in the empty Five Emperors Mountain and echoed in the ears of over 100,000 martial artists who were silent. Wow! The Five Emperors Mountain, which was as quiet as a dead pond, seemed to have been struck by lightning at this moment, causing the water in the dead pond to boil. Good, good, good. Cloud Emperor raised his hands high and waved them in the air 3 times. His face was full of smiles. His wrinkled face seemed to have become several 100,000 years younger at this moment. The Rain Empress and Thunder Emperor opened their eyes abruptly at this moment. Then they looked at each other and saw the endless bitterness in each other's eyes. At this moment, the bodies and souls of over 100,000 martial artists trembled. Countless people's eyes became slightly moist at this moment. How many years had it been? 100,000 years? 300,000 years? 800,000 years? Many people had stayed in this place that was forgotten by the realm of the gods, this cursed place, for tens of thousands of years. How many times had they fantasized about getting out? They imagined that someone would walk up the Five Emperors Mountain and walk into this sacrificial altar. Someone had gone up. Every time they came to the Five Emperors Mountain, they were filled with hope and excitement. However, what welcomed them was disappointment and heartache time and time again. Today, someone finally walked in. They finally had the hope to walk out of this damned place. They could finally bathe in the demonic sun and cool breeze of the realm of the gods again. However, this man named Yi Qinghan, why didn't he walk in earlier? Why didn't he walk in a few years earlier? Why? Or did he walk in after they had all become Cloud Emperor's soul slaves? Many people started to cry silently. They started to cry for this villainous heavens that played tricks on them. They started to cry for the man who walked into the sacrificial altar. They started to cry for themselves. They started to feel like crying for some reason. Chapter 759. This place is so magical. Yi Qinghan was extremely excited as he stood in the War Imperial Hall. The War Imperial Hall was exactly the same as when his consciousness had first entered. But when he completely stepped into this place, he was still deeply shocked. This majestic hall was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. It was filled with mysteries and an indescribable power. It was filled with a heart-palpitating aura. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless pillars that soared into the sky, looked at the strange patterns on the pillars, looked at the blurry walls in the distance, and looked at the towering roofs that seemed to be in the clouds. For the first time Yi Qinghan felt how small he was. It was unbelievable that a divine general realm martialist like him would feel insignificant in front of a building. "Come up and talk." An old voice rang out, but Yi Qinghan could clearly sense that it was coming from in front of him. Yi Qinghan bowed in front of him before circulating his divine power and drifting forward. He was neither fast nor slow, traversing several thousand meters in just a few breaths. The scenery in front of him gradually became clearer as he moved forward. However, Yi Qinghan's emotions were even more shaken. The pillars in front of him began to decrease in number, but they became larger. Moreover, the patterns on them were different from those of the previous pillars. These patterns were actually swimming slowly. Sometimes they converged into ancient beasts and sometimes they converged into sinister demons. These grotesque vicious beasts and evil demons were extremely realistic. Those pairs of cold eyes made Yi Qinghan shiver all over. Just the patterns alone made Yi Qinghan feel like an ant. There was a huge sculpture on the wall in front of them. The background of the sculpture was a towering mountain. Below the mountain, there were all kinds of strange trees and grasses, grotesquely shaped stone peaks, uncles, grass, and within the stone peaks, there were countless ferocious beasts. All of them looked ferocious and terrifying, and their auras were terrifying. They wanted to break free, devour the stars, and destroy the world. When Yi Qinghan looked at the top of the sculpture, he couldn't take his eyes off it. At the very top of the sculpture was the peak of the towering green mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. In the distance there was a demonic sun. On the peak of the green mountain there were no rocks, no flowers, no giant trees, only a tiny figure. From the back one could see that it was a man. The man wore a black robe and had one hand behind his back as he gazed at the demonic sun and sea of clouds in the distance. The man was not tall, nor did he release any aura. However, when Yi Qinghan saw this silhouette, he felt that it was incomparably majestic and imposing. Not to mention the demonic beasts below, even the towering green mountain seemed so small and insignificant in front of him. At this moment Yi Qinghan felt that the ferocious and terrifying demon beasts under the green mountain, the strange mountain peaks, the colorful clouds, and the dazzling demonic sun had all lost their colors in front of this figure. Buzz. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The statue in front of him suddenly came to life. The demonic beasts and ferocious beasts below began to roar silently. The clouds above the green mountain began to float, and the silhouette began to slowly turn around, revealing a face that had experienced the vicissitudes of life and a pair of mysterious eyes. What kind of eyes were these? Yi Qinghan didn't feel like he was looking at a pair of eyes, but rather a vast ocean, a vast expanse of stars, and an endless void. Lucky young man. You are the only person in the entire divine realm who has entered the War Imperial Hall. However, you were actually able to fuse the profound mysteries of the law of earth and the law of wind together, so you have the qualifications to enter. My War Imperial Hall is not bad, right? The black-robed man looked very young, but he gave off a feeling of vicissitudes. My lord, I don't know how to describe it. This hall of yours is too shocking, I'm still a little dizzy. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose. Although there were thousands of words in his heart, he didn't know how to express them in the end. He could only honestly say what he truly felt. Ah, you brat, you are quite interesting. You don't need to be shocked because this War Imperial Hall will belong to you from now on. It's not that I am arrogant, but the defenses of this hall are extremely formidable, so formidable that you wouldn't dare to believe it. You will know the specifics later. Moreover, there are many marvelous aspects of the War Imperial Hall that you can slowly explore in the future. The old man's words were earth-shattering. Yi Qinghan never imagined that the great treasure this old man would give him would be so great that he would actually give him such a strange palace. Thank you, my lord, this gift of yours is a bit too precious. Yi Qinghan bowed towards the old man. Although he didn't know what the mysteries of this palace were, Yi Qinghan could conclude that this War Imperial Hall was absolutely no worse than the Soul Emperor's dream palace. As for Carefree Pavilion, there was no need to compare it. Ah, as my descendant, this isn't anything at all. Refine this is the great treasure I am giving you. After the old man finished speaking, a black stone that looked like an ordinary pebble appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan strongly suppressed the excitement in his heart and reached out to grab it. This War Emperor actually said that this War Imperial Hall wasn't anything at all, and that this stone was the great treasure? Just how great of a treasure was this? However, as he grabbed the stone, he couldn't feel anything special about it. He swept his divine sense through it and found that it was no different from an ordinary stone. After playing with it for a moment, he asked in puzzlement, "My lord, what is this?" "You don't need to know what this is. This thing has been sealed by me with a spell. There are a total of 3 layers, and once you reach a certain level of strength, it will automatically unravel. With your current strength, you can only refine the first layer. When you unravel the 3rd layer, you will know just how precious this treasure of mine is." The old man sighed faintly. He seemed to be incomparably tired and lonely. He slowly turned around and raised his head to look at the gorgeous clouds and the magnificent demonic sun. He sighed faintly and said, "This emperor relied on the spiritual gathering array of the sealed God Valley to barely preserve a trace of my spiritual soul. Young man, your strength is too low now. When you unravel the 3rd layer of the seal, we will meet again. At that time, I will tell you many things as well as many secrets of the divine world that you don't know. Good luck, young man. I look forward to meeting you again." Yi Qinghan was a little confused as he listened to the old man's words. Then he was shocked and rushed forward in a panic. He directly leaned against the huge statue and exclaimed, "Wait, my lord, you still haven't told me how to unravel the seal of the sealed God Valley?" However, on the sculpture in front of him, the beasts that were still moving just now also suddenly stopped moving at this moment. The clouds were no longer floating. Most importantly, the figure on the mountain peak, that old man, had actually disappeared. "My lord. Senior? My lord, senior, old ancestor, can you stop playing? If you can't unravel the seal, you will die." However, no matter how urgently Yi Qinghan shouted, the old man's voice didn't appear. Yi Qinghan stood in the huge palace and was instantly stunned. Chapter 760. This lord must be a natural idiot. He just threw a stone and left. Although he said something, it was as though he didn't say anything. After shouting for a long time, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed that the expert wouldn't appear again. Or rather, he wouldn't appear before Yi Qinghan unlocked the 3rd layer of the seal. He said that he would give this war imperial hall to him, but he didn't tell him how to control it or how to give it to him. Most importantly, Mo Wuji didn't have the time to ask him how to remove the seal and walk out of Sealed God Valley. If he walked out like this, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to imagine what kind of crazy things the furious Emperor Yun would do. That's right. Refine the stone. Yi Qinghan stared at the stone carefully. This stone looked like a cobblestone. Could it be that there was something special about it? This war emperor said that he could refine the 1st layer. Could it be that something unexpected would happen after he refined the 1st layer? There was no way out. Yi Qinghan could only sit cross-legged in the main hall and begin to refine this black stone. Placing the stone in his palm, Yi Qinghan started to circulate his divine power and let it envelop the stone. Then it slowly seeped into the stone. The stone suddenly emitted a gentle glow. In front of Yi Qinghan's stunned eyes, it actually disappeared. What? What made Yi Qinghan even more dumbfounded was that the stone had actually appeared in his divine crystal. Furthermore, it was inside his divine crystal. At the same time, the stone had established a spiritual connection with him. A lot of information flowed into Yi Qinghan's mind. It can't be. Wah. When Yi Qinghan sorted out the information in his mind, he was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. However, he didn't intend to close it either. His wide-open mouth curved into 2 arcs as he laughed wildly with joy. Boom! Just as the stone in Yi Qinghan's hand was transferred to the God Crystal, the 5 Emperors Mountain underwent an earth-shattering change. A dull sound came from the 5 Emperors Mountain. Suddenly, a destructive aura came from the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. This aura not only caused all the experts at the foot of the mountain to turn pale with fright and tremble uncontrollably, even the Wind Emperor, the Cloud Emperor, and the Demon Emperor's expressions changed instantly. The 3 of them released their divine powers at the same time, forming a protective barrier in front of them. At the same time, they brought the Thunder Monarch and Yi Yao Rao with them as they retreated frantically. Boom! Countless loud noises could be heard from the foot of the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, the destructive aura disappeared into thin air as if it had never been emitted. All the experts retreated tens of thousands of meters and looked at the 5 Emperors Mountain. They looked at each other and did not understand what was going on. Boom! The sound grew louder and louder. In the end, under the shocked gazes of more than 100,000 people, the 5 Emperors Mountain, from top to bottom, one mountain after another, turned into dust. The first thing that happened was the golden light shield. It disappeared in a flash and the altar inside was eroded. The golden soil turned into golden powder. Next was the purple fifth mountain. It started eroding and turned into purple powder. Then, the green fourth mountain turned into green powder, the lofty and majestic Five Emperors Mountain which contained a great amount of power, the Five Emperors Mountain which struck fear into the hearts of more than 100,000 experts, disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It turned into dust which filled the sky and danced wildly in the air. Wow! Seeing this scene, everyone was silent at first, dead silent. Instead they started to scream in fear. This was too unbelievable. Who had the power to turn the Five Emperors Mountain into dust? The Cloud Emperor and the Beast Emperor looked at each other. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress also looked at each other. They were all shocked and confused. It was a good thing that the Five Emperors Mountain changed. This meant that Yi Qinghan might have succeeded. However, this change was too tragic. The entire Five Emperors Mountain was gone. If Yi Qinghan did not succeed, then it was really over. Boom. At this moment, 5 earth-shattering explosions sounded out at the same time. The ground of the entire Forgotten Land began to tremble. Countless divine senses quickly scanned the area, only to find that the 5 mountains of the 5 tribes were instantly eroded like the Five Emperors Mountain and turned into dust. Tsk tisk. Before everyone could react, another change occurred. The colorful powder that was flying in the air suddenly began to gather in the center and began to spin in the air. At the same time, the powder that the 5 mountains of the 5 tribes had turned into also quickly surged in this direction. Finally, it condensed into a huge colorful ball. This colorful ball started to spin faster and faster, and the ball became smaller and smaller. Initially, it was the size of a mountain. Eventually, it became the size of a blue ball. Furthermore, it was still spinning and becoming smaller. Hiss hiss. This time even the Cloud Emperor, the Beast Emperor and the Wind Emperor turned pale. The 5 mountains of the 5 Emperors Mountain and the 5 tribes had all turned into dust and gathered towards the sky, turning into a colorful ball. This was not important. What was important was that as the colorful ball continued to spin, a terrifying aura was emitted from the colorful ball. The energy within the colorful ball had reached a terrifying level. Even a cultivation wastrel would be able to sense the dense divine chi coming out of it. The terrifying energy was still being compressed. If it exploded, the entire Forgotten Land would be razed to the ground. Even the Cloud Emperor would not be able to escape. Is it going to explode? Are we going to die? Is it doomsday? Countless warriors looked at the colorful ball in the sky and felt a sense of relief. Before they became soul slaves, they thought that a mere 1,000,000 years would pass. Facing the threat of death, they chose to retreat. However, the moment they became soul slaves, they knew that they were wrong. The moment they became soul slaves, they felt that they were no longer themselves. The sharp sword floating above their spiritual sea made them feel that every day was so hard. To think that days without freedom were so painful. How can this be? How can this be? No. The Cloud Emperor was terrified. He had painstakingly planned for 1,000,000 years and was about to succeed. However, everything he had worked so hard for, including his life, could be turned into dust in the next second. He started to roar in his heart, but he could not do anything. He could only watch as the colorful ball became smaller and smaller. Fireworks. Take care of yourself. Find a good husband. Lei Jin's mouth was filled with bitterness. His face was filled with regret and guilt. Father, mother, blue rain will be filial to you in the next life. The Rain Empress also felt a wave of despair. Under such a powerful explosion, no one could survive. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She looked around blankly and murmured, "Little man, where are you? Qinghan, can I die with you?" There was no despair on Yi Yaorao's face. There was only a trace of hope. She did not expect to survive. She only wanted to see Yi Qinghan one last time. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. It was not loud, but it was like a balloon bursting. A light that was so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. In fact, all of their eyes were temporarily blinded. God energy that was 10 times denser than that of the God world enveloped them all. Ha! Why isn't there an explosion? Why aren't we dead? Heavens! Divine Emperor, I'm not seeing things, am I? A surprised voice rang out, startling everyone. More than 100,000 pairs of eyes opened at the same time. However, all of them had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. The entire sky of the Forgotten Land lit up at this moment. The surroundings were no longer dark and gloomy. At this moment, the entire Forgotten Land was filled with divine energy. It was incomparably abundant, even denser than the divine world. This was not what surprised everyone the most. What shocked them the most was that the black soil of the Forgotten Land began to turn yellow, golden, Countless flowers and trees began to grow on the golden soil. They began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if everyone could smell the fragrance of flowers. The huge circular hole in the sky was so clear that everyone could see the clear sky of the divine world through it. At this moment, everyone smelled something that they had not felt for a long time. The aura of the divine world. In the blink of an eye, the entire forgotten land became full of life. At this moment, the land of death and danger had actually transformed into a land of immortals that was filled with immortal chi. One thought to hell, one thought to heaven. Things changed too quickly. Even the Rain Empress, who was a soul cultivator, felt as if she could not think straight at this moment. Just as everyone stared blankly at the beautiful scenery around them, looking at the sky through the circular hole, a figure appeared in the sky. Dressed in green, with a frail body and a handsome face, he looked down at the more than 100,000 stunned gazes and smiled brightly. "What are you all standing there for? I now declare you all free. The Valley of Gods is no longer in the apatheicized world. Waha I Huhan's Han O. No I Yi Ching Han am finally back. I can finally go home." Chapter 761. Oh! Everyone looked at the figure in the sky and instantly understood one thing. The seal on the Valley of the Gods had been lifted. Lifted? Lifted. The Valley of the Gods that had been sealed for millions of years was finally unsealed. The forgotten land was no longer forgotten by the immortal realm. This place was no longer a cursed land, no longer a land of death, no longer a land of despair. However, many warriors did not know whether to be happy or sad at this moment. Their hearts were at a loss. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Countless people even looked at Yi Ching Han in the sky with resentment. This scene, if only it had happened a few years earlier, it's finally lifted. I wonder if I will have the chance to see my little firework? It's lifted. Little man, you did not disappoint me. It's just that. I wonder if you will have the chance to return to your family and see your parents? Lei Jin and the Empress Rain looked at Yi Ching Han in the sky and smiled together. However, their smiles were still bitter. The two knew very well that Emperor Yun would immediately attack them after Yi Ching Han lifted the seal. Although the two were not attacked by the bone-devouring worms, the divine crystal seal was extremely strong. If Emperor Yun wanted to kill them, he only needed to move a finger. Something's wrong. The two of them raised their eyebrows at the same time and looked at each other. Then they looked at Yi Ching Han in bewilderment. Yi Ching Han's tone was not right. His words were not right. His words seemed to be filled with endless confidence and unbridled arrogance. How could he dare to be so arrogant in front of Emperor Yun? Where did his confidence come from? In this situation, if he was not a fool, he would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. Then, did he have something to rely on? Thunder Emperor and the Empress Rain's eyes started to burn. Although this hope was very slim, the two chose to believe in Yi Ching Han. Because he was a man who could create miracles. Yi Yaorao smiled the moment Yi Ching Han appeared. Her smile was like an orchid in an empty valley, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. When she saw the smile on Yi Ching Han's face, her heart was inexplicably calm and peaceful. She had an inexplicable feeling that her man would once again blossom with his brilliance. Ah, good, good. Yi Ching Han, you really didn't disappoint me. You really are the #1 genius of the divine world. A million years, this emperor has been trapped in this ghastly place for a million years. Today this emperor can finally see the light. This emperor can finally return to the divine world. I can finally bring my subordinates and experts back openly. This emperor is going to... Emperor Yin laughed heartily. His old face became extremely rosy at this moment. His white hair and beard danced in the air. Every part of his body was filled with ecstasy and unbridled arrogance. Just now he had almost exploded. He thought that it was all over, but in the blink of an eye, he had gone from hell to heaven. How could he not be ecstatic? Wouldn't he be overjoyed? You shut up, old dog. The people I'm talking about do not include you. However, a cold voice abruptly rang out, rudely interrupting his words. Furthermore, the contents of the words were extremely unreasonable. Shut up, old dog, and in front of so many people, countless martial artists who were at a loss were even more at a loss. The Thunder Monarch and the Rain Empress eyes were burning. The smile on Yi Yaorao's face was even more radiant. As for Emperor Yun, Emperor Wind, and the Demon the Arch, they were dumbfounded. You want me to shut up? You call me old dog? Emperor Yun pointed at Yi Ching Han and then pointed at himself. He said in disbelief. He really looked like a fool. This couldn't be blamed on him. Because of the things that happened today and the sudden changes today, he felt that he couldn't wrap his head around it. Impudent. Swish. Two figures flew up into the sky. They were as fast as lightning and shot towards Yi Qinghan. Emperor Yun was humiliated. As the two top dogs of Emperor Yun, how could they not be angry? Even if they weren't angry, they had to do something to show Emperor Yun their loyalty. Emperor Wind held a halberd in his hand. The halberd shone with divine radiance. He looked like an ancient war god who wanted to punish Yi Qinghan on behalf of the heavens and cut Yi Qinghan into two. The demon Thearka's giant claws started to extend crazily. His nails that were glowing with cold light pierced through the sky and created white cracks in the space. It was true that the Cloud Emperor swore a divine emperor blood oath not to lay a finger on Yi Qinghan, but the two of them didn't. Even though the Cloud Emperor didn't give any orders, the two of them tacitly prepared to tear Yi Qinghan into pieces to show the Cloud Emperor that they still knew how to behave. The Thunder Monarch and the Rain Empress' eyes were burning even more while Yi Yaorao's smile froze. Emperor Yun sneered. I didn't do anything and didn't order my subordinates to do anything. They acted on their own. They didn't violate the divine sovereign blood oath, right? Get lost. Facing two supreme experts, two powerful attacks that could split the sky and the earth, two attacks that even the Rain Empress and Emperor Yin didn't dare to take head-on, Yi Qinghan didn't move. Looking at the two of them mockingly, Yi Qinghan extended his hand and waved it at them. There was nothing wrong with his palm. There wasn't any divine power seeping out of his hand, and there wasn't any spatial ripple. However, the demon the Arch and the wind the Arch trembled in the sky and flew backward. Blood spurted out of their mouths and they landed heavily on the golden ground, raising a cloud of dust. Hiss. A series of gasps resounded in the square. Countless cultivators were in a complete mess at this moment. They looked at Yi Qinghan, who was in the sky, in a daze. Then they looked at the wind the Arch and the cloud the Arch, who were struggling to get up on the ground but couldn't get up no matter how hard they struggled. At this moment they felt that everything that happened today was an illusion. Otherwise, why would everything happen today be so illogical? It completely subverted their beliefs. The Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor suddenly laughed. They laughed so hard that they almost cried. Yi Qianrao laughed and her face was filled with pride. Her man had never disappointed her, never. No, impossible. How is this possible? The Cloud the Arch looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly in the sky and looking at him mockingly. Then he looked at the demon the Arch and the wind the Arch, who were struggling to get up on the ground. His face instantly turned pale. When the two telepathic messages rang in his mind, his face turned completely green. Kill him for me. The Cloud the Arch roared. Following his roar, all the martial artists in the field moved without hesitation. As soul slaves, they couldn't resist their master's orders. They charged towards Yi Qinghan, who was in the sky. More than 100,000 colorful airwaves shot towards Yi Qinghan at the same time. The scene was gorgeous and captivating. The Cloud the Arch moved as well. He transformed into thousands of cloud thearchs, but none of them flew into the sky. Instead, they flashed towards Yi Qianrao, the Thunder Emperor, and the Rain Empress like lightning. All of you get lost. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly. A colorful barrier appeared on his body, and he waved his hand lightly again. This time there wasn't any divine power in his hand. However, there was a fluctuation in the space. A suffocating transparent ripple radiated from the sky and instantly spread in all directions like a ripple. Bang bang bang. All the martial artists who were touched by the ripple felt a sharp pain in their heads. At the same time, their bodies felt as though they were hit by 1,000,000 kilograms of force. They flew backward and spat out blood mist from their mouths. When they landed on the golden soil on the ground, clouds of dust instantly rose up. The golden dust that covered the sky and the blood mist that floated in the sky mixed together. It seemed so awkward. Chapter 762. The moment Yi Qinghan waved her hand again, Emperor Yun also felt a tremendous force that made his heart tremble against his body, causing his speed to slow down by a few times. A feeling of despair welled up in his heart. He knew very well that he was probably done for today. His only hope was the three figures in front of him. As long as he could capture them, he could threaten Yi Qinghan and turn the tables. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine power in his body was at its peak. At the same time, he activated his secret skill and started burning divine crystals. He used the energy in the divine crystals to exchange for more divine power. His speed increased again. His eyes were filled with madness as he grabbed at the three figures. However, just as his hand was about to touch Yi Qianrao's body, there was a flash of white light. Yi Qianrao's body disappeared in front of him. When he turned around angrily, there were two more flashes of white light. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress disappeared in an instant as well. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Cloud Emperor stared at his empty hand in a daze. He looked as if he had lost his soul. His body started to tremble at this moment. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Qinghan. As expected, inside Yi Qinghan's seven-colored protective shield, three figures appeared out of thin air. He knew that he was finished, completely finished. How is this impossible? Kneel down before me, old dog. Yi Qinghan snorted. Emperor Yun was still fantasizing about controlling Yi Qianrao and the others to threaten him after he understood some things. This made Yi Qinghan furious. He waved his hand again, and a force that was several times stronger than before smashed at Emperor Yun. The Cloud Emperor was sent flying and rolled on the golden soil. Blood spurted out of his mouth and stained the ground. Ugh! The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress found themselves in the sky after a flash of white light. They looked down and were shocked. On the golden soil below, countless warriors were lying on the ground. More than 100,000 warriors were lying on the ground. Blood was everywhere and painful groans could be heard everywhere. However, no one could stand up. Even the Cloud the Arch, the Wind the Arch, and the Beast the Arch were lying on the ground like three dead dogs, not moving at all. One move and more than 100,000 experts were heavily injured. A single person suppressing over 100,000 experts. Don't forget that these 100,000 experts included thousands of Emperor gods. An expert at the level of a 6th grade war god several hundred meters tall. Furthermore, there were 3 7th grade war gods who were on par with the Manor Master. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan was only a peak divine general. If this matter were to spread to the divine world, it would definitely set off a sky-shaking frenzy. This had subverted the concept of the divine world, and subverted the common sense of the martial artists. This was simply inconceivable. Their eyes flickered, but they seemed to have thought of something. They turned their gazes to Yi Qinghan. How is this possible? It's impossible, impossible. Emperor Yun felt as though he was being pressed down by a huge mountain that weighed millions of kilograms. It was so heavy that he couldn't move his body or bend his back. He was like a dog that was lying on the ground. The ground was covered with golden soil, and the blood at the corner of his mouth froze. He roared angrily, unwillingly, and hopelessly, "Nothing is impossible. Since I can break the restrictive spell of the Apotheosis Valley, I can control the restrictive spell of the Apotheosis Valley. In the Apotheosis Valley, I am an unrivaled 9th grade war god, the absolute dominator. Not to mention you, even if an 8th grade war god came in, I can also make him kneel," Yi Qinghan said calmly. His words revealed a kind of absolute confidence, a kind of calmness, and a kind of domineering arrogance. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, a strand of thought surged into everyone's minds. Yi Qinghan isn't a junior divine general any longer, he's a true 9th rank 5 emperor war god, an invincible divine emperor. He was a god who could control their life and death. He was an invincible existence. I see. The doubt in the eyes of the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor disappeared. They instantly understood. Many warriors lying on the ground also understood. So did the Cloud the Arch, the Wind the Arch, and the Beast the Arch. Many of them had some understanding just now. Now Yi Qinghan's explanation was even clearer. When they flew into the sky, their souls trembled, and their bodies felt as if they were being pressed down by 1,000,000 pounds of weight. Many of them had experienced this personally, and many of them had experienced it many times. They had experienced it many times in the 5 Emperors Mountains. Yi Qinghan had used the restrictive spell of the 5 Emperors Mountains as a means of attack. Furthermore, this attack was a few times more powerful and oppressive than the 5 Emperors Mountains' restrictive aura. There were many restrictions in the Forgotten Land, and many of them were very powerful. For example, the illusion outside the 5 Emperors Mountains could not be seen from the outside. Another example was the defensive restrictive spell of the 5 mountains. Once it was activated, even the Thunder Emperor could not break it. Another example was the golden protective cover at the top of the 5 Emperors Mountains. Even the divine senses of the 5 Emperors could not penetrate it. The 7-colored restrictive spell on the altar could not be broken even by countless experts. Since Yi Qinghan could control the restrictive spell of the Sealed God Valley, it was not surprising that he had such powerful strength. It was normal for him to become an unrivaled existence in the Sealed God Valley. Who could resist such a powerful restrictive spell? Little Yi. Let the Cloud the Arch fall into the soul fire. If he does not offer it, kill him immediately. After thinking through everything, Lei Jin heaved a sigh of relief. A smile blossomed on his face, but his tiger-like eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at the Cloud the Arch who was lying on the ground and growling in a low voice and said to Yi Qinghan coldly, "Soul fire? Yi Qinghan turned and smiled at Lei Zhen. He asked curiously. The strength of his soul had already reached the Divine King realm, but he had never heard of the soul fire. The soul fire is the source of the soul. Since the Cloud the Arch has offered the source of the soul, he will be your slave for life. All the warriors below are soul slaves controlled by the Cloud the Arch. If you control the Cloud the Arch, you will control all the warriors below. You are a soul cultivator. If you accept the soul fire of everyone, it will affect your cultivation. However, if you accept the Soul Emperor alone, it will not affect you. The Rain Empress' eyes lit up and she started to explain. Then she thought of something and said hesitantly, however, it will be difficult for Qi Li Wu Mountain and the others. Yes, it will be troublesome. Feng Qi and a few loyal old subordinates of mine will also be difficult to deal with. Lei Zhen frowned. He was a man who valued friendship. Yi Qinghan had saved his daughter, and now he had saved his life. He could even let him fly to the sky. He felt that he owed Yi Qinghan more and more, so he came up with this idea. Now that the Rain Empress said it, he was in a dilemma. Controlling everyone? Yi Qinghan was shocked. This thing was a little too big. He was a divine general, but he could have more than 100,000 warriors as his most loyal soul slaves. Among them there were dozens of 6th-grade war gods. Most importantly, he had 3 7th-grade war gods who were comparable to the palace master. If he brought such a powerful force out of the divine realm, he could easily flatten a small city. He could easily occupy a city and become the city lord, ruling over a region. This temptation was too great. Even Yi Qinghan's heart began to pound. With such a group of subordinates, he would no longer be a little divine general who could be trampled on by anyone. Not only would he be able to occupy a city and bring over all his relatives from the Fire Dragon continent, the warriors who ascended from the Fire Dragon continent would also have their own base of operations. Some of them would belong to the Fire Dragon continent. However, Qi Li Wu Mountain and the others would be in trouble? No matter what, these people had helped him greatly. Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that he had been kidnapped by the Thunder God tribe. If not for Qi Li, he would have died. Chapter 763. Rain Empress. Can Cloud Emperor remove the soul contract between them? I'm talking about removing a portion of them. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and turned to look at the Rain Empress. The Rain Empress sneered at Cloud Emperor, who was lying on the ground, and said angrily, "No. Cloud Emperor planted the most vicious soul poison. You can remove it by accepting other people's soul fire. However, he used his own soul to refine a soul fruit. Ordinary people might not know about it, but I know it very well. Unless he dies, it can't be removed. He lied to me and said he would give us our freedom after 1,000,000 years. It's funny that the Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor believed him. When the Rain Empress became a soul cultivator, her family gave her all the secret arts related to the soul. She also knew that Cloud Emperor was not a soul cultivator. Although refining the soul fruit was very harmful to his soul, he did not care. That was why the Rain Empress and the Thunder Monarch would rather die than submit to the Cloud Emperor's various methods previously. Fortunately, Cloud Emperor was afraid that Yi Qinghan would be traumatized and affect him entering the sacrificial altar, so he did not do anything ruthless. Then how many people's soul fire can I accept without being affected? Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and asked. With the strength of your soul, you can only accept 100 soul fires at most. Any more and you will definitely be affected. The Rain Empress looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise and seemed to have guessed something. When the Thunder Emperor heard Yi Qinghan's words, he turned his head and looked at Yi Qinghan. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed and he wanted to say something but stopped. Cloud Emperor. You have committed many evil deeds and your hands are stained with blood. Today I will seek justice for those who died. Yi Qinghan did not wait for the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress to speak. He waved his hand and an invisible wave swept towards the sky. Rumble. It was originally bright and clear like a vast expanse of clear sky. At this moment, a few dark clouds floated over. The dark clouds gathered in the center and rubbed against each other, creating countless sparks. A terrifying pressure descended on the scene again. The powerful energy revealed by the dark clouds made the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress shudder. Justice? There's no such thing as justice in this world. The strong are respected. I'm stronger than them so I can kill them. Little bastard, if you want to kill me then kill me, don't be so hypocritical. Cloud Emperor could feel the powerful energy in the sky and the killing intent in Yi Qinghan's words. He turned his body with difficulty and stared at Yi Qinghan angrily as he roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. He looked like a ferocious ghost. You're right. Yi Qinghan smiled mockingly and said, But now that I'm stronger than you, it's only natural for me to kill you. Since that's the case, die. As Yi Qinghan's words fell, the dark clouds in the sky rubbed against each other even more fiercely. Bolts of lightning flashed and intertwined with each other. A bolt of lightning that was 10,000 meters long and dozens of meters thick darted about in the dark clouds. It was like a real dragon rolling in the sea, trying to break free and turn everything into dust. No, no, you can't kill me. I can become your servant. I can become your slave. Give me a chance. I don't want to die. Yi Qinghan, yours truly, Ancestor Yi. The Cloud Emperor was finally afraid. His old face had turned into the color of a pig's liver. His entire body was trembling as he looked at Yi Qinghan pleadingly. You're such a heartless scumbag. Even if you're my grandson, I'll kill you on the spot. Die. Yi Qinghan's expression did not change at all. He stood proudly in the sky with a 7-colored protective shield shining around him. He looked like a deity that had descended. He pointed at Cloud Emperor with one hand. The terrifying bolt of lightning in the dark clouds broke free and fell towards Cloud Emperor at lightning speed. It swallowed Cloud Emperor, who was still roaring non-stop. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Smoke and dust rose up and a huge air wave sent the nearby martial artists flying. The powerful energy made all the martial artists feel that they were invincible. At the place where Emperor Yun was, a huge and deep pit suddenly appeared. A rainbow-colored divine crystal and a few interspatial rings floated above the deep pit. The Cloud Emperor was blasted into dust with just one strike from this lightning bolt. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress looked at each other again. Their expressions were very interesting, and their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. They were shocked by the power of the restrictive spell of the Apotheosis Valley. A 7th-grade war god was killed so easily. Yi Qinghan said that even if an 8th-grade war god came here, he could still be defeated. It seemed that he was right. They admired Yi Qinghan's decisiveness in killing. He killed a 7th-grade war god just like that. A 7th-grade war god was comparable to a slightly weaker lord of the prefecture. He didn't want such a powerful soul slave just like that. Was this Yi Qinghan's nature? Or had his temperament reached an extremely high level? If his temperament was already strong enough to resist such a great temptation, then it would really be too terrifying. If a person wanted to be strong, he must have a strong heart. When a person's heart became unusually strong, the world would tremble for him sooner or later. My soul contract has been cancelled? Countless people on the ground were shocked silly by the terrifying lightning bolt. When the sound of the lightning bolt disappeared, it became a dead silence. An uncertain voice rang out, but it was like a fuse connecting countless explosives, instantly causing an uproar in the area. Supreme Divine Emperor, I've cancelled it too. Oh my God, I'm free? Oh God, oh Earth, oh Mother. Mother Fastrisker. I've become myself again. When a person lost his freedom, he realized how precious it was. When he regained his freedom, he felt how precious it was. At this moment, they wouldn't trade for it even if they were offered the most precious treasure in the world. Even if they were offered the most beautiful woman in the world, they would at most consider it, and definitely wouldn't trade for it. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the power that was pressing down on them had disappeared. No one cared about why it disappeared. They all stood up together. They laughed, jumped, waved their arms and hugged each other. Their tears flowed freely. Some people even kneeled on the ground and kissed the ground, thanking the heavens, thanking the legendary Supreme Divine Emperor who ruled over everything. Some of them tore their clothes to shreds, raised them up high and ran like the wind. Some people were too excited. 2 big men hugged each other tightly and kissed passionately. In the end, they realized that the other party was actually a man. Both of them smiled shyly and kissed each other passionately again. The Wind Emperor was dumbfounded. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed heartily. The Demon Emperor blinked his eyes in confusion. He looked at the monkeys around him as if he wasn't used to the fact that the soul contract that had imprisoned him for hundreds of thousands of years was cancelled just like that. Don't you guys feel happy too early? A cold voice rang in everyone's ears. Along with this voice, there was a roar of thunder in the sky. The extremely terrifying aura in the sky shrouded everyone's hearts once again. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the dark clouds in the sky in fear. However, their eyes were all locked on the green figure that stood proudly in the sky. Only now did they remember that it was this man in the sky who saved them. However, it was also this man who could easily control their fate. He could easily command the lightning in the sky to kill them. That man was a young divine general. An invincible young divine general in the Sealed God Valley. Chapter 764. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan in the sky with a complicated expression. No one dared to speak. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. This little god general might be trash outside, but here he was the absolute ruler. Emperor Yun was the best proof. There is no love without reason in this world, nor is there hatred without reason. Of course, there is no kindness without reason either. Under the gaze of 100,000 people, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his mouth. After saying this inexplicable sentence, his cold eyes swept across everyone's eyes, as if a knife was cutting into their eyes. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "I'm afraid, Emperor Yun wanted to become my sole slave, but I killed him. There is no reason, it is just to repay a kindness. Some of you are indebted to me, or are related to the Thunder Emperor Rain Empress. I want to remove the soul contract for all of you. But the rest of you are not related to me. I don't owe you anything. Why should I return your freedom? Since you chose to lower your head to Emperor Yun, since you gave up your freedom and dignity to survive, why should I pity you? Give me a reason." If Yi Qinghan's eyes were like knives, then Yi Qinghan's words were like sharp swords stabbing into everyone's hearts. Yes, why? No one dared to speak. Perhaps they were ashamed of their cowardice, or perhaps they were silent because they couldn't find a reason to refute Yi Qinghan, or perhaps they were intimidated by Yi Qinghan's might. Countless people's faces started to turn pale, and their bodies started to tremble. Wind Emperor. Suddenly Yi Qinghan shouted coldly and pointed at Wind Emperor with a finger. His eyes were like lightning, causing Wind Emperor to tremble. "Offer your soul fire and serve me for 1,000,000 years, and I will return your freedom. Otherwise, die." Rumble. Following Yi Qinghan's words, the dark clouds in the sky started to move. That dazzling white lightning started to scurry in the sky, ready to strike down on Wind Emperor at any moment. Wind Emperor's face was drained of all color. Hearing this familiar sentence again, Wind Emperor had mixed feelings. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he felt even more ashamed. Chi-chi. The lightning in the sky continued to roll, becoming increasingly fierce and oppressive. The Wind Emperor was very clear that as long as he said no, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be stingy with one more divine crystal. He didn't even care about the Cloud Emperor, so of course he wouldn't care about him. "I want you to make a God Emperor blood oath that you will return my freedom after 1,000,000 years. Some principles, if compromised once, would be compromised a second time. For example, a prostitute. After doing it once, there would be a second time. She would lie on the bed every night, spread her snow-white legs, and use her dignity and body to exchange for some cheap material. For example, choosing the Wind Emperor. Sure." Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly swore the Divine Emperor blood oath. Then he looked coldly at the Wind Emperor. He raised his hand up high. As long as the Wind Emperor said anything else, he would immediately kill him. The Wind Emperor had this bitter and desolate expression. He let out a deep sigh, and a cluster of white light emerged from his glabella. It drifted towards Yi Qinghan and eventually entered Yi Qinghan's glabella. Yi Qinghan quickly looked into his soul spirit and noticed that the Wind Emperor's soul spirit fire was quietly floating in a corner of his soul spirit sea. He knew that as long as he extinguished this tiny soul spirit fire, the Wind Emperor's soul spirit would collapse, and he would eventually die. "Demon Emperor, it's your turn. Offer your soul spirit fire." Yi Qinghan locked his eyes on the Demon Emperor who was standing in the middle of a group of demon beasts. As Yi Qinghan yelled, countless demon beasts started to seethe and roar. Among the tens of thousands of demon beast descendants of the Demon Emperor, only a few had evolved into high-level demon beasts and had intelligence. However, there were still many that didn't have any intelligence. They instinctively roared at Yi Qinghan. Boom! Yi Qinghan didn't show any mercy. A bolt of lightning descended and directly turned thousands of demon beasts into dust. The faces of the Demon Emperor and the countless experts present turned as white as snow. Wasn't this young god general's killing intent too strong? He was decisive and didn't show any mercy. "I offer it." The Demon Emperor didn't hesitate. He knew that if he continued to hesitate, he would be the next one. "Sixth-grade war gods of the Wind Emperor tribe and the Cloud Emperor tribe, offer your soul spirit fire and serve me for 1,000,000 years. I will return your freedom. You know the consequences of rejecting me." Countless soul spirit fires floated up. Yi Qinghan first collected the soul spirit fires of the sixth-grade war gods. He could only collect 100 soul slaves, so he had to collect the strongest ones first. As he collected them, he started to transmit his voice to the Thunder Emperor, pointing out the people they cared about. In the end, Yi Qinghan collected 100 soul spirit fires. Among them there were 2 seventh-grade war gods. However, the Demon Emperor could control all the demon beasts. This meant that the Demon Emperor had collected tens of thousands of demon beasts. There were 36th grade war gods, and the rest were the strongest among the 5th grade war gods. Qi Li Gu Qi Wushan Feng Qi, the people I called out, come forward. Subsequently, Yi Qinghan spoke again. This time he called out the names of dozens of experts. These people were stunned when their names were called out. Then they flew into the sky with ecstasy on their faces. They stood respectfully behind Yi Qinghan and the Thunder Emperor. Yi Qinghan's words just now had given them a glimmer of hope. At this moment they were even more certain that they were free. The warriors who weren't called out all looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously. Their hearts were extremely gloomy. They all knew that these people who were called out were either indebted to Yi Qinghan or had friendly relations with the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. However, they didn't have anything. They had just escaped from the tiger's den, yet they had fallen into the wolf's den again. They had just regained their freedom, yet they were imprisoned. However, none of them thought about death. Back then, they chose to sell their freedom and dignity in exchange for survival. Now, they were even more reluctant to give up their lives that they had obtained with great difficulty. All right. After collecting enough soul slaves, Yi Qinghan waved his hand toward the people below and said in a deep voice, "The warriors who didn't offer their soul spirit fires, swear a divine emperor blood oath. Serve me for 200,000 years and I will return your freedom." As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, the remaining people were stunned. They didn't need to offer their soul spirit fires anymore? Swear a divine emperor blood oath? Countless people blinked and looked around in disbelief. Becoming a soul slave and swearing a divine emperor blood oath were two completely different concepts. Although a divine emperor blood oath was a supreme oath that basically no one in the divine realm dared to violate, it was still an oath. Or 200,000 years. A soul slave, on the other hand, meant that one's soul source was in someone else's hands. With a single thought, one's soul could collapse. This was a fundamental difference. The difference between heaven and earth. What was this Yi Qinghan plotting? Could it be that he was being kind? Countless people were confused and at a loss. What was going on? I'll swear. I, Obong, swear to the Supreme Divine Emperor. I, Tang San. However, there were still people who came to their senses and hurriedly swore a divine emperor blood oath, as if they were afraid that Yi Qinghan would change his mind. In a short moment, an endless stream of oaths rang out. Everyone dared to swear. No, everyone was fighting to swear. All right. Rest and reorganize. No one is allowed to cause trouble. 3 days later, I will bring all of you out of Sealed God Valley. Return to the divine realm. After leaving behind this order, Yi Qinghan and the Thunder Emperor Rain Empress Yi Qinghan disappeared. Only then did everyone come to their senses. It turned out that Yi Qinghan really didn't need them to offer their soul spirit fires anymore. They were really free. At least their souls were free. Farewell, Master. The soul slaves shouted in unison. This was also the rule set by the Cloud Emperor after he took in all the soul slaves. They instinctively knelt down on one knee and kowtowed in the direction where Yi Qinghan disappeared. Ah! Farewell, Lord not Night Emperor. Farewell, Night Emperor. Long live the Night Emperor. Instantly the crowd became noisy. Countless people hurriedly knelt on one knee and bowed in the direction where Yi Qinghan disappeared. Chapter 765. Where is this? With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan brought the Thunder Emperor, the Rain Empress and Yi Qinghan to a white jade hall. The entire hall was made of white jade, and there was not a single crack in the surrounding walls. It was as if the center of the hall was carved out of a single piece of jade. The divine aura inside was extremely dense, and it was extremely comfortable to be inside. This is the interior of the War Imperial Hall. However, I do not have the strength to completely refine this hall. There are many places that I cannot enter. Yi Qinghan invited the two to sit down, and he pulled Yi Qinghan to sit on a white jade couch. Yi Qinghan had not said a word since he appeared, but her face was filled with a happy smile. The two of them exchanged glances, and silence spoke louder than words. This is the War Imperial Hall? Is this a parallel space? A spatial divine tool? The Rain Empress extended her divine sense and was shocked. Even with her powerful divine sense, she could not spread it outside the hall. It seemed that there were countless restrictions in the War Imperial Hall, just like the top of the Five Emperor Mountain, which could obstruct divine sense. A spatial divine tool? So big? This War Imperial Hall belongs to you in the future? Lei Jin's heart also trembled slightly. It was not that they had never seen a spatial divine tool before. Aside from the Empyrean Ring, they also had spatial divine tools. However, they had never seen or heard of such a large spatial divine tool. And I comprehended a special type of profound mystery, and then walked into the altar. That expert gave sealed God Valley to me and also this hall. However, with my strength, I can only activate the restrictions of sealed God Valley, and I can only enter this hall of the War Imperial Hall. Yi Qinghan's words were half true and half false. It was not that he did not trust the two of them, but he had subconsciously concealed such an important treasure. He had refined the first layer of the seal on the black stone, and as a result, a lot of knowledge and information appeared in his mind. He could completely control the restrictions of sealed God Valley, and he could also control some of the functions of the War Imperial Hall. However, outside of this hall, the other places were too shocking. Yi Qinghan did not dare to let the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress know. Uncle Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress, please don't tell anyone about the Battle Imperial Hall. Otherwise, Qinghan will be hunted down by countless experts in the divine world. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that the Battle Emperor said that the Battle Emperor Palace wasn't much, that it couldn't be considered a precious treasure. He didn't expect that he would only be able to use half of the rooms in the Battle Emperor Palace. And this was only the result of refining the first seal on the black stone. He knew very well that if he were to reveal the existence of the War Imperial Hall's black stone, the entire god world would hunt him down. Of course. Lei Zhen solemnly nodded his head. Yi Qinghan had done him a great favor, and he had even brought him in without hesitation. He would definitely keep Yi Qinghan's secret. Umph. The Rain Empress snorted and rolled her eyes. She glared at Yi Qinghan as if she was blaming Yi Qinghan for not trusting her. She gave you the first time, the second time, the third time. What more do you want? Yi Qinghan couldn't stand this look. In addition, Yi Yaorao was at the side, so he hurriedly begged for mercy with his eyes. Lei Zhen laughed loudly at the side. Shao. Yi Zi. The Rain Empress couldn't lose her temper because Lei Zhen was at the side. She retracted her ladle-like appearance and pondered for a moment. Her eyes lit up and she asked, "Since you can control the restrictions of the sealed God Valley, can you teleport me to the southern mountain continent?" The Rain Empress fell into this place from the entrance of the sealed God Valley in the southern mountain continent. She thought that since she could teleport here, she could also teleport back. Thinking that she could immediately return and see her parents, the Rain Empress' heart started to burn. No. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, "There's only one exit to the sealed God Valley. The sealed God Valley is actually under the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. The terrain of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range is special. The Battle Emperor built the sealed God Valley under the mountain range to gather vast heaven and earth essence chi. More accurately, the sealed God Valley is actually a super large spirit gathering array. Through this spirit gathering array, the purest origin God chi in the world is gathered, allowing this trace of the purest origin God chi to preserve a trace of his soul. But as you can see, the Five Emperors Mountain is destroyed, the Rain Emperor Mountain and the Thunder Emperor Mountain are also destroyed. The trace of Battle Emperor's soul has disappeared. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress finally understood. No wonder there was no trace of God Chi in the Forgotten Land other than the Five Emperors Mountain, the Five Emperors Mountain, and the Sacred Fruit Mountain. It turned out that the vast amount of God Chi had been silently absorbed by the formation and converted into the War Emperor Palace. No wonder the God Chi in the sealed God Valley was so dense after the Five Emperors Mountain and the Five Emperors Mountain were destroyed. It was so dense that the entire Forgotten Land quickly grew flowers and trees, turning a dead land into a celestial mountain. There is only one exit to the sealed God Valley. It is the exit of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. As for the other 10 entrances, they are actually teleportation arrays that the Battle Emperor set up when he was roaming the immortal world. After he created the sealed God Valley, he connected all the teleportation arrays together. Once you step in, you will be teleported here. As for why there are so many teleportation arrays, cough. According to the Battle Emperor, he lives here alone and is a little lonely. Mother F***Ker, F***CK. The rage in the Thunder Emperor's eyes suddenly flared up, and he cursed. The Rain Empress also cursed inelegantly. The truth was out. This sealed God Valley was not only a spirit-gathering array, it was also a graveyard. The graveyard of the Battle Emperor. Why did the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range erupt frequently? Why did it produce so many sacred fruits? Actually, the Battle Emperor used the incomparably dense God Chi to cultivate some spiritual fruits. Through these spiritual fruits, he attracted a large number of experts to gather at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. If they were not careful, they would be sucked into this place and buried with him. Fortunately, a strange genius, Yi Qinghan, appeared. Otherwise, his trace of soul might be destroyed and all the cultivators would be buried with him. This sealed God Valley, ranked second of the 4 great forbidden lands of the immortal world, was actually a grave built by a peak expert, for himself. While the two of them were furious, they were also deeply shocked by the Battle Emperor's strength. Although they were not sure what level the Battle Emperor was, his restriction techniques were definitely the best in the immortal world. It was simply unheard of. The two of them knew that there might be secrets hidden in this period of time. They also knew that Yi Qinghan might be hiding some things, but they did not ask. Yi Qinghan had already told the two of them so many things. Then do I have to walk from the Misty Continent back to the South Mountain Continent? Empress Rain was a little dumbfounded. The Misty Continent was in the east of the immortal world, while the South Mountain Continent was in the west. If they wanted to fly back slowly, it would take hundreds of thousands of years. If they used the teleportation array, it would cost an astronomical number of divine stones. Just use the teleportation array to go back. Lei Jin sighed and gave Empress Rain a look. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Have you forgotten that there is a rich man here? There are so many sacred fruits in the sealed God Valley and now they are all his." "That's right." Empress Rain's pretty face immediately bloomed with joy. She looked at Yi Qinghan with sparkling eyes. Yi Qinghan had the sealed God Valley. It could be said that there was an endless supply of sacred fruits and sacred fruits. If he casually took a batch out to auction, he would have enough divine stones to use the teleportation array to travel in the immortal world. All right. How many divine stones do you need? I will pay for it." Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He thought to himself, "I played with you for a few days, but you have to pay so much for the night. It's not worth it. Looks like I have to play with you for a few more days. Otherwise I will suffer a huge loss." "All right. Uncle Lei Jin, Empress Rain, refine the seals in your divine crystals. I have something to do and need to return to my material plane. I will be back in 3 days." With that, Yi Qinghan directly released a golden door and pulled Yi Yao in. He could control the restrictions of the sealed God Valley at will through the black stone. Of course, he could also open the carefree pavilion at will. He prepared to leave the sealed God Valley in 3 days to remove the seals on Lei Jin and Empress Rain's divine crystals. At the same time, he wanted to go home to take a look. He had left the Fire Dragon continent for too long. He had left his 3 wives, too long. Looking at the inverted golden door, Empress Rain and Lei Jin were shocked again. This was another spatial divine item. This kid's family opened a spatial divine item shop? Chapter 766. In the training room of the Carefree Pavilion, Elder Lu was meditating with his eyes closed. After dozens of years, Elder Lu finally broke through to the divine general realm. As the guardian of the Carefree Pavilion, Elder Lu could only guard the Carefree Pavilion. Even though the young master of the Carefree Pavilion had disappeared for dozens of years, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Buzz. Abruptly, a fluctuation came from the Carefree Pavilion. This fluctuation was very faint, and ordinary people would not be able to sense it. However, as the guardian of the Carefree Pavilion, Elder Lu easily sensed it. Elder Lu opened his eyes in confusion. His 2 goat-like eyebrows were slightly knitted. Someone entered the Carefree Pavilion? Yu Qingqing and the others had gone to the immortal realm, and the Flame Dragon continent was safe. No one should have entered, right? Buzz. When the 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Elder Lu's eyes widened and his lips began to tremble. He hurriedly got up, his hands trembling as he looked at the familiar figure in front of him and said in an uncertain voice, "Little Han." "Elder Lu. I haven't seen you for many years and your cultivation level has improved." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly. Hearing this form of address that he had not heard for a long time and looking at this comical goat face, he felt a long-lost warmth in his heart. Elder Lu quickly walked over and grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm. He looked left and right, and after confirming that Yi Qinghan was fine and that his cultivation level had improved greatly, his beady eyes narrowed into slits. "Little Han, is it really you? You finally came out. I believe that you wouldn't die. How could a peerless genius who passed through the god-slaying mountain die? Let's go out first. We have plenty of time to talk. In the future, I can let everyone live a comfortable life." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly. With his current strength, with 2 7th-grade war gods, 100 war gods above 5th grade, and more than 100,000 experts, he had the strength to let everyone on the Flame Dragon continent live a comfortable life. At the very least, it was no problem for him to obtain the position of Flame Dragon Overlord. That Elder Lu wanted to explain that Yu Qingqing and the others had gone to the immortal realm, but he found that Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan had already disappeared from the carefree pavilion. He could only smile bitterly and follow Yi Qinghan out. Xiao. Returning to the Chilling Heart Pavilion's balcony and seeing this familiar scenery, Yi Qinghan felt his eyes. 1 year in the divine world was equivalent to 2 years in the Flame Dragon continent. He couldn't even remember exactly how long he had stayed in the Sealed God Valley, but it was at least 50 years. In other words, he hadn't returned to the Flame Dragon continent for a whole 100 years. The Yi clan's dragon continents of heaven and earth was dragon continent was in and of Qi was in realm. Yi dragon realm. However, at this moment Yi Qinghan felt the warmth of a baby returning to his mother's embrace. The aura of the fire dragon continent made him feel incomparably comfortable and slightly intoxicated. Made him feel like home. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared on the balcony of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, countless divine senses swept over. On the rooftop of the castle in the dark forest, a snow-white rabbit was the first to open her gem-like eyes. Her eyes were very beautiful, but they were filled with astonishment. Then the astonishment instantly turned into a smile that couldn't be concealed. In the mountains behind the Yi clan, Yi Baihu and Yi Chang opened their eyes at the same time. Suddenly their bodies shook, and mist gushed out from their eyes. The two of them disappeared from the pavilion at the same time. Longqing Longman, the Spear Emperor, and Long Sinan all opened their eyes one after another. Longman and the Spear Emperor suddenly had a smile on their faces, while Long Sinan's body began to tremble violently. 2 streams of tears silently flowed down her face. Heaven Demon City, Heaven Barbarian City, Feng Clan, Hua Clan, and Yu Clan all opened their eyes at the same time and disappeared in a flash. Not long afterward, the entire continent was shaken. Many Emperor Realm and Sacred Realm experts soared up into the sky, flying towards the holy city of the continent. Not long afterward, a piece of news spread like snowflakes across the entire continent. Yi Qinghan was back. The Han Emperor was back. Their king was back. God Domain. On the balcony of the soul-devouring palace's city master mansion in the northernmost prefecture of the misty continent, a fiery figure jolted up, startling Nine-Tailed Fox. Lord Devour's calm face beamed a smile. Then his smile widened infinitely. Looking at the wandering sea, he said continually, "Good, good, good." Nine-Tailed Fox was so surprised. Lord Devour's temperament was really indifferent. Moreover, he was really strong. Nothing could move him. It had been a long time since she had seen Lord Devour smile so brightly. She couldn't help but ask skeptically, "Lord, what happened?" He got out of the Investiture Valley. Lord Devour turned around, smiling at Nine-Tailed Fox. His voice had a rare emotion. Investiture Valley? Investiture Valley. Nine-Tailed Fox was confused at first. Then her beautiful eyes widened and her body stiffened. On the Chilling Heart Pavilion, Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows and his face darkened. Just now, his divine consciousness had easily covered the entire Chilling Heart Pavilion, but he couldn't find Yu Qingqing and the others. Then he quickly scanned the Fire Dragon continent, but he still couldn't find them. Moreover, he discovered that not only Yu Qingqing and the others had disappeared, but even Yi Tianlong, Yu Shishui, Yi Qingyo, and the Hidden Island Master, a total of 8th-grade Divine Realm experts, weren't in the Fire Dragon continent. Swish. 2 figures teleported over. They were Yi Baihu and Yi Chang. Yi Qinghan suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed to the two. Seeing this, Yi Yaorao also bowed. "Grandpa Baihu, third uncle. It's good that you're back. And this is?" Yi Baihu was grinning from ear to ear, but he was a bit confused. Why hadn't Yi Qinghan brought Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, and the others with him? Why had he brought an unfamiliar woman? "This is also my wife, Yi Yaorao." Yi Qinghan gave a simple introduction, then asked anxiously, "Grandpa Baihu, where are Qingqing, Qingyu, Qingwu, and my grandfathers?" "What? You don't know them? They went to the God Realm to look for you." Lord Devour sent that rabbit a voice transmission, saying that she had brought them over to meet up with you. "How come you didn't see Lord Devour, Qingyu, and the others?" Yi Baihu jumped in fright. Lord Devour had sent them a voice transmission to meet up with Yi Qinghan. Had they not seen them, or had Lord Devour lied to them? Then Yi Baihu suddenly thought of something and his eyes widened. "That's right. Your son Yi Sihan also secretly went to the God Realm to look for you 80 years ago. Tianlong and Shishui were afraid that something would happen to him, so they immediately followed him to the God Realm." "My son? Yi Sihan?" Yi Qinghan's entire body shook. He stared at Yi Baihu and Yi Chang in disbelief. He felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning, and his mind instantly went blank. Chapter 767. Spear Emperor, together with all the god-grade experts of the continent, seeks an audience with Han Emperor. At this time, a respectful voice transmitted to Yi Qinghan's ears. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to scan the surroundings and found that all the god-grade experts of the continent were standing outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion, waiting respectfully. Elder Lu also came out of the carefree pavilion. Third uncle, go and entertain them. I will summon them later. Yi Qinghan didn't have the time to meet them. After informing Yi Chang, he turned to Yi Baihu and Elder Lu and said, Grandpa Baihu, Elder Lu, let's go in and talk. Yao Rao, follow me. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Baihu and Yi Yao Rao to the main hall of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. As for Yi Chang, he flew outside and brought the group of god-grade experts to the mountain behind the Yi family to entertain them. At the same time, he issued a clan order, informing them that Han Emperor had returned. The entire Yi family was in an uproar. 100 years had passed, and the Yi family had become even more prosperous. Originally, the Yi family only had a few thousand disciples. Now the number had increased to tens of thousands. The disciples of the Yi family were full of curiosity and admiration for this legendary figure of the Yi family. They had heard about Yi Qinghan's deeds since they were young. Now that Yi Qinghan had finally returned from the divine world, how could they not be excited? The entire Tsang city was bustling with activity. Countless disciples of the Yi family walked on the streets with their chests puffed out. The people of Tsang city were also full of joy. Even the most famous street of Tsang city, the prostitutes in the brothels were dressed especially flirtatiously today. The way they waved at the passers-by was much more flirtatious. Lord Devour had sent him a message 100 years ago. Yi Qinghan had become the lord of the Fiery Dragon Continent, and the Fiery Dragon Continent didn't need to worry about being destroyed by the law enforcement team of the Divine World anymore. The Fiery Dragon Continent was finally liberated and safe. Moreover, under the intimidation of Yi Qinghan and the Yi family's power, no one on the continent dared to start a war. Any conflicts could be resolved in the arenas at the foot of the mountain. The entire Fire Dragon Continent was at peace, and the people lived and worked in peace. The people understood that the one who brought everything to the continent was the young master of the Yi family. He was their lord, their cold emperor, Yi Qinghan. While the atmosphere outside was joyous, the atmosphere inside the Chilling Heart Pavilion was somewhat stifling. There were only 4 people in the hall. Yi Qinghan sat in the main seat, his eyes closed in deep thought. Yi Baihu and Elder Lu looked at Yi Qinghan nervously. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan wasn't too worried. Instead, she curiously observed the pavilion that Yi Qinghan used to live in. She knew clearly what kind of power and influence Yi Qinghan had now. She thought that nothing could stump him. Yi Qinghan's mood was very agitated and complicated. He didn't expect that the last time he came back, when he was entangled with the 3 women, Yi Qinggu would be pregnant, and he would have a descendant. He finally left a deep mark in this world. However, he didn't know that he had a child until now. Moreover, his child had already grown up, and he didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a father. He didn't give his child a happy childhood, and he didn't even leave a mark on him. Deep guilt rose in his mind. When he thought of Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing and the others, the guilt in his heart grew stronger. After he married the 3 of them, the time they spent together was so short, leaving them with endless waiting and endless pain. Yi Sihan. From those 3 words, he could sense the boundless longing the 3 women had for him. He imagined the countless nights the 3 of them had stood on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, hugging Yi Sihan, silently gazing up at the stars, waiting in a daze. In the end, countless sleepless nights had come. Why didn't you guys keep an eye on Yi Sihan? Why did you let him run off to the God realm? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and asked Yi Baihu. It was also our negligence. A trace of apology flashed through Yi Baihu's eyes. He said helplessly, Sihan, because he was in my mother's womb for 2 years, his talent was outstanding from a young age. When he was 5, he even summoned a holy beast, the blue dragon, and his cultivation had already reached the general realm. When he was 12, Xiao Wu and the others went to the God realm to find you, but he refused to return to the place where you lived and went into seclusion on Purple Island. The clan leader was worried, so he stayed with him with Shishui. Who would have thought that in just 8 years he would become a god on his own? The moment he became a god, he suddenly teleported into Purple Island's teleportation formation and said that he was going to go to the God realm to find you. The clan leader was afraid that something would happen to him, so he and Shishui hurriedly chased after him. In the end, all 3 of them went to the God realm. And? Yi Qinghan replied softly. His emotions became even more complicated, and hot tears began to flow from his eyes. A child who had never seen his father since he was a child, but his mother had left him to go to the God realm by herself when he was 12. He went into seclusion at the age of 12 for 8 years and became a god on his own. Then he went to the God realm by himself to find his father and mother. How much pain must this child's heart have felt? How strong must this child's personality have been? How outstanding must this child's talent have been? How much of a failure as a father had he been? Qinghan. Feeling Yi Qinghan's shivering body and the hot tears rolling down his cheeks, Yi Qianrao didn't say much. She just called his name and held his hand, using her tender feelings to soothe the pain in his heart. Wait for me. I'm going to the dark forest. Yi Qinghan stood up resolutely. His body flashed and he appeared on the rooftop of the dark forest. Although Yi Qinghan said that Lord Devour had sent him a message through this white rabbit, telling him that Yu Qingqing and the others were with her, Yi Qinghan still wanted to confirm it. Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour said that they're safe. They're in the soul-devouring city. The beautiful white rabbit under the grape trellis didn't look surprised when it saw Yi Qinghan teleport over. Its ruby-like eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Thank you, Lord. Yi Qinghan relaxed when he got the confirmation. If this rabbit knew about the soul-devouring city, it must be related to Lord Devour. If Yu Qingqing and the others were with Lord Devour, they would be safe. Looking at the rabbit strangely, Yi Qinghan found that this rabbit didn't have any spiritual qi or god power fluctuation. Did this rabbit have no cultivation base? If it could protect the dark forest for Lord Devour, how could it not have any god power fluctuation? Was its realm much higher than mine? Moreover, why haven't I seen it before? Yi Qinghan didn't linger for a long time. He bowed and left, thinking that a rabbit that followed an expert like Lord Devour wasn't an ordinary rabbit. Returning to Tsang City, Yi Qinghan felt a little better. However, he didn't have the mood to chat with the God Realm experts. He went to the mountain behind the Yi family to talk with them. As the others were shocked and Long Sanan's resentful look, Shi Yen threw so many divine crystals of God Generals and God Kings to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. After returning to the Chilling Heart Pavilion, Yi Qinghan summoned Yi Baihu and Yi Chang, throwing them countless divine crystals of God Kings and 2 divine crystals of God Emperors. He also told them that if their family's disciples could comprehend the divine principle and become God Realm, they shouldn't refine divine crystals. He had a lot of divine crystals. The Cloud Emperor had a lot of divine crystals, but Yi Qinghan didn't give them too many. If they relied on refining divine crystals to become God Realm, their final achievements would be limited. In the end, Yi Qinghan told Yi Baihu that no one on the continent was allowed to teleport to the divine world without his order. After that, he couldn't wait any longer. He brought Yi Yaorao to the Carefree Pavilion, preparing to leave the Seal God Valley and go to the soul-devouring city. Chapter 768. Didn't you say you were going back for 3 days? Why are you back so soon? Thunder Monarch and Rain Empress noticed Yi Qinghan's return to War Monarch Palace through the unfettered pavilion. Thunder Monarch asked doubtfully. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and sighed, "My wives have already come to the divine world. I am preparing to leave the conferred God Valley in advance to find them. Uncle Lei Zhen, after the rain, has the seal on your divine crystal been removed? Emperor Yun is dead. The source energy of the seal is gone. But it will take another day or 2 to break it." Rain Empress glanced at Yi Qinghan with resentment. She seemed to hear some of his wife's dissatisfaction. Then she looked at Yi Qinghan. "Let your little wife help me break the seal. You help Thunder Monarch. It will save a lot of time." "All right." Yi Qinghan gave Yi Yaorao a look, and the 2 of them sat cross-legged behind the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. Divine power slowly flowed from their hands, and under the command of the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress, they began to attack the seal. Half of Yi Qinghan's soul directed the divine power to help Thunder Monarch break the seal. The other half of Yi Qinghan's soul finally had time to sort out what had happened recently. More than 20 years. He was immersed in comprehending a special mystery. He was obsessed with it. He didn't care about anything else. He just immersed himself in comprehension. After combining the shrinking distance and so near, yet worlds apart techniques, he entered the altar. After that, he killed Emperor Yun and took control of the Sealing God Valley. Then he returned to the Fire Dragon continent. It was only now that he had the time to sort out what had happened in the past few years. In the past 20 years his soul didn't increase much. Because he didn't stay in the state of soul silence for too long. He was still in the 1.5 of God King realm. But his comprehension of laws had improved greatly. Because the special mystery he fused was the fusion of earth elemental art, power of earth, pulse of earth and shapeless wind. It was a high-level mystery. Fusing an elementary mystic law would allow one to break through to the heavenly God realm, and fusing an intermediate mystic law would allow one to break through to the divine general realm. Back then Yi Qinghan had fused an absolute spatial domain, and his divine energy cultivation had directly broken through to the divine general realm. And comprehending a high-level profound mystery could allow one to break through to the God-King realm. Although the special profound mystery that Yi Qinghan was fusing with was strange, it was a true high-level profound mystery. Once he successfully fused with it, his divine power would be able to reach the God-King realm. I've already reached the small success stage of this profound mystery. After reaching the large success stage, I'll be able to reach the God-King realm by connecting my divine power. That's right. What was the name of this unique mystery? If it wasn't for Ancestor Yi Ruoshui so near, yet worlds apart, I definitely wouldn't have been able to create this profound mystery. Let's just call it so near, yet worlds apart. I wonder how fast the new so near yet worlds apart will be after I've mastered it and my divine power has reached the God-King realm. Yi Qinghan recalled that in the War Emperor's palace, he had traversed 10,000 meters with a single step. If not for the palace walls, he would have gone even further. He didn't have the time to test how far, but he knew that this kind of mutated profound mystery would definitely be awesome. One had to know that the space in the immortal realm was incomparably stable. Even a warrior at the peak of the God-King realm could traverse 10,000 to 20,000 meters in a second. Presumably, after mastering this profound mystery, his speed would be comparable to a warrior at the peak of the God-King realm. Xiaohe is actually still asleep? Could something have happened to him? That's right. Let the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor take a look later. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept across Xiaohe's body in the beast-fighting space once again. However, he became slightly anxious. Xiaohe had actually slept for dozens of years. This was really too abnormal. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaohe's various conditions were considered normal, Yi Qinghan would have long gone berserk. What exactly is this black stone? What kind of expert is this War Emperor? He's actually so powerful and rich. I've really struck it big this time. With this War Emperor Hall, my future safety is guaranteed. The defense of this War Emperor Hall is so powerful that even a group of 7th grade war gods can't break it, right? I wonder if 8th grade war gods can break it? And this apotheosis of the gods, Motherf ***. With this apotheosis of the gods, I won't be able to finish it for generations to come. Yi Qinghan once again thought of the biggest gain this time, that black stone. This stone was very mysterious. Yi Qinghan only knew that it was extremely powerful. He had only refined the first layer of the seal and obtained the apotheosis of the gods that could even suppress 8th grade war gods. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't confident that he could seal 9th grade war gods, let alone suppress them. Because in the message left by the War Emperor, although the apotheosis of the gods was extremely powerful, there were two kinds of warriors that couldn't be sealed. One was 9th grade war gods, and the other was spatial experts who had comprehended the eternity of space. There were 3 conditions for leaving the apotheosis of the gods: the eternity of a 9th grade war god space, and walking into that sacrificial altar. Actually, these were all secretly spread by the War Emperor. He didn't want the apotheosis of the gods to become a land of death before his soul was completely annihilated. He also secretly created 5 tribes, created the Defy War, the fight for the strange fruit, the fight for the throne, and many other things. It was also to prevent a large-scale riot among the warriors in the apotheosis of the gods, which would cause the valley to become a land of death. This Combat Emperor Palace is really awesome. I've only unlocked 3 of the main halls. If I unlocked the other 3 halls, how strong would they be? I wonder what kind of strength would be needed to refine the second layer of the seal on the black boulder. Yi Qinghan thought about the 3 halls that the War Imperial Palace had unlocked. Right now, this hall was actually the most ordinary of them all. Moreover, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to open the seal. If he did, the divine energy inside would be dozens of times denser. Cultivating divine energy in this hall would definitely be dozens of times faster than cultivating in the realm of immortals. It would even be 3 to 5 times faster than cultivating in the Palace of Illusions. There was another hall that was used to comprehend the profound mysteries of the divine law. There were rows of profound diagrams. With these diagrams, Yi Qinghan felt that there was a golden path in front of him. Although the profound diagrams didn't mean that it was as easy to comprehend the divine law like refining the divine crystals, it still pointed out some clear paths and directions. As long as one wasn't too stupid, the comprehension speed of the divine law would be abnormally fast after comprehending the profound diagrams all year round. The third hall wasn't big. It was only the size of a room. There wasn't much inside except for a bookshelf. The bookshelf had 3 layers and there were a few books scattered on it. Each book was glowing faintly. It was obvious that they were sealed. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to look at them, but he believed that they were definitely precious treasures. How could the things collected by an expert like the War Emperor be miscellaneous? Yi Qinghan quickly sorted out his thoughts. He didn't cultivate or explore the Combat Imperial Hall. After the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress recovered their strength, he would leave the Apotheosis Valley and auction the holy fruit and strange fruit with them. He would teleport to the Soul-Devouring Manor to see Yu Qingqing and Lord Devour. Chapter 769. The matter of going to Soul Eater City was settled, but Yi Qinghan had a headache. He could bring Wind Emperor and Fey Emperor into Carefree Pavilion or War Imperial Hall. He could bring the 100 soul slaves, but what about the 100,000 martial artists who took the Divine Emperor Blood Oath? Carefree Pavilion and War Imperial Hall couldn't possibly hold so many people. If they were all teleported there, even if he sold War Imperial Hall, it wouldn't be enough. If he didn't bring them, how would he settle so many experts? He had promised to bring them out, and Yi Qinghan wasn't in Sealed God Valley. He was afraid that these people would mess around in Sealed God Valley. Sealed God Valley was a treasure land. With Sealed God Valley, Yi Qinghan could use this huge spirit-gathering array to continuously produce holy fruits. Of course, he couldn't let others mess around. Let them go? This made Yi Qinghan even more reluctant. With so many experts, it was an incomparably powerful force. Yi Qinghan was planning to send the Wind Emperor to take down a city and become the city lord behind the scenes, using these people as a foundation to stabilize his territory. If Wind Emperor wasn't ousted in 200,000 years, then this city would belong to him. When the people from Fire Dragon Continent ascended, he could arrange for them to come to his territory. However, he was very eager to go to Soul Eater City now. He didn't know the specific date of the City Lord Challenge. And completely occupying a city wasn't something that could be done overnight. This made him a little conflicted. Done. Suddenly, his hand on Lei Jin's back was shaken off. Thunder Emperor stood up happily, his face beaming. Only then did Yi Qinghan wake up. Unknowingly, a day had passed. With her help, Lei Jin had broken through the seal and recovered his strength. I'm done too. Not long after, Rain Empress and Yi Yaorao also stood up. Thunder Emperor and Rain Empress both revealed a bright smile. Both recovered their strength. Their fates were in their hands again. This feeling made them very comfortable. The feeling of regaining what was lost was always so good. Uncle Lei Jin, Rain Empress, can you help me take a look at my beast? He has been asleep for decades. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan quickly summoned Xiaohei and asked them to take a look. After all, the two of them were powerful and knowledgeable. Teach this is a soul-devouring beast? The Thunder Monarch took a close look at Xiaohei and cried out in astonishment. Empress Rain had already recognized the soul-devouring beast, so she wasn't too surprised. She smiled and said, "This is the Soul Emperor's son." When the Thunder Emperor heard this, his eyes widened even further. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "The Soul Emperor's son? No wonder you have the Slaughter God Saber and a spatial divine item. Boy, you're really a rich man. I'm afraid that even the combined wealth of me and Empress Yu isn't as much as you." The two of them teased for a while before carefully observing Xiaohei. However, as the two of them observed, their brows slowly furrowed. After a long while, the Rain Empress shook her head and sighed, "Little Knight, I can't tell what's going on with your soul-devouring beast, but I'm guessing that it has entered some kind of mystical state. Although I don't know what this state does, I can be sure that this state is absolutely harmless to it. And my opinion is the same as Empress Rain's. Our family has records that some special states will produce some strange phenomena. For example, the soul quiets down and the energy of heaven and earth gathers. Your soul-devouring beast has a yellow light protecting its body, blocking divine senses. This state should be harmless to it." Lei Jin nodded his head and said. Yi Qinghan recalled Xiaohei back into the beast space. It seemed like he could only find out after going to Soul-Devouring City and asking Lord Devour. When he thought about going to Soul-Devouring City, Yi Qinghan thought about the problem that had been troubling him for a long time. He hurriedly asked, "Uncle Lei Jin, Empress Rain, there are some things that I don't know how to arrange. Can you give me some suggestions?" Lei Jin waved his hand and said directly. Empress Rain also opened her eyes wide and looked like she was ready to listen. "After we leave Sealed God Valley, I want you to help me auction off the strange fruits and exchange them for a large amount of God stones. After that, I need to go to Soul-Devouring City immediately. However, it's not easy to arrange these 100,000 martial artists. Originally, I wanted to take down a lower city." Yi Qinghan did not hide anything and said everything that was on his mind. With regards to Lei Zhen, Yi Qinghan had an indescribable sense of trust because of Lei Yanhua and their interaction in Sealed God Valley. As for the Rain Empress, although he didn't know if the Rain Empress had feelings for him, and he wasn't sure if he had feelings for her, but he thought that since he became her first man she wouldn't hurt him, right? Yi Qinghan explained in detail for almost an hour. After listening, Empress Rain and Thunder Emperor fell into deep thought. Yi Qinghan had done them a great favor. They felt that they owed Yi Qinghan. As for Empress Rain, she had an indescribable feeling for Yi Qinghan. She had already confirmed that she would return to the distant Nanling continent. She did not know if she would see him again. Of course, she hoped to help Yi Qinghan before she left. If you want to settle these people, you need a place. In my opinion, instead of attacking a city, why not build a city? After a while, Lei Zhen stopped thinking. Rays of light shot out from his eyes. Even the purple hair on his head danced in the wind. His body did not release any aura, but the aura of an overlord was revealed. Build a city? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He had only heard of the City Lord Challenge and Palace Lord Challenge. After winning the City Lord and Palace Lord Challenge, they could take over his position. This was the first time he had heard of building a city. Yes. Little knight, you can build a city. Empress Yu suddenly woke up. Her eyes were filled with joy and splendor. Can the immortal realm build another city? And where? Yi Qinghan saw that the two of them had the same opinion and could not help but feel even more curious. Of course. Otherwise, where would the cities of the immortal realm come from? Actually, any expert can build a city. It's just that it costs a lot to build a city. If you are not strong enough, you will be challenged by others. The gains do not make up for the losses. Therefore, if the experts of the immortal realm want to build their own forces, they will usually choose to directly attack a city through a challenge. Then, they will spend a period of time to win over the hearts of the people and win over their subordinates. Then, they will slowly take control of the city. Lei Zhen spoke with fervor and assurance. He turned into a strategist and carefully analyzed the situation for Yi Qinghan. But you are different. You have the Sealed God Valley. You do not lack divine stones. Moreover, you have so many powerful soul slaves. There is no need to slowly attack another city. You also do not need to worry about the city being taken away by others. Of course, there is another important reason. If you want to completely control the Sealed God Valley, you must build a city. Moreover, it must be built on the Sealed God Valley, on the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Chapter 770. It has to be built on the Phoenix Cloud Mountain, on top of the Apotheosis Valley? Yi Qinghan seemed to sense something. He blinked his eyes and waited for the Thunder Emperor to explain. Little Yi, your Apotheosis Valley can't seal 9th grade war gods, right? Before Lei Zhen could speak, the Rain Empress, who was standing beside him, spoke. It can't. You mean, 9th grade war gods will come to snatch the Apotheosis Valley? Yi Qinghan finally understood the Thunder Emperor's meaning, which made him even more bewildered. That's right. Lei Zhen said with certainty, in the past no one has ever walked out of the Apotheosis Valley, so the experts would have scruples. Of course, they wouldn't dare to send experts to investigate. However, once we walk out, 8th grade war gods and 9th grade war gods will come to investigate. Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasured land that often spits out priceless fruits? Therefore, if you want to completely control the Apotheosis Valley, you have to build a city on top of it, and then apply to the Misty City to build a city there. Once the Misty Manor confirms the legal status of your city, no experts would dare to lay their eyes on the Apotheosis Valley. After all, they can ignore the iron law of the divine realm, but if they don't have a legitimate reason, it will affect their reputation. I see. Yi Qinghan was shocked. Luckily, he and the Rain Empress had brought up this matter. Otherwise, the Apotheosis Valley would have been taken away sooner or later. Yi Qinghan never liked to give up what he had obtained. Good. We'll do as Uncle Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress said. After we get out, we will build a city on the Phoenix Cloud Mountain. Yi Qinghan's eyes also flickered with an extraordinary splendor. To be able to build a city in the divine world, a city that belonged to him, Yi Qinghan felt incomparably excited just thinking about it. After a while, he frowned again. The city must be built. But how to build it? He had the manpower, but where to buy the materials? How to set up the teleportation formation? How to set up the city's protective shield? How to apply to the Misty City? These were all big problems. After rolling his eyes a few times, Yi Qinghan had an idea. He pretended to be in a difficult position and looked at Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress pitifully. His meaning was obvious. He hoped that they could help him. Ah, you crafty little fellow, stop acting like this. When I return to Longyang Manor, as long as you give me enough divine stones, I'll help you build this city." The Thunder Emperor laughed bitterly. This was a tough job. However, although he looked embarrassed, he was actually very happy. After all, he could return a big favor to Yi Qinghan, and building a new city was also a sense of accomplishment. "Alright, little knight, I'll help you too. I'll go back after you've finished building your city. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed anyway, so a few more years won't make a difference." Empress Rain also sighed slightly. The southern mountain continent was far to the west of the divine world. After this farewell, they might never have the chance to meet again. She would help him as much as she could. Moreover, she had a vague feeling that she wanted to spend more time with this little man. "Alright. Let's discuss for a while. After leaving Seal God Valley, we will first go to the auction for the strange fruits. After that, Little Knight will go to Misty City and apply to build a city. We can also make a trip to the Soul Devourer Manor. During this period, I will make a trip back to my family. Empress Rain will stay at the Phoenix Aurora Mountains and wait for me to come back to build the city. When Little Knight is back, this city will be considered legal and protected by the divine world's laws." The Thunder Emperor was unusually excited as he started to discuss in detail with Yi Qinghan and the Rain Empress. Building a city was a big matter. They had to take it step by step and plan carefully. Otherwise, formidable martial artists would easily come and steal it. The three of them discussed for a full day and night in the Battle Emperor Palace. Eventually, even Yi Yaorao, who had always been cold, joined in to plan the city. Dozens of years passed. The Phoenix Aurora Mountains regained its former prosperity. Although it was still a little worse than when God the Archimo Xiao massacred the mountains, masked god bandits could still be seen everywhere in the huge Phoenix Aurora Mountains. Every few years, the Seal God Valley would spit out strange fruits with sky-high prices. To these god bandits, it was a fatal temptation. Although there were not many fruits that were spat out, each one of them could be sold for hundreds of millions of divine stones. There were even more supreme-grade strange fruits that could be sold for tens of billions of divine stones. This was especially so for those supreme-grade strange fruits that could be sold for hundreds of millions of divine stones. These stimulated countless formidable martial artists as they headed towards the Phoenix Aurora Mountains without fear of death. Many people started out as secret bandits. Later on, as they killed and robbed, they became light bandits. Dozens of years had passed. Tens of thousands of god bandits had gathered in the Phoenix Aurora Mountains. Half of these god bandits belonged to the three major factions while the other half formed their own groups. They roamed the mountain range, searching for strange fruits, killing people and robbing them. The leader of the three major factions, the leader of the army-killing Ripper Legion, the 6th-grade war god army-killing Ripper, was lying comfortably in a luxurious cave. He was enjoying the service of a few exquisite beauties. At this moment, the cave suddenly shook, causing military kill Ripper's body to tremble. The enraged dragon below him almost pierced the throat of a peerless beauty who was lying under him and helping him to swallow and spit out. He did not care about the beauty who was coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of white liquid. He jumped up, grabbed a robe from the ground, casually put it on and shot out. Swish. By the time army-killing Ripper rushed out of the cave, the entrance to the Seal God Valley was already filled with countless formidable martial artists. His subordinates had even occupied the sky above the Seal God Valley. Satisfied, army-killing Ripper flew back to his legion. His eyes flashed coldly as he stared at the entrance to the Seal God Valley. However, he was very puzzled. It had not been long since the last time the stone flow erupted. Why was it erupting again? However, he did not think too much about it. He was only thinking about how many divine stones he would earn this time. Buzz. Swish. The entire Phoenix Glow Mountain range shook again. This time, the tremors were longer and more obvious. All the formidable martial artists in the Phoenix Glow Mountain range were alarmed. Countless figures flew into the sky as they stared at the entrance to the Seal God Valley. However, it was obvious that the best position closest to the Seal God Valley's entrance had already been occupied by the three factions. They could only stand there angrily from afar, not even daring to blink. They were afraid that they would miss the strange fruits that were about to fly out. The dense mass of figures in the sky was like pieces of dark clouds that covered the sky of the Phoenix Radiance Mountain range. Buzz. Another tremor that was several times stronger than the previous one. At this moment, all the god bandits' eyes were blazing with fire. It was as if they wanted to melt the entrance to the Seal God Valley. According to the rules of the past, after 3 tremors, the entrance would erupt and spit out countless strange fruits. However, the Seal God Valley was completely silent. There was no movement at all. The 40,000 god bandits were all puzzled. Why was it so different from the past? Could it be that the thing that was erupting this time was different from the past? In the next second, all the god bandits knew that the thing that was erupting this time was indeed different. This time it was spewing out countless martial artists. Uncountable. Endless streams of martial artists. What's more, there were groups of demonic beasts. Powerful demonic beasts. The wind is tight. Brothers pull. At this moment, Sha Potion's expression became even more interesting than that of the woman whom he had just shot at. However, he did not remain stunned for long. With a shout, he rushed down the passageway. He could clearly sense that there were tens of figures that were on par with him. What's more, there were 4 figures whose auras caused his soul spirit to tremble. Run! The 40,000 god bandits in the sky did not hesitate. They immediately rushed down the passageway and fled in all directions. The entire sky was filled with figures of martial artists fleeing. God powers of all colors were released. The scene was spectacular. Where do you think you are escaping to? Everyone listen up. Capture all the god bandits below. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Demon the Arch, Wind the Arch, seal the surroundings. Don't let a single god bandit escape. Among the countless figures spewing out of the Seal God Valley, a green-robed man was surrounded by 4 formidable martial artists with the most terrifying auras. Looking at the fleeing martial artists, the green-robed man laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 100,000 martial artists and tens of thousands of demonic beasts behind him turned into streaks of steel as they rushed downwards. Their auras were overwhelming and unstoppable. Chapter 771. Swish. The Demon the Arch, the Wind the Arch, and the Rain Empress flew in 3 different directions as fast as lightning. Soon, they overtook the fleeing martial artists and stood in 3 different directions. They formed a triangular formation and released a powerful aura. Together, they sealed the Phoenix Glow Mountain range. If anyone dared to escape, they would be mercilessly killed by the 3 absolute formidable martial artists. The Thunder the Arch did not make a move but stood beside Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. The 2 horns on his head flashed with lightning. It was as if a god had descended, and no one dared to go near him. The tens of thousands of demonic beasts did not make a move either. Instead, they flew past the crowd and rushed out of the mountain range. These demonic beasts were all ape-type demonic beasts that were born from the Demon the Arch. They were huge, each of them at least 4 to 5 meters tall. There were also demonic beasts that had cultivated to an extremely high level. They were more than 10 meters tall, covered in brown fur, and had sharp claws on their limbs. Their mouths revealed sharp fangs and their auras were terrifying. Because the 3 Thearchs had sealed the area together, no god bandits dared to rush out. The tens of thousands of demonic beasts quickly scattered outside the mountain range and disappeared into the dense forest and stone peaks. They surrounded the entire Phoenix Glow Mountain range so that not even a fly could fly out. This was the plan that the Thunder the Arch, the Rain Empress, and Yi Qinghan had come up with before the city was built. The news that the seal of the God Valley had been broken and that the martial artists inside had escaped must not be spread out. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if such an important piece of news spread to those famous absolute formidable martial artists and those hidden formidable martial artists. Those who surrender will not be killed, otherwise die. Yi Qinghan looked coldly at the god bandits and seal of the God Valley martial artists as he circulated his divine power and shouted in a low voice. Most of these god bandits were inhumane. For the mutated fruits they killed and robbed people. Their hands were stained with blood. He remembered clearly that when he fell into the seal of the God Valley he was being chased. Of course he would not be polite now. Those who surrender will not be killed, otherwise die. More than 100,000 martial artists shouted in unison. Their voices shook the heavens and the entire Phoenix Glow Mountain range. Under the leadership of Feng Chi Li and his 100 soul slaves, more than 100,000 martial artists were divided into countless small teams. They were all wearing the same armor of the 5 tribes. They turned into a flood of steel and cut the fleeing martial artists into pieces. They were unstoppable. In the air, on the ground, in the bushes, and beneath the stone peaks, there were severed limbs and fresh blood everywhere. Countless divine crystals and interspatial rings floated in the air. In just a short wave of attacks, thousands of god bandits had been killed. Countless martial artists had also fallen from the sky wounded. I surrender. I surrender. Some of the martial artists saw that the situation was not good and raised their hands and shouted loudly. Looking at the group of cultivators with frightening auras, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner and powerful attacks, Zhang Xian's soul nearly shattered. Where did these killing gods come from? No, these were all killing gods from the conferred God Valley. Xiao. The moment this martial artist shouted, The group of martial artists charging towards him suddenly changed direction and headed towards the god bandits in another direction. The team that rushed over didn't make things difficult for him either. His face was filled with joy as if he had just survived a disaster. "I surrender, we surrender." The countless god bandits who saw this scene all raised their hands and shouted. More than 100,000 martial artists and close to 100 formidable martial artists who were as powerful as the leaders of the three factions. Most importantly, there were 4 absolute formidable martial artists. The Phoenix Glow Mountain range had been sealed. Even if they wanted to escape, where could they escape to? Those who surrender. Squat down on the ground and put your hands on your head. Don't move. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with these people's performance. He was also very satisfied with the results of the first wave of attacks. He pointed to an empty space on the left and spoke to the martial artists who had surrendered. "Xiao." The close to 1,000 god bandits who had surrendered did not dare to disobey. All of them obediently flew towards that empty space and squatted there with their hands on their heads. They didn't dare to look around and didn't dare to make a sound. In his heart, however, he was extremely puzzled. If they wanted to surrender, then so be it. Why did they have to do such strange things? Also, why did these hundreds of thousands of powerful martial artists and tens of thousands of demonic beasts seem to be a group? What's more, it seemed like the leader of this group was that green-robed god general. As more and more god bandits surrendered, more and more people were pondering these questions on the empty space. However, no one could understand. How did so many formidable martial artists become a group? Formidable martial artists all had their own pride and wouldn't surrender easily. Also, why was their commander a mere god general? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or was this god general actually an absolute formidable martial artist that they just couldn't detect? God damn it. Kill Ruinous Killer cursed as he ran around the cave crazily. He couldn't understand why so many formidable martial artists had come out from the Seal God Valley. He didn't have time to think about this question. Feng Qi was leading 5 formidable martial artists in hot pursuit. If he wasn't familiar with the terrain, he would have been caught up a long time ago. It was true that he was a 6th grade war god, but the 6 people behind him were all 6th grade war gods. What's more, the one in front was a peak stage 6th grade formidable martial artist. Xiao. The passageway in front of him suddenly widened, and Kill Ruinous Killer felt bitter. As expected, Feng Qi's speed suddenly increased. The black spear in his hand was surrounded by black fog as it stabbed towards Kill Ruinous Killer's back. Kill Ruinous Killer could even feel the space behind him vibrating. He didn't dare to run anymore. A blood-colored spear appeared in his hand as he turned and stabbed towards the black spear. Bang! The blood-colored spear and the black spear clashed. Feng Qi cultivated the most powerful destruction nomological mystical ability. Kill Ruinous Killer was directly sent flying by the powerful force. He felt a sharp pain in his hand, and his spear almost fell out of his hand. The cave was also shaken by the 2's aura waves. It shook slightly and rocks fell down. Surrender. Submit to the Night the Arch and I can spare your life. Feng Qi kept his spear leisurely. The 5 martial artists behind him had already surrounded Kill Ruinous Killer. He couldn't escape. That's the Night the Arch? The one with devil horns on his head? Kill Ruinous Killer looked around and knew that if he didn't surrender today, he would definitely die. Thinking about the Thunder Thearka's terrifying aura, he sighed in his heart. It wasn't embarrassing to submit to such a formidable martial artist. No, it's the green-robed young god general beside him. Feng Qi laughed mockingly, but in his heart he was filled with gratitude towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had gone to the Thunder Thearka's tribe to kidnap people, and Feng Qi had almost killed him. He didn't expect Yi Qinghan to let bygones be bygones and not take him as a soul slave. He had to repay this favor. What? Kill Ruinous Killer's eyes widened in disbelief, following which he revealed an expression of grief and indignation. It was obvious that he thought Feng Qi was humiliating him. Feng Qi understood what Kill Ruinous Killer was thinking. He laughed coldly, and the spear in his hand emitted a black aura. He said, "It isn't embarrassing to submit to him. He has 2 7th grade war gods under him, and he has dozens of martial artists of your level. Give me your answer. Surrender or die." The battle in the Phoenix Glow Mountain didn't last for long. In just 4 hours, there were already more than 30,000 martial artists squatting on the ground. More than 100,000 martial artists and hundreds of martial artists who were 5th grade war gods and above. With such a battle strength, the tens of thousands of god bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain didn't even have the courage to resist. The only problem was that there were too many caves in the Phoenix Glow Mountain. It was a little troublesome to search for them. Greetings to the Knight the Arch. The entire Phoenix Glow Mountain has been searched 5 times. We have confirmed that there are no god bandits who have escaped. Groups of martial artists wearing battle armor of all colors flew out from the caves and finally hovered in mid-air. When almost everyone had arrived, the formidable martial artists present all knelt down on one knee towards Yi Qinghan and shouted in a low voice. "S." The 30,000 god bandits squatting on the ground all sucked in a cold breath as they looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. They didn't expect that the leader of this group of powerful martial artists was actually this green-robed young god general. Chapter 772. Bring this person, and that person here. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in mid-air and looked down on everyone. Although he was only a peak-stage god general, his aura was not weaker than anyone else's. He had 2 7th-grade war gods, 100 soul slaves, and more than 100,000 formidable martial artists under him. This made him very confident. Only when one was confident would he have an aura and an imposing manner. Under the Thunder Thearka's instructions, Yi Qinghan pointed out the 3 6th-grade war gods among the god bandits. The 3 of them were the leaders of 3 god bandits. 2 of them were low-grade 6th-grade war gods, and Sha Junpo was a high-grade 6th-grade war god. Yi Qinghan naturally would not let go of such formidable martial artists. All the god bandits below, listen up. You have 2 choices. You can either swear a divine emperor blood oath and serve me, Yi Qinghan, for 200,000 years, or you can die. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a cold look. If he wanted to control these god bandits, he could only use the divine emperor blood oath to restrain them. Those who could become god bandits all had some skills. It would be a waste if he did not make use of them. What's more, if he wanted to keep this secret and build the city quickly and safely, he had to make use of these people. Tiske. Following Yi Qinghan's command, the countless martial artists surrounding the god bandits all raised the weapons in their hands. Divine power surrounded them, and they were filled with murderous intent. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be killed immediately. 200,000 years? The god bandits who were hugging their heads and squatting on the ground were crying bitterly in their hearts. Such a long time really made them feel indignant. However, what could they do? The blood in the corpses nearby had not completely cooled. What's more, with so many formidable martial artists submitting to this young god general, it would not be a loss of face for them. As expected, all of them swore a divine emperor blood oath and pledged their loyalty to Yi Qinghan. After all, since they chose to surrender, they were all people who were afraid of death. Since they were afraid of death, all conditions were no longer conditions. Yi Qinghan nodded his head in satisfaction. In this battle he had only lost over 1,000 people, but he had managed to capture over 30,000 martial artists. This was a great deal. Then he turned to look at Feng Qi, Qili, and the others. The 3 god bandit leaders had their divine crystals sealed. Jiang Yi said, "The 3 of you offer up your soul flames and serve me for 1,000,000 years. I will return your freedom to you. Otherwise, humph." Soul fire? 1,000,000 years? Military Kill Ripper's face instantly turned as white as snow. His lips trembled as he said, "Sir, this isn't right? The 3 of us are also humans. How can we be treated differently? This is not fair." That's right. "Milord, we can also make a godly emperor blood oath." The other 2 leaders hurriedly called out. Once they sacrificed their soul flames, they would become soul slaves. Heavens, earth. However, when the 3 of them shouted, Tianqin, who was standing nearby, became unhappy. He was a peak stage rank 6, and he had already become a soul slave. How dare the 3 of them make a fuss here? He slapped them a few times and scolded, "*CKU unfair my ass. Master did not ask you anything. If you dare to make another sound, I will tear you apart." Military Kill Ripper and the other 2 were stunned by the few slaps. They did not dare to make another sound. They looked at this formidable martial artist and did not understand why he was so angry. He was so ruthless and even lost a few of his teeth. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew why Tianqin was angry. He also knew that Tianqin would not dare to kill without his orders. He did not blame Tianqin. Of course, he had to vent his anger. He did not care about petty tricks. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Military Kill Ripper and the other 2. "I do not lack the 3 of you soul slaves. I will ask you one last time. Are you offering them up?" Military Kill Ripper suddenly remembered that the huge man had addressed Yi Qinghan as master and not Yi Di. He remembered what Feng Qi had said when he was captured by Feng Qi. He knew in his heart that Yi Di was speaking the truth. He did not lack subordinates. He could only bitterly say, "I will offer them up." With Military Kill Ripper taking the lead, the other 2 did not dare to resist. They offered up their souls. Yi Qinghan immediately removed the soul flames of the 3 5th-grade war god soul slaves and took them in as soul slaves. Demon the Arch, Wind the Arch, bring men and seal off the entire Phoenix Glow Mountain range. If anyone tries to barge in, capture them. Tianqin, bring men and reorganize all the god bandits. Scatter them and join the Yi family army. Find a place to rest in the passageway. Before leaving the Seal of the Gods Valley, Yi Qinghan asked the Wind the Arch to organize all the martial artists into an army, codenamed the Yi Family Army. There were a total of 5 teams, each led by a peak 6th-grade war god. The main commander of the Yi Family Army was the Wind the Arch. Yi Qinghan's 100 soul slaves were all the strongest martial artists present. They joined the 5 teams and became team leaders, each leading a few thousand people. In addition to the tens of thousands of demonic beasts from the Demon the Arch, they could easily control more than 100,000 martial artists. Of course, this was not thought of by Yi Qinghan, it was taught to him by the Thunder the Arch. After subduing the god bandits and making arrangements, Yi Qinghan and the Thunder the Arch Rain Empress led Feng Qi and the others into the passageway. Finally, they were led by their subordinates to the luxurious cave where military Kill Ripper was staying. Feng Qi, what are your plans? After entering the cave, Yi Qinghan did not say anything. Instead, the Thunder the Arch looked at the 11 people present and spoke. Feng Qi and the others were on good terms with the Thunder the Arch Rain Empress. Of course, there were also people who had helped Yi Qinghan before, such as Wu Shan. Yi Qinghan did not make these people his sole slaves, neither did he make them swear a divine emperor blood oath. Now that they were out, according to Yi Qinghan and the Thunder the Arch Rain Empress plan, he had to settle them down properly. At least they could not leave before the city was built. Your subordinates will listen to the Thunder the Arch Rain Empress arrangements. The people present did not dare to speak recklessly. They only listened to the Thunder the Arch and the Rain Empress. Furthermore, if not for the Thunder the Arch and the Rain Empress, if not for Yi Qinghan, they would not have been able to leave. Of course, they did not dare to speak recklessly. If that's the case, if you want to leave, the 3 of us will not stop you. However, you have to do so after we build the city. Furthermore, you have to swear a divine emperor blood oath not to divulge any information about Sealed God Valley. To tell you the truth, Little Yi is preparing to build a big city in the Phoenix Dawn Mountain Range to protect Sealed God Valley. You also know that Sealed God Valley has many rare and holy fruits. These things can be sold for sky-high divine stones. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay in this new city. I will help Little Yi make the decision and give each of you a doyen position. You can share Sealed God Valley. The Thunder the Arch spoke slowly. These were all things that the 3 of them had agreed on. Their goal was naturally to rope in these people. These people were powerful and very loyal. If they stayed in the new city, they would be very good guardians. The 11 people present were silent. Yi Qinghan and the Rain Empress were not in a hurry either. They drank their tea indifferently. After all, everyone had their own considerations. There was no point in forcing them. Monarch, can I follow you? The first to speak was Feng Qi. He looked at the Thunder the Arch and made a request. The Thunder the Arch was shocked. He then smiled bitterly and said, Feng Qi, it's not that I don't want to bring you along. My family situation is very complicated. Furthermore, when I go back this time, I might even betray my family and come here to be taken in by Little Yi. If you have nowhere to go, follow Little Yi. He won't let you down. Alright, I will listen to Monarch. Feng Qi decisively expressed his attitude. Yi Qinghan had such powerful subordinates, the investiture of the Gods Valley with terrifying restrictions, and he was also a soul cultivator. It would not be a disgrace to him to follow anyone. The Qilin looked at the Rain Empress. A bitter look flashed across his eyes. He did not say much and just said calmly, I will stay. I will also stay. Wu Shan was the third to speak. He was a 5th-grade war god. Since he could obtain the position of doyen, he naturally wanted to stay. Of course, he also wanted to go back to his family to take a look. However, once he went back, his position as doyen would fly away. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. A few decades more would not matter. He was not in a hurry to go back in the future. In the end, 8 of the 11 people decided to stay. These 8 people were very clear that with the help of the 4 great emperors, so many experts, and the wealth of the investiture of the Gods Valley, this city would definitely be built. Moreover, it would continue to grow stronger. In the end, it could become a city at the level of a prefecture's main city. Becoming a doyen of such a city would be an honor for them. Of course, the most important thing was that the investiture of the Gods Valley had an endless supply of strange fruits. This meant that there would be an endless supply of divine stones. As doyen, they would be able to obtain more. Chapter 773. The entire Phoenix Dawn mountain range was surrounded by Yi Qinghan's Yi family army and demonic beast army. The outermost layer was filled with tens of thousands of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were not used for attacking. They were hidden in the forest and acted as spies. Everything was under the command of the demonic beast the Arch. He would know immediately if anyone intruded the mountain. If anyone dared to escape, they would be dismembered by the demonic beasts in the mountain. The innermost layer was the Yi family army led by the Wind the Arch. Blue Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin. Anyone who intruded the mountain would be captured. The 4 groups that weren't on duty were scattered in the 4 main camps of the Phoenix Dawn mountain range to cultivate and supervise each other. In a month, after Yi Qinghan had complete control over these martial artists, he left the Wind the Arch, the demonic beast the Arch, Qi Li, and the other 5 doyens to guard the Phoenix Dawn mountain range. Together with the Thunder the Arch, Yu Ho and Yi Yaorao, the 6 of them flew towards Beacon Smoke Prefecture. Yi Qinghan had given the Wind the Arch, the Demonic the Arch and the 100 soul slaves a death order to guard the Phoenix Dawn mountain range. If anything happened, he would directly crush their soul flames, causing their souls to crumble, and they would die instantly. With the supervision of the 6 doyens, there shouldn't be any big trouble. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan had already activated the restrictions of the Sealed God Valley. If they really couldn't hold on, then all the martial artists could enter the huge pit and enter the Sealed God Valley. No one would dare to follow them in, right? Yi Qinghan brought out all the mutant fruits and holy fruits in Sealed God Valley that had ripened. There were many holy and mutant fruits in Sealed God Valley. Every 3 years, a small portion would be controlled by the restrictions and spit out of Phoenix Dawn mountain range. The Holy Fruit Mountain didn't have any restrictions and ripened quickly. The 5 tribes directly plucked them. However, the Mutant Fruit Mountain had restrictions. Every once in a while, a small portion would be spat out into Sealed God Valley, causing a fight for the mutant fruits. Yi Qinghan could control the restrictions. Of course, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. He plucked all the ripened mutant fruits and prepared to auction them. Right now, the 6 of them were going to auction the divine stones. Their destination was Dripping Spring City. Uncle Lei Zhen, why are we going to Dripping Spring City to auction? Yi Qinghan let Night Demon, Feng Qi, Wu Shanyu and Empress Yi Qinghan enter the unfettered pavilion while he was carried by Lei Zhen towards the Smoke Beacon Prefecture. After flying out of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range, Yi Qinghan found out that the purpose of this trip was to pass through Beacon Smoke Manor and then teleport to Dripping Spring City for the auction. This is because all the god bandits would go to Dripping Spring City to auction off their fruits. The master of the Dripping Spring Manor was a super divine beast with the strength of an 8th grade war god. He had never participated in the disputes between manors, and he was a fair person who did not bully the weak. The public security of the Dripping Spring City was also famous in the Misty Continent. All the saint fruits that the god bandits had obtained had been auctioned off in Dripping Spring City. In the end, after hundreds of thousands of years, Dripping Spring City's auction house had been created. Now, this auction house was the largest auction house in the entire ethereal continent. Only there could the saint fruits be sold for a good price. Furthermore, you have so many mutant fruits and they can only be sold there. The other places do not have that many investors to buy them. Lei Zhen smiled slightly as he explained to Yi Qinghan. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not have the right to come into contact with this information. However, he was from the Longyang Manor's Lei family and naturally knew about it. Yi Qinghan nodded as he was filled with emotions. If not for the Thunder Emperor, it would have been very difficult for him to exchange these fruits for divine stones. He had an impression of Dripping Spring City because Li Shui and Li Shui Li Bai were from Dripping Spring City. Li Shui was the daughter of the Dripping Spring Manor's Manor Lord and was also a super divine beast. It was very safe there. Yi Qinghan asked again, then how long do we need to fly to reach Beacon Smoke Manor's city? 3 days. When we reach the nearest city, the Nether City, we will teleport directly to Beacon Smoke City and then teleport to Dripping Spring City. The Thunder Emperor said with some pride. The speed of the Thunder God race was extremely fast and could look down on those of the same level. If it was any other 7th grade war god, they would need at least 5 days. Nether City? Is it the city of the double pupil Nether race? Yi Qinghan's heart shook as he recalled the Divine Master Slayer's race. Lord Devour seemed to have vaguely mentioned it. You also know about it? It is indeed the base of the double pupil Nether race. This race is very old, but it has declined. The Thunder Emperor nodded. However, he seemed to recall something and said, however, before I entered the Sealed God Valley, I vaguely heard that a peerless genius appeared in their race and was accepted as a disciple by Evil Moon. Now their nether city has been revived. As expected, Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. The Fire Dragon continent was the territory of the double-pupil nether race. Now that he had become the lord of the Fire Dragon continent, the nether race must have known about it. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of the nether race. With his current force he could completely flatten the nether city. He was worried about Evil Moon, who was behind that peerless genius. He was one of the 5 great venerables under the Misty Sovereign. Uncle Lei Zhen, what kind of expert is Master Evil Moon? Yi Qinghan actually had a vague idea in her heart, but she still asked for confirmation. Level 8. Those who can be titled as venerable are all level 8. The Lord of Dripping Spring Manor is level 8. People call him Venerable Dripping Spring. The Thunder Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. His current overall strength was at the peak of level 7. Although the peak of level 7 and level 8 seemed similar, he knew that it was the difference between heaven and earth. Damn it. Yi Qinghan confirmed the answer in his heart and cursed inwardly. After thinking for a while, he realized that the double-pupil nether race might not know that he, Yi Qinghan, was the lord of the Fire Dragon continent. Moreover, Evil Moon might not necessarily stand up for his disciple. He secretly relaxed. However, in his heart he thought that if there was a chance he would still secretly kill that peerless genius to avoid any future troubles. 3 days later. A city that was about the same size as Dancing Phoenix City was already in sight. The Thunder Emperor flashed into Yi Qinghan's carefree pavilion and took Wushan's place. The 2 horns on the Thunder Emperor's head were too obvious. Moreover, the Thunder Emperor was very famous in the past. Before the city was built, it was better not to expose him. Wushan's strength just happened to be at the God Emperor realm, neither too high nor too low. It was just right for him to protect Yi Qinghan. The 2 of them took out their divine realm badges and entered the city directly. After entering the city, Yi Qinghan looked around. Indeed, everywhere he looked, there were people with the same double pupils and bald heads as Master God Tuesday. Some people's eyes were a mixture of red and green, some were a mixture of red and black, yellow and blue. There were all kinds of strange eyes, which broadened Yi Qinghan's horizons. The saying that there were hundreds of races in the immortal world was indeed true. These double-pupil nether race people walked in the city with an air of arrogance. It was obvious that they were proud because their race had produced an unparalleled genius. However, no one dared to cause trouble in front of the 2 of them. After all, Wushan's strength was at the God Emperor realm. God Emperors usually had the strength of a 5th-grade war god. In the entire divine realm, a 5th-grade war god was considered an expert. In this nether city they were even more outstanding. Mother ****, that little princess of the Lei family actually dared to reject the young master's proposal? That little fellow is too arrogant. Suddenly Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks. His ears twitched slightly, and he looked toward a restaurant at the side. He saw a few double-pupil nether race warriors upstairs discussing something. Young master? What's wrong? Wu Shan looked inside in astonishment, but did not discover anything. He asked with some doubt. Don't speak. Yi Qinghan shouted in a low voice and continued to listen. The conversation inside continued. It was very loud and it was obvious that they had no scruples. Their young master had become the disciple of a venerable one. This made the double-pupil nether race people very confident. It's the little princess of the Lei family. Although she has awakened the Thunder God's bloodline, who is the young master. He is the disciple of a venerable one. Moreover, he has cultivated to the peak of the Divine King realm in 100 years. She actually looks down on such a genius? Humph, your news is outdated. 5 days ago, the Lei family's Hall of Elders agreed to the young master's proposal. However, Lei Yun of the Lei family's Hall of Combat took Lei Huoyin and left Longyang City. At this moment, the young master is even more indignant. He brought people to chase after them. Little Huoyin. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes became misty. An extremely perfect little face appeared in his mind. 50 years had passed. Who knew what kind of beauty that little girl had grown up into? Chapter 774. Under Wu Shan's astonished gaze, Yi Qinghan actually walked directly towards the restaurant. Furthermore, he walked directly towards the double-pupiled Netherworld race clansmen. There were a total of 4 double-pupiled Netherworld race clansmen. They were sitting around a square table, eating and drinking as they discussed loudly. When they saw Yi Qinghan directly walk over with a person in tow, the 4 of them vigilantly looked at Wu Shan behind Yi Qinghan. However, they didn't care. This was the Netherworld race's territory. Even a god emperor wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Innkeeper, I'll pay for this table of guests' drinks. Yi Qinghan loudly shouted at the innkeeper of the restaurant, causing the expressions on the faces of the 4 Netherworld race clansmen to relax. Only then did Yi Qinghan smile faintly at the 4 of them. He cupped his hands and said, "Big brothers, I admire the young master of your clan very much. I wonder if I can have a drink with you?" The expressions of the 4 of them immediately became even more relaxed. Smiles appeared on their faces and their demonic eyes flickered. They very politely stood up and cupped their hands at Yi Qinghan, saying, "Young master, please." When they saw that Yi Qinghan's speech and actions carried an invisible aura, coupled with the fact that Wu Shan behind him was clearly playing the role of a bodyguard, they all believed that Yi Qinghan was definitely a young master of some great family. To have a god emperor as a bodyguard, he must definitely be a young master of a great family. The young masters of great families all admired their young patriarchs, so they felt very honored. "Big brothers, this little brother offers you a toast. Bottoms up." Yi Qinghan sat down without a trace of politeness. He took the cup that the maid next to him handed over and downed it in one gulp, causing the smiles on the faces of the 4 of them to deepen. Only then did he pull a silk handkerchief from the table and wipe the corner of his mouth. He smiled warmly and said, "This little brother truly admires the young master of your clan. This time I've specially come to befriend him. However, he doesn't seem to be in Nether City. I heard you say that he went to chase after the little princess of the Lei family? What's going on?" "Sai, this matter is infuriating. After Lei Zhen, the Lei clan has produced another descendant of the Thunder God's bloodline. Not only that, but she is also extremely beautiful. Her beauty is enough to cause the downfall of a city. She is even more attractive than the Demon Clan. After the identity of the little princess of the Lei family was exposed, the number of suitors who came to the Longyang Manor to seek her hand in marriage could be said to have destroyed the teleportation formation of the Longyang Manor. Of course, the Lei clan didn't care about ordinary people. Moreover, the little princess had her eyes on the top of her head, so she rejected them one by one. Even our young master's marriage proposal was politely rejected. Later, our young master asked the Venerable One to propose for him. The Venerable One really liked our young master. Not only did he stand up for him, but he also took out a precious treasure to propose. In the end, the Lei clan's Doyen Hall agreed. Their battle hall's Doyen, Lei Yun, immediately ran away with the little princess. At this moment, the experts of the Lei family and my young master are chasing after them. Damn it, this fellow still wants to give her face? A double-pupiled Netherworld race member spoke quickly. Moreover, this matter had long since spread and it wasn't a big deal, so he spoke of it casually. He was clearly very angry and felt indignant on behalf of his young master. Bang! Yi Qinghan was furious when he heard this. He slammed his palm heavily on the table, startling the Netherworld clansman. His eyes burned with anger as he said, "Motherfucker, he really wants to give him face. Ha, little brother, don't get angry. If that little princess is captured by the experts of the Lei family and my young master, she will definitely suffer. When she marries into our Nether City, I will definitely write to my young master and have him serve her well with leather whips and candles." The Netherworld clansmen hadn't heard that the she in Yi Qinghan's words had become he. They thought that Yi Qinghan was helping to scold them, so they became even more affectionate towards Yi Qinghan. One of them patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and motioned him not to get angry. "Little Yi, lure these people out of the city. I don't want to divide their corpses." Yi Qinghan had calmed down slightly, but Lei Zhen's furious sound transmission rang in his ears. With Lei Zhen's strength, he could easily spread out his divine sense and listen to everything. Naturally, he was very concerned when he heard about his daughter. Yi Qinghan responded. Then he turned to the group and said, "Do you know where the little princess of the Lei family has escaped to? Also, where is your young master? I just happened to meet your young master and admire his unparalleled heroic bearing. I want to get to know him well. Shopkeeper, bring up a few more bottles of your best wine." "Best wine?" "Young master, our best wine costs 1,000,000 divine stones per bottle." The shopkeeper was a chubby man with a round face. At this moment, his eyes were shining. He knew that he had met a rich customer, but he still couldn't help but remind him. Bang! Yi Qinghan had nowhere to vent his anger. He raised his hand and gave a slap. He directly threw a 10,000,000 divine stones crystal card on the table. The row of red words on the card dazzled the shopkeeper's eyes. It also dazzled the 4 members of the Netherworld race. The shopkeeper didn't get angry after being slapped. Instead, he crawled up and jogged with his back bent. After a while, he brought up a few bottles of good wine and countless plates of precious game. His face was full of joy. The 4 of them became even more enthusiastic towards Yi Qinghan. How could a young master who could spend millions of divine stones be an ordinary person? Even their young master wouldn't dare to be so extravagant, right? The four of them were second or third layer divine generals. They had never seen such a scene before. Immediately, one of the netherworld race transmitted his voice. The little princess of the Lei family is currently in Dripping Spring City. She and the little princess of Dripping Spring City are good friends. Right now she is preparing to take refuge there. Our young master also paid a great price to find out. Not long ago he came back and invited the two ancestors of our race to Dripping Spring City. Young master, please don't tell anyone about this. Haha, of course. Yi Qinghan was shocked. This was such a coincidence. He was also preparing to go to Dripping Spring City. It seemed like he could have some fun this time. However, he started to transmit his voice to the Thunder Monarch in his heart. After a while, Yi Qinghan stood up with a face full of smiles and said, "Big brothers, please have a good time. I want to leave the city and go to Maple Leaf Mountain to take a look at the famous scenic spot in the Immortal Realm. Alright, where do you find a guide? I need a few guides." Maple Leaf Mountain? Guide. Little brother, you want to go there? I'll go with you. You're a guest. As expected. Someone immediately fell into Yi Qinghan's trap. Maple Leaf Mountain was a famous scenic spot outside of Nether City. Yi Qinghan had just learned about it from the Thunder Monarch. Just now, Yi Qinghan had spent millions of divine stones. As soon as these people heard that he was a guide, they took the bait. How can I let you accompany me for free? How about this? Each of you will have 5 million divine stones. Don't say any more. If you say any more, you'll be looking down on me. I'll fall out with you. Yi Qinghan hurriedly cupped his hands politely. He took out 4 divine stone crystal cards and handed them over. His tone was not to be questioned. "Ah, we've met, fools." The 4 were overjoyed. This was a windfall. They pretended to reject it and accepted it. Yi Qinghan paid the bill. The 6 of them ran out of the city. Along the way, the 4 of them were so affectionate as if they had met their own father. "Alright, it's about time. Uncle Lei Zhen, do you want to do it or should I?" After running for half a day, they were already 5,000 kilometers away from Nether City. Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped in a secluded place. He ignored the 4 Nether race clansmen and sent a voice projection to the Thunder Emperor. Chapter 775. Do it. Go to the city and leave immediately. The Thunder Monarch's voice was cold and murderous. "Little brother, why are you stopping? Maple Leaf Mountain is almost there." When the 4 of them saw Yi Qinghan suddenly stop, they all looked at her in surprise. However, they discovered that this amiable little brother's expression had suddenly turned cold at this moment, and his body's murderous intent had skyrocketed. They were all confused. Then they saw Yi Qinghan looking at them mockingly as if he was looking at 4 corpses. Buzz. Suddenly, a translucent celestial territory enveloped the 4. It was Wu Shan's celestial territory. The 4's expressions changed when they saw a flexible sword in Yi Qinghan's hand. The murderous intent in their eyes intensified. They would be fools if they still did not understand what was going on. "Little brother, what is the meaning of this? We are outside the Nether City." The 4 of them trembled slightly. They were all divine generals. Even Yi Qinghan, who was at the peak of the divine general realm, was no match for him, let alone Wu Shan. "Nether City? One day I will flatten this city. As for your young master, it won't be long before you meet him." Yi Qinghan snorted. With Lei Zhen's temper, as long as he did not give him a chance, he would definitely dismember Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan did not waste any more time with them. He merged with his beast and the flexible sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows that engulfed the 4. After dismembering the 4, Yi Qinghan ordered Wu Shan to turn the corpses into dust and the 2 left quickly. "Wu Shan, fly at full speed. I will chase after you. Let's see how fast I am." Not long after, Yi Qinghan sent a telepathic message to Wu Shan. Wu Shan was stunned. He thought to himself, "Little brat, do you think you are a martial artist from the Phantom tribe? A peak godly general wants to chase after me?" However, he did not dare to disobey. He flew forward at 80% speed. Shio. Although Wu Shan had only used 80% of his speed, it was still very shocking. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of thousands of meters away. He stopped in his tracks and wanted to wait for Yi Qinghan. This was outside the city. Although it wasn't too far from the city and there probably weren't any powerful demonic beasts, it was still better to be careful. Buzz. However, what scared Wu Shan so much that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets was that before he could turn around, he saw a shadow appear thousands of meters in front of him. Like a cool breeze, the shadow slowly solidified. Was Yi Qinghan. In the name of the Supreme Divine Emperor. Am I seeing things? Wu Shan blinked his eyes in disbelief. After looking at Yi Qinghan a few times, he flew over and looked closely at Yi Qinghan. Then he cried out in shock, "Young master! How did you do it? Little Yi you, little man, is this the new profound mystery you fused? It's so powerful." At the same time, two surprised voices quickly transmitted into Yi Qinghan's ears. Yi Qinghan was also in a daze. He was extremely shocked that his speed was faster than Wu Shan, who was a god emperor. A peak god general's speed could match a god emperor's? Furthermore, his imminent skyline had not been completed yet. This was a little scary. Uncle Leijin, Reign Empress, this is indeed the heart-profound mystery I fused. It's a high-grade profound mystery, imminent skyline. I also used this profound mystery to enter the sacrificial altar. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice honestly. The two already knew that he had created a new profound mystery. No one in the realm of the gods had successfully fused it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the sacrificial altar. You're a freak indeed. You boy, are too freakish. Little man, this profound mystery of yours is too powerful. When you reach the God Emperor realm, even a peak 7th grade war god won't be able to catch up to you. With your speed, you can kill a group of 7th grade war gods. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress sighed and transmitted their voices over. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to play around anymore. He asked Wu Shan to take him away. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if he was discovered. This was a life-saving technique. He made up his mind to fuse this profound mystery to completion when he had time. Then he would cultivate his divine energy and break through to the God King realm. At that time, his speed would probably be comparable to a lower 6th grade war god. If I follow this little master, I might really be able to do something earth-shattering. Wu Shan pulled Yi Qinghan and flew toward the Nether City. In his heart, he was even more determined to follow Yi Qinghan. This kid had shocked him too much. He was only a little god general now, but he had already done so many earth-shattering things. What would happen when he reached the God Emperor realm in the future? He was a soul cultivator. The two of them quickly entered the city. Without hesitation, they walked to the transportation array in the plaza. Under the shocked gazes of a group of guards, they handed over 100 million divine stones and teleported to Beacon Smoke City. Beacon Smoke City was huge. Just the plaza alone was 10 times the size of the Nether City. Moreover, there were more than 100 huge transportation arrays in the plaza. Yi Qinghan had only seen such a large transportation array on the Ascension platform. He knew that these were transportation arrays that could teleport to the main cities of the 108 prefectures. Moreover, the price would definitely be sky-high. There were countless martial artists in the plaza. God Emperor martial artists could be seen everywhere. Among the guards guarding the transportation arrays, there were many God Emperors. Moreover, Yi Qinghan saw countless strange races on the plaza. There were martial artists with blood-red wings under their ribs, 6-eyed freaks, a fat man who looked like a rubber ball, a half-meter-tall dwarf, and a martial artist with a bone knife on his back. There were hundreds of races. It seemed like there were tens of thousands of races, right? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. This was only one prefecture main city. There were 108 prefecture main cities in Ethereal City, not to mention the other 5 continents, the Star Sea and the Supreme Island. Finally, Yi Qinghan's gaze landed on a huge statue in the plaza. The statue was very lifelike, as if it was a real person. It was a martial artist with golden skin. He was handsome and had a deep gaze. The statue gave off a heart-palpitating aura, as if a god of war had descended. Yi Qinghan did not need to ask to know that this was the master of Beacon Smoke City. He was a peak 7th grade war god, Xiang Yong Xiang Di. They did not stay for long. Yi Qinghan and Wu Shan walked around the plaza, then asked about the transportation array to Dripping Spring City and walked over. After asking, it cost 300 million divine stones per person. Beacon Smoke City was connected to Dripping Spring City, yet it still cost 300 million divine stones. No wonder Elder Lu said that it would cost at least 10 billion divine stones to teleport directly to Soul Eater City. Yi Qinghan did not lack divine stones. He had 3 billion divine stones on him. Of course, a large portion of it came from the Cloud Emperor's ring. The Cloud Emperor was dead, and these divine stone crystal cards did not have any soul imprints. They all became nameless divine stone crystal cards. However, when he took out the divine stones, he still felt his heart ache. God damn it, this transportation cost hundreds of peak godly general divine crystals. The guards beside the transportation array were dressed in blue armor. As guards of the prefecture main city, they had clearly seen the world. When Yi Qinghan asked for 600 million divine stones, they did not show any expression of surprise. They only glanced at Yi Qinghan with a hint of mockery and jealousy before activating the transportation array. Their meaning was obvious. Another prodigal son. In the divine realm, unless there was an emergency or a truly important person, most people would use flying tools to slowly travel to the transportation array. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan was leisurely strolling around Beacon Smoke City. His lazy attitude was misunderstood as a prodigal son of a large family. These guards, who were stationed at the transportation array all year round and could not earn more than 100 million divine stones a year, despised this kind of son of a large family. Wasn't it just because he had a good father? Reincarnation was a skill. In reality, Yi Qinghan was not the son of a large family. He was a young master, yes, but in his family he was the strongest and wealthiest. Of course, he would not get angry at someone else's gaze. He had always believed that those who did not attract jealousy were mediocre. Only trash would envy others all day long. Even if one's eyes were red, what belonged to others was still others. Only by working hard could one obtain what was one's own. Rather than envying fish in the abyss, it was better to retreat and form a net. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. One had to take one step at a time to succeed. Chapter 776. Dripping Spring City was named after the Dripping Spring Manor's Manor Lord. The Manor Lord of the Dripping Spring Manor, Venerable Dripping Spring, was rumored to have grown up by the Dripping Spring River in the Misty Spring Manor. He had given himself the surname Li. 1,000,000 years ago, he had challenged the previous Manor Lord and defeated him in 3 moves. His innate ability was extremely strange, and his strength was publicly acknowledged as an 8th-grade war god in the divine realm. Dripping Spring City was very beautiful. Several 100,000 years ago, Venerable Dripping Spring City tore down the entire city and rebuilt it. He doubled the size of Dripping Spring City. He had also used a lot of strength, wealth, and countless martial artists to forcefully draw the dripping spring water from 1,000,000 miles away, allowing it to flow through the city. However, the number of buildings didn't increase. Instead, there were countless towering ancient trees, all sorts of exotic flowers, and countless oddly shaped ancient stones. Furthermore, he had constructed a spirit-gathering array under Dripping Spring City, increasing the density of the energy of divinity by several times. After the reconstruction, Dripping Spring City became ethereal and beautiful. Anyone who stood in the city would feel as though they were in harmony with nature. It was abnormally comfortable and warm. Such an earth-shattering construction naturally shook the entire divine realm and established Dripping Spring City's reputation. From another perspective, it also proved that Venerable Dripping Spring City wasn't afraid of being challenged by others. He didn't want to waste his efforts. The facts proved that Dripping Spring City was still called Dripping Spring City after 1,000,000 years, and the Manor Lord was still Venerable Dripping Spring City. While listening to Wu Shan's introduction, feeling the intoxicating atmosphere of Dripping Spring City, and admiring the beautiful natural scenery, Yi Qinghan developed an indescribable respect for Venerable Dripping Spring City. He had learned from the Thunder Emperor that Venerable Dripping Spring was very strict with his own family members. There had never been a case of the Li family bullying the weak in Dripping Spring City. This Venerable Dripping Spring was a very particular person. "Let's find a place to stay first," Yi Qinghan said to Wu Shan. Although Dripping Spring City was famous, none of them had been here before. They could only find a place to stay first and slowly inquire about it. After asking around, he found out that all the buildings in the city had been designed by a master architect hired by Venerable Li Quan. All the hotels and restaurants in the city were located on both sides of the Li River. The Li River was the river in the city. While admiring the beautiful scenery of Dripping Spring City, Yi Qinghan looked at the beautiful flowers and plants on both sides of the street, as well as the strange ancient trees. Dripping Spring City was truly a good place to live and cultivate. He reckoned that the prices of the courtyards here were also sky-high. Without some status and strength, it would be difficult to even afford a house as big as a toilet. The speed of the two was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the side of dripping water. The river was very beautiful. It was not very wide and the river water was very clear. There were all kinds of beautiful fish happily chasing each other in the river, and the surrounding atmosphere was very peaceful. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that the new city he built should be similar to Dripping Spring City. It didn't matter if he had to spend a lot of money. The most important thing was to live comfortably. He didn't lack divine stones, right? Beside dripping water were rows of huge restaurants. The architecture was very special. It wasn't as dignified as Yi Qinghan's Phoenix Dance City, nor was it as stingy as Phoenix Dance City. The architecture here looked very grand, but it didn't seem solemn. Instead, it gave off a gorgeous and warm feeling, like a warm home. Yi Qinghan casually picked a restaurant and walked in with large strides. He directly booked a top-notch suite and was led to the top floor by two maids. The suite was very big. There was a living room, a tea room, and 7 or 8 bedrooms. What surprised Yi Qinghan the most was that the room's barrier was very strange. It was actually transparent. Standing in the room, one could admire the beautiful scenery outside through the window and watch the beautiful dripping water. Just now, Yi Qinghan had observed that it was impossible to see inside from the outside. Not even divine senses could be used. After sending the Thunder Emperor Rain Empress Yi Yaorao and Feng Qi out, they didn't release their auras. If they stayed in the room, no one would be able to detect them. Yi Qinghan got Wu Shan to go out and ask around. After a while, he received news and confirmed the location of the auction house. After discussing with the Thunder Emperor Rain Empress for a while, Yi Qinghan brought Wu Shan and Yi Yaorao to the auction house. Dripping Springs City was a prefecture capital city, and its safety was guaranteed. Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress couldn't show themselves. The auction house was very big. Actually, they didn't need to ask around to find it. This was because it was just opposite the City Lord residence. Every City Lord residence had a trading market and a battle god pavilion. Normally, martial artists would go to the City Lord residence to replenish their supplies, and battle gods would go to the battle god pavilion to submit missions. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't accept any missions at this moment. He directly entered the auction house. Immediately, a martial artist who looked like a middle-aged man came forward to welcome him. "Welcome, esteemed guest. This humble one is Li Shi, the 4th shopkeeper of the auction house. May I ask what esteemed guest would like to auction?" Wu Shan had already asked around. This auction house belonged to the Li clan. Every month there would be a small auction. Every 3 months there would be a medium auction. Once a year there would be a large auction. Hence, he wasn't surprised that this shopkeeper would ask such a question. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "I want to see your chief shopkeeper." "Chief shopkeeper?" Li Shi's brows twitched. He was delighted. Without a transaction worth more than 10 billion, one wouldn't be qualified to be received by the chief shopkeeper. It seemed like a big business had come knocking. However, he still politely reminded, "This esteemed guest, please come in. Do you know our rules?" Kiki. Yi Qinghan didn't say much. He led Yi Yaorao inside. However, he thought to himself, "I'm afraid that even your chief shopkeeper wouldn't be able to accept this business." Li Shi's smile widened. This young master had an extraordinary bearing and knew the rules. It seemed like a big business had come knocking. He hurriedly led the way for them. Finally, they arrived at a small hall. After entering the small hall, a maidservant served fragrant tea. Li Shi politely said a few words before turning and walking into another small hall. Not long after, Li Shi appeared again and said that the chief shopkeeper wanted to see him. As they walked out of the small hall, the people in front of them caught Yi Qinghan's attention. Even Wu Shan and Yi Yaorao, who were at the side, could clearly feel Yi Qinghan's hostility and a flash of killing intent. Wu Shan's heart tightened. He looked up and vaguely understood what was going on. There were 3 cultivators walking in front of them. The one in front was a young master. He was dressed in white and had an unusually handsome appearance. His aura was like a sword. Even from afar, one could feel his arrogant bearing. However, this kind of bearing wasn't annoying. Instead, it felt like he was born with it. This was a person that was hard to forget with just one look. Behind him were 2 old men. Although they could restrain their aura, Wu Shan could clearly feel their mountainous aura. These 2 were experts that made him feel fear. The 3 of them all had one thing in common. They all had dual pupils from the Netherworld race. The young master's purple and green eyes were unusually bewitching. It also added a bit of demonic charm to his aura. The 2 experts behind him both had red and brown eyes. They made people feel like they were 2 ancient beasts that could break through the heavens and devour the stars. The 3 of them could clearly feel Yi Qinghan's hostility. The 2 old men only glanced at him indifferently. However, the young master didn't even look at Yi Qinghan and disappeared at the end of the long corridor. It was as if he didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. Is this Master Evil Moon's disciple? Yi Qinghan calmed down and turned to look at Li Shi with a smile. Yes, it is young Master Tu Xie. This way please, young master. Li Shi was slightly shocked. He glanced at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Since he dared to release his killing intent towards young Master Tu Xie, this young divine general wasn't as simple as he seemed. Chapter 777. Young Master Tu Xie? Ah. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly as he followed Li Shi inside. However, he was laughing mockingly in his heart. He broke through to the God King realm at the age of 18, and was only at the peak of the God King realm after 50 years. His aptitude couldn't be considered peerless, right? According to the time in the divine realm, his cultivation time was even shorter than young Master Tu Xie's, and he was about to break through to the God King realm and become a soul cultivator. If young Master Tu Xie was a peerless genius, then wouldn't he be called a world-destroying genius? Soul cultivators were the strongest group of people in the divine realm. Once they broke through to the God Emperor realm, they would have the strength of a 7th-grade war god. Ordinary martial artists who broke through to the God Emperor realm would have the strength of a 5th-grade war god at most. Even some low-level God Emperors who had comprehended the laws of nature could not reach that level. In this way, young Master Tu Xie's aptitude was nothing compared to Yi Qinghan's. Walking into the small hall inside, Yi Qinghan discovered that this small hall was clearly more luxurious than the previous one. Inside, there was an old man who was even more amiable than Li Shi, who was smiling at the door. This person's face was round, and his eyes were squinted into slits from smiling. His smile gave people a feeling of familiarity like a spring breeze, but it didn't give off the feeling of flattery. "I am Li Huang of the auction house. Honored guests, please take a seat." The shopkeeper was very polite. He waited for the three of them to sit down before sitting down. Shopkeeper is too polite. Yi Qinghan naturally did not dare to belittle this harmless-looking old man. Wu Shan transmitted his voice, indicating that this old man's strength was slightly higher than his own. Moreover, when Yi Qinghan heard the name Li Huang, he thought of Li Bai and Li He. Their names were similar, and they were obviously from the inner circle of the Li family. "May I know your surname, young master?" Li Huang's amiable smile made Yi Qinghan admire the Li family for being good at doing business. Amiability brought wealth. It was very comfortable to do business with such a person. "My surname is Yi. I am here to trouble you to auction a batch of fruits." Yi Qinghan did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He was very busy, even busier than Du Fu in his previous life. "So it is young Master Yi." Li Huang was puzzled. There wasn't any big family with the surname Yi in the Misty Manor, right? He had never heard of any supreme expert with the surname Yi. However, Li Huang didn't slack off and replied politely, "Oh? What fruit is it? Can I feast my eyes on it?" "It's nothing special. I got some by chance and I want to trade them for some divine stones." Yi Qinghan chuckled and casually threw out a jade box. "Hee hee, young master must be joking." Of course, Li Huang didn't believe Yi Qinghan's words. If it was an ordinary fruit, why would it want to see him? However, he did not have much hope in his heart. After all, Yi Qinghan had already said that it was nothing special. Li Huang casually sent out a stream of divine power to break the seal on the box. Then he gently opened the box. At the side, Li Shi also looked over curiously. Buzz. As soon as the box was opened, a dazzling 7-colored light instantly bloomed. A refreshing fragrance instantly filled the entire hall, causing the maids at the side to feel refreshed. Bang! Li Huang and Li Shi's expressions changed drastically. Li Huang quickly covered the jade box and directly smeared a divine power seal on it. His hands were trembling slightly. "It's a mutant fruit." Li Shi looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise, but in his heart, he thought that this was a prodigal son. Obviously, he thought that Yi Qinghan must be a descendant of an aristocratic family. The mutant fruit that his family had auctioned, but he squandered it by selling it for divine stones? It's a top-notch mutant fruit. Li Huang didn't have time to care about what Li Huang was thinking. His smiling face became very serious at this moment, and he corrected Li Shi's statement. He had auctioned many mutant fruits in his hands, and he could tell at a glance. Top-notch mutant fruit. Young Master Yi is really generous. Li Shi was shocked again. Top-notch mutant fruits were auctioned here, and each one was sold for more than 100 billion divine stones. The most expensive combat-type top-notch mutant fruit was auctioned for 200 billion divine stones. However, he was puzzled again. Only a few dozen of these top-notch mutant fruits were auctioned, so where did this young master's mutant fruits come from? Young Master Yi is really generous. You have shocked me to the point of losing my composure. I am ashamed. Li Huang tried his best to calm down, but when he thought of young Master Ye's words just now, he couldn't calm down no matter what. He took a few deep breaths and said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, did you just say that you have a batch?" A batch. Li Shi's eyes suddenly widened. Only now did he remember that Yi Qinghan had indeed said that he obtained some by chance. Phew. Li Shi felt his heart start to beat faster. Every time a top-notch mutant fruit appeared, it would cause the aristocratic families to fight for it, and a large amount of divine stones would be thrown down. This young god general actually said that he had a batch? Could it be that there were other places in the Misty Continent that had mutant fruits other than the Sealed God Valley? It had to be known that every martialist could refine 5 mutant fruits in their lifetime. For example, a top-notch offensive mutant fruit could increase the might of one's attacks by 5%. 5% might not be a lot, but once a martialist reached a certain realm, it would be extremely difficult to improve further. If refining a single fruit could increase the might of one's attacks by 5%, what was the point of spending some divine stones? As long as a family clan owned a city, its annual divine stones would soar, let alone a large family clan that owned a prefecture. I do have some. Can your auction house take them? If you can't get a good price, I can go to the Star Sea. I heard that there are many wealthy buyers there. Under Li Huang's and Li Shi's fervent gazes, Yi Qinghan picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he told them about the discussion he had with the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. Li Huang swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, "How many do you have exactly? Young master, can you give me a rough estimate? This matter is very important, so I can report it to my superiors." 300 ordinary mutant fruits and 20 top-notch mutant fruits. Yi Qinghan's casual words made Li Huang's body tremble. He sucked in a few breaths of cold air and nearly choked on his own saliva. Li Shi was even worse off. He actually slid off his chair and stood up awkwardly. His expression was exceptionally interesting. This little divine general's generosity was too great. Ordinary mutant fruits would sell for at least 10 billion divine stones. As for top-notch mutant fruits, as long as they were advertised properly, they would sell for at least 100 billion divine stones. This way they would be able to get at least 5 trillion divine stones. 5 trillion divine stones. This amount was definitely comparable to the millions of years of accumulation of a medium-sized family clan. Even Dripping Spring City's annual income of divine stones was only about 100 billion. Furthermore, a portion of this income had to be distributed to the various families in the city. The two were stunned for a long time. The way they looked at Yi Qinghan had already changed. It turned from affectionate to passionate, and even a little flirtatious. The two had already raised Yi Qinghan's status to that of a supreme powerhouse. After all, having such a terrifying amount of wealth was also a representation of great strength. As long as you took out a few 100 billion divine stones, presumably there would be some 7th-grade war gods who would be willing to do some things for you, such as killing some people or eliminating a city lord. Li Shi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite the deputy city lord over. Li Huang looked at the dumbfounded Li Shi and couldn't help but become angry. It seemed like this 4th shopkeeper had to be changed. How could such an impatient person accomplish great things? However, he didn't know that he had also lost his composure a moment ago. Young Master Yi, my servant lost his composure just now. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Only then did Li Huang look at Yi Qinghan with a face full of smiles. He even addressed him as young master. At the same time, he waved his hand and instructed a maid beside him, "Go and bring me my collection of million-year-old dripping spring tea. Today I want to make friends with young Master Yi." Chapter 778. A million-year-old dripping spring tea? Head shopkeeper is too polite. Although Yi Qinghan didn't understand how much divine stones a million-year-old dripping spring tea was worth, just the words "a million-year-old" was already worth a lot of divine stones. Although he knew this was Li Huang's way of winning people's hearts, he was still in a good mood. Wu Shan, who was at the side, was secretly astonished. He knew the value of the dripping spring tea very well. The dripping spring tea was a special kind of tea that could be found at the bottom of the dripping spring river. It was rare, and the tea leaves were guarded by powerful water-type demonic beasts. Even ordinary god kings would find it difficult to approach. He had only heard of 100,000-year-old dripping spring tea. A small handful was worth tens of millions of divine stones. A million-year-old dripping spring tea. Taking advantage of Yi Qinghan, Wu Shan and Yi Yaorao each got a cup of dripping spring tea. Yi Qinghan took a small sip and instantly felt the fragrance in his mouth. His whole body felt comfortable, and his mouth felt like it was holding a piece of warm jade. It was wet and smooth. It felt like he was kissing a young girl. It was abnormally comfortable. A warm current surged in his body, and his divine power actually increased a little. Good tea. Yi Qinghan wasn't stingy with his praise. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed this incomparable taste for a while. Then he opened his eyes and praised loudly. It is indeed good tea. Although Yi Yaorao didn't know what it was, even a fool could feel that this tea was a rare treasure. Li Huang was smiling, but his heart was bleeding. This tea was something that couldn't be bought with divine stones. He smiled and said, "Hee hee, young Master Yi, I'm not bragging, but if it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't bear to take it out. This little bit is enough to make my heart ache for a long time." Li Huang's secret pat made Yi Qinghan feel very comfortable. The atmosphere in the small hall became harmonious. Thump, thump, thump. Not long after, strange footsteps echoed in the small hall. These footsteps seemed to contain some kind of heaven and earth profound mystery. Li Huang's face tightened and he quickly stood up. Yi Qinghan also knew that the main character had arrived. The three of them stood up and looked at the door of the small hall. The newcomer was dressed in black armor and was 2 meters tall. He had a dignified appearance with a hooked nose and the appearance of an ambitious and ruthless overlord. He did not release any aura, but as soon as he walked in, Yi Qinghan could feel a natural pressure being released from this person's body. This had nothing to do with one's realm. This was the pressure of a person in a high position, someone who often gave orders, someone who could decide the fate of many people with a wave of his hand. "Come, young Master Yi, let me introduce you. This is our Dripping Spring City's Vice City Lord, Lord Li He. Your Excellency, this is Sir Yi." Li Huang revealed a respectful look, introducing the two people. "Greetings, City Lord Li." Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at Li He's eyes, which were sparkling and filled with an intimidating aura, and spoke in a neither humble nor respectful manner. Even though the City Lord's aura was powerful, the Thunder Emperor's aura was stronger than his. Furthermore, he had 2 7th-grade war gods under his command. Thus he was not afraid at all. "Ah, young hero. Li Shi reported that there is a young master with an extraordinary bearing. Now that I look at him, he is indeed extraordinary. Sit, sit." Li He's voice was like a large bell, abnormally loud and straightforward. It was very dignified yet amiable. Yi Qinghan leisurely sat down. Yi Yaorao also sat down without any misgivings. However, Wu Shan did not dare to sit. He waited for Li He to sit down before slowly sitting down. He could clearly sense that this person's cultivation was incredibly powerful, definitely not weaker than the Wind Emperor. City Lord Li is too polite. Come to think of it, this Yi is already 60 or 70 years old. I don't deserve to be called a young man, and I don't deserve to be called a hero. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands and greeted him politely. However, he was secretly admiring this person. This person's bearing was truly extraordinary, and he was far inferior to him. Li He waved his hand, disagreeing with Yi Qinghan's point of view. He said very seriously, "Ha, Sir Yi is too humble. I think you truly deserve the title of a young hero. Divine rank martial artists have long lifespans. Those who cultivate less than 100 years are all considered youths. As for the word hero, Sir Yi is even more fully deserving of it. Sir Yi having such cultivation at such a young age, if it were to spread, it would shock the entire divine realm." Li He's words made Li Huang stunned. This Li He was proud and arrogant and rarely praised people. Why did he praise Yi Qinghan today? Furthermore, he even gave such a high appraisal? Cultivation? Could it be that this Sir Yi concealed his cultivation? This was a little terrifying. Yi Qinghan naturally did not conceal his cultivation. He looked at Li He's eyes that were as deep as the sea and determined that this Li He definitely knew that he was a soul cultivator. It was just that, how did he know? "Sir Yi, I'm a soul cultivator too. Rest assured, I'll keep it a secret for you." Li He secretly transmitted his voice over, dispelling Yi Qinghan's doubts. Similarly, soul cultivators, they could sense each other. Of course, Yi Qinghan had just stepped into the palace of soul cultivators and could not sense it yet. City Lord Li is too courteous. Let's get down to business. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and did not mind. However, his sense of closeness towards Li He grew even stronger. He did not continue with the small talk and spoke directly. Yi Qinghan's indifferent expression and direct manner of speaking were to Li He's liking. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll accept all the mutant fruits this time. There are more than 2 Moon Queen and it just so happens to be a large-scale auction. This time I'll be in charge of the entire process. I guarantee that your mutant fruits will fetch no less than 5 trillion divine stones. The auction house will compensate you if it's not enough. Furthermore, we will only take 4% of the processing fee this time. We can give you 3 trillion divine stones in advance. What do you think of these conditions?" Li Huang was shocked again. This Li He's conditions were too good. Originally, the processing fee was 5%. This way they would lose 50 billion divine stones. Moreover, there was an advance payment of 3 trillion divine stones. This was unprecedented. As for Li He saying that he could fetch 5 trillion divine stones, Li Huang was not worried. This auction house was built by Li He himself. Alright. Yi Qinghan did not expect Li He to offer such favorable conditions. The Thunder the Arch had told him that with so many mutant fruits being auctioned together, it would be considered not bad if they could fetch 4 trillion divine stones. Thisly he actually started with 5 trillion divine stones and could even pay 3 trillion divine stones in advance. This person was not bad. As expected, coming to this auction was the best choice. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said, "The rest is not a problem. As for the processing fee, let's charge it at 5%. I can't let you work for nothing." "Alright. Young Master Yi, I like your temper. I'll befriend you. Li Huang, go get 3 trillion divine stones. After we finish this matter, I'll have a good drink with young Master Yi." Li Quan was very direct and efficient. He immediately sent someone to get the divine stones. However, Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. This Li Quan manner's wealth was indeed frightening. They could easily gather a few trillion divine stones. Li Huang left very quickly and came very quickly. Clearly, the auction house had several trillion divine stones prepared all year round. What Li Huang brought was a nameless divine stone crystal card, but Li He directly threw it to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan scanned it, and Wu Shan also took out his divine stone to check. After confirming that there was no mistake with the divine stone crystal card, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and threw out the mutant fruits that he had prepared. Li Huang took a deep breath and waved his hand. A group of professional appraisers came in and quickly verified that the mutant fruits were all genuine. The hearty smile on Li He's face became even wider. He quickly got Li Huang to prepare the contract. In less than 2 hours, this huge transaction of several trillion divine stones was already successful. After rejecting Li He's repeated invitations, Yi Qinghan walked out of the auction house under Li Huang's personal escort. In the hall after entering, Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks and transmitted his voice to Li Huang. "I stay at the Yihang courtyard by the Li Shui River. Ask Li Bai to come and meet me. We are old friends." Li Huang was overjoyed. Li Bai was of the same generation as Yi Qinghan. He didn't expect Li Bai to be old friends with him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was a super big client in Li Huang's heart that he had to rope in. It would be best if Li Bai could form a relationship with him. He quickly replied, "Alright, I'll go pass the message to Lord Li He now. Li Bai will visit you tonight." Chapter 779. After bidding farewell to Li Huang, the three of them entered the city lord manor. Yi Qinghan was the last to enter the battle god pavilion. After confirming that the god's crystal card was effective, he split the god stone on the card into 3 portions. After everything was done, the three of them walked on the wide street in front of the city lord mansion. Yi Qinghan felt much more relaxed. With 3 trillion divine stones in hand, the new city was basically completed. With the divine stones, he would have enough money to travel to the Soul Eater city. At this moment, he really wanted to go to the teleportation formation on the square and teleport to the Soul Eater city. However, he had not arranged everything yet. Moreover, he had to deal with little firework. If he left like this, he would be letting Lei Jin down. So, he held back his longing and prepared to teleport away after the auction was over and the matter with little firework was cleared up. At this moment he felt a little strange. Since Lord Devour had taken Yu Qingqing and the others to the Soul Eater city, she should have come to take him as well after receiving the news. Could it be that Lord Devour wanted him to take another task? Or, did she know that he would have to pay for the teleportation? Da-da-da. At this moment, a series of roaring footsteps from afar woke him up. He looked up and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was a carriage rushing towards him at high speed. No. To be exact, it was not a carriage because it was not being pulled by horses, but by 2 demonic beasts with terrifying auras. These 2 demonic beasts looked exactly the same. They were more than 2 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Their whole bodies were silver without a single strand of hair. They had a single horn on their head and their eyes were snow red. However, they did not hurt people. Instead, they dragged 4 iron chains and ran towards the city lord mansion. Silver Wolf War Chariot? It's the Yang family of the 100 Battle Mansion. To be exact, it should be Yang Di's great-grandson Yang Chuehua. Young Master Yang, did you see the purple gold flower on the war chariot? That is the symbol of young Master Yang. Haha, Lichuan City is going to be lively this time. I guess all the famous young masters of the ethereal mansion will come here. I have never seen young Master Tu Xie, young Master Yao Yu and other famous young masters in the continent. Just stop talking here. It'll be troublesome if the official army hears you. The war chariot charged straight into the city lord's residence. The cultivators on the way made way for it, revealing envious gazes as they discussed in whispers. However, when they saw the rows of official army in the city lord's residence, they stopped talking. Young Master Yang? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was astonished. Was something big going to happen in Dripping Springs City? Why were there so many famous young masters rushing over? Wu Shan had clearly sensed the auras of the two experts in the carriage just now. Not having the time nor the mood to inquire about it, Yi Qinghan and the other two quickly headed towards the Leishui area and finally returned to the Red Joy Courtyard restaurant. After letting Yi Yaorao return to her room to rest, Yi Qinghan told the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress everything that happened at the auction. Only then did he take out a crystal card and hand it to Lei Zhen, and the other to the Rain Empress. Both were nameless crystal cards. 2 trillion divine stones. Lei Zhen was slightly shocked when he took a look at the crystal card. Yi Qinghan had casually thrown 2 trillion divine stones to him. It wasn't that Lei Zhen had never seen a divine stone before. At his level, divine stones were actually very easy to come by. However, Yi Qinghan had given it to him so easily. He still felt a burst of astonishment. This brat's boldness was really great. He was someone who could do great things. Hee little man, are you trying to drive me away by giving me travel expenses so early in the morning? The Rain Empress was also shocked. Yi Qinghan had given her 800 billion divine stones, which was enough for her to teleport to Nanling continent and back. Although she was teasing him, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. This little man still missed her. How could she bear to leave? Why don't you stay? I'll even give you the position of city lord. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. She had already gotten a bargain, yet she was still pretending to be innocent. It seemed like he had to find time to use the Yi family spear skills to give her a good beating. Women, 3 days without a beating. Alright, let's get down to business first. Lei Zhen coughed lightly and said, the auction will be held in 2 Moon Queen. During this time, Feng Qi and I will disguise ourselves and buy some materials to build the city. We will also look for a formation master. Wait. Little Yi, didn't you say that you have an old friend in Lichuan City? Help me find out about the fireworks. Don't worry, Uncle Lei Zhen. That person will be here soon. He's a member of the inner circle of the Li clan, and I reckon that he's an elder. He should be able to get the exact news of the fireworks soon. Yi Qinghan quickly explained. That's good. Does he know that you have fallen into the Sealed God Valley? Lei Zhen's spirit was shaken. He would know about his daughter soon. Perhaps he would be able to see her soon. This thought made his tiger body tremble slightly. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, I'm not sure if he knows or not. It's fine, I will bluff him. Even if they guessed it, it doesn't matter. To them, I am a big customer. Moreover, their young miss and I are old friends. There shouldn't be any big problems. Alright. Lei Zhen nodded. His expression became calm again. However, his emotions were getting more and more agitated. His eyes looked through the transparent barrier of the window at the beautiful Leishui River outside. In his heart, he was thinking about little firework, little firework. Li Bai came very quickly. After receiving Li He's message, he put down everything he was doing and sat on a war chariot. He rushed out of the Li family's courtyard, Leishui Pavilion, and rushed towards the Yihong courtyard. Old friend? Li Bai sat on the carriage, but his face was filled with bewilderment. He ultimately could not recall when he had such an old friend. He was an elder of Leishui City. However, he was of the lowest rank. If it wasn't because he had to serve young Miss Li Shui, he wouldn't even have this elder position. But now an old friend suddenly appeared. A peerless young master with immense wealth. An old friend that even the Li He city lord couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Rope in this young master. If he has any request, as long as it isn't too excessive, agree to it without asking. Thinking about the Li He city lord's instructions, Li Bai became even more nervous. From the Li He city lord's words and expression, he could tell that the city lord cared a lot about this young master. This Li He city lord was a soul cultivator. His strength was ranked top 3 in Leishui City. He had always been arrogant. Previously, when young Master Tu Xia asked for a meeting, he only met him out of courtesy. But now, he was actually so courteous and valued a young master? Could this person be even more peerless than young Master Tu Xia? Creak. The war chariot stopped. Li Bai collected his thoughts and tidied up his luggage. After taking a few deep breaths, he walked towards the Yihong courtyard. As soon as he walked in, the head shopkeeper of the Yihong courtyard immediately came to welcome him. He heard from the servants that the Li clan's war chariot was parked outside. Of course, he knew that a big shot from the Li clan had arrived. Begging for food in Leishui City, the people from the Li clan had to treat him politely. This morning, the fishes in Leishui were swimming very happily. I was wondering what happy event was happening. So it is eminent elder Li Bai. Please come in, quickly come in. The head shopkeeper was a flirtatious woman. When she saw Li Bai, her face immediately bloomed into a smile. She swayed her plump buttocks and spoke in a sweet voice that could make one go numb. How could Li Bai be in the mood to waste time with her? He immediately asked, "Is there a young master staying at Sky Character number 1? There is indeed a young master staying there. He is a wealthy guest. He has been staying here for 2 months. The head shopkeeper knew that Li Bai definitely had something to do and didn't dare to say any more polite words. Serve him well, this is the esteemed guest of Liha City Lord, serve him according to the highest standards. As for the extra divine stones, report it to me. Li Bai's expression was solemn as he instructed. After that he ignored the manager and walked upstairs. The esteemed guest of the Lihe City Lord? The head shopkeeper shuddered. This gentle and amiable young master actually had such a great background. She quickly ordered the servants beside her to serve him the highest standards. She didn't dare to report it and wouldn't report it. She didn't have the chance to come into contact with such a big shot like Li Bai. How could she let go of this opportunity? After giving her instructions, the head shopkeeper quickly jogged to catch up with Li Bai. When they reached the top floor, the head shopkeeper pressed the mechanism on the door to alert the guests inside that someone was asking for an audience. Not long after, the stone door opened, revealing Wu Shan's stern face. Wu Shan sized him up and realized that it was the head shopkeeper of the restaurant. He asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "Eminent Elder Li Bai of the Li clan has arrived." The head shopkeeper wanted to introduce Li Bai. Unexpectedly, Li Bai waved his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. He wasn't an idiot and didn't dare to put on airs at this moment. Didn't he see that the people who opened the door were all 5th grade war gods? It's Li Bai. Wu Shan, please invite him in. A gentle laughter came from inside the hall. Li Bai raised his brows. He was somewhat familiar with this voice, but he couldn't remember who it was. When Wu Shan moved aside, Li Bai saw a green-robed man standing in the hall and smiling at him. His eyes suddenly widened and his body trembled. He cried out in alarm, "It's you, Han Yi?" Chapter 780. Senior Li Bai, long time no see. Yi Qinghan rudely interrupted, causing Li Bai to sober up. He hurriedly waved his hand at the manager beside him and then walked into the suite. Wu Shan immediately closed the barrier. "Sit." Yi Qinghan casually pointed at the jade chair beside him. Wu Shan skillfully poured tea and then returned to the room silently. He seemed to have successfully changed from Rain Emperor Mountain's commander to Yi Qinghan's housekeeper. "Han Yi, battle god, didn't you fall into Sealed God Valley?" What? Li Bai tried to suppress the shock in his heart. He remembered clearly that Yi Qinghan fell into Sealed God Valley. That year, Lord Devour used hundreds of thousands of god bandits and tens of thousands of corpses of the Lu family in Dancing Phoenix City to prove this point. But now Yi Qinghan was standing in Dripping Spring City alive, and his soul spirit aura was exactly the same. What did this mean? Did this mean that Yi Qinghan came out of Sealed God Valley? Yi Qinghan came out. What did this mean? This meant that Sealed God Valley's restriction was broken. The second most desolate place in the divine world was no longer a desolate place. If this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire ethereal manor. It should be known that the secrets of Sealed God Valley were something that countless experts wanted to explore but didn't dare to. The mutant fruits inside were enough to make countless experts envious. Oh. Li Bai's body shook again. Wasn't this Yi Qinghan here to auction the strange fruits? And he even auctioned hundreds of strange fruits. It must be. The more Li Bai thought about it, the more excited he got. If he reported this news to the supremacies, it would be a great merit for him. Yi Qinghan was very clear that once this strange fruit was auctioned, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of experts everywhere. Li Bai also knew that he had fallen into Sealed God Valley. His current expression wasn't strange. He chuckled and said, "No. Actually, I didn't fall into Sealed God Valley. I was trapped by a restriction and was rescued by my lord." Yi Qinghan did not mean to deceive Li Bai. After all, this matter was of great importance. Before the city was built, it was better to keep this information to himself. In his heart, he was prepared to deceive her to the end. No. Li Bai's eyes widened, and it was obvious that he did not believe Jiang Yi's words. He said, "If they did not fall, then why did Paragon Butterfly Dance ask people to kill all the god bandits in the entire mountain range and send people to the Dancing Phoenix City to exterminate the Lu clan? What? Is that so?" This time it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be shocked. The venerable butterfly dance that Li Bai mentioned was undoubtedly Lord Devour. Ever since he came out of Sealed God Valley, he hadn't had the time to inquire about what happened in the past. Now that he suddenly heard about it, he was startled. You don't know? This has shaken the entire Misty Continent. Li Bai was confused. Yi Qinghan's expression wasn't fake. Even if Yi Qinghan came out of Sealed God Valley, he could easily find out. That year I was rescued by my lord. Then, I went back to Soul-Devouring City and went into seclusion. Not long ago, I came out of seclusion and was sent here by my lord. Actually, these fruits were sent by my lord to auction. Tell me in detail what happened that year? Yi Qinghan measured his body and said in a low voice. His mysterious look caused Li Bai to be even more confused. Could it be true? Yi Qinghan really didn't fall into Sealed God Valley? If these fruits were sent by Lord Devour, it would be easy to explain. After all, Lord Devour was a peerless character that even his venerable respected. It wasn't impossible for him to take out several hundred of these fruits. Han Yi Battle God, you don't know this. That year, after we entered the passage, a peerless soul cultivator, Emperor God Mo Xiao Xiao, came to Phoenix Cloud Mountain in less than an hour. Then Venerable Butterfly Dance also came. The entire Phoenix Cloud Mountain was covered with corpses. When I returned to Dripping Spring City, I heard that Emperor God Mo Xiao Xiao had barged into Dancing Phoenix City alone, single-handedly annihilated the Lu family, and left calmly. Li Bai spoke excitedly, and he spoke to the point his blood was boiling and he felt extreme admiration. It wasn't difficult to annihilate a group of people in Phoenix Cloud Mountain. Any soul cultivator could do it. Even an 8th grade war god could do it easily. Barging into a small city like Dancing Phoenix City and annihilating a family wasn't difficult. However, Lord Devour did it openly. At that time, not a single expert dared to come out of Dancing Phoenix City. After the incident, Dancing Phoenix City and Longyang Manor didn't say a word. The Misty City also pretended that they didn't see anything. It was terrifying. After all, the iron law of the divine world was established by the 8 sovereigns. Although the big families and forces treated the iron law as a piece of paper in secret, no one dared to be so presumptuous in public. This was a blatant slap to the Misty Sovereign's face. However, the strange thing was that the Misty Sovereign didn't say anything. This was worth pondering. Moreover, after that incident, Lord Devour was conferred the title of Venerable Butterfly Dance by the Misty City. This allowed people to deduce many things. At the very least, the name of Venerable Butterfly Dance was exceptionally famous on the Misty Continent. It was so famous that it completely overshadowed the 5 venerables under the Misty Sovereign. It's Lord Mo? Lord Mo hid so many things from me. Yi Qinghan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He knew about Emperor God Mo Xiao Xiao. He was the strongest expert in Baleful Stream, a soul cultivator. He didn't expect it to be as he had guessed. He was Lord Devour's subordinate. Regardless of whether Lord Devour was angry for him or Xiao He, Lord Devour's actions still shocked him. He was also shocked by Lord Devour's strength. However, as a soul cultivator, his mind worked quickly. Even though he was shocked, he continued to fool Li Bai. Venerable Butterfly Dance must be worried that it will affect your seclusion. War God Han Yi Venerable Butterfly Dance must think highly of you. Li Bai saw that Yi Qinghan's expression was so real. He was even more confused. Could it be that Yi Qinghan really didn't fall into Sealed God Valley? Did Venerable Butterfly Dance really obtain this fruit? Yi Qinghan started to fool him again. Oh, let's not talk about this. I'll ask Lord about this later. Oh right, Senior Li Bai, please don't tell anyone about this fruit. My lord likes to keep a low profile. You know. Of course. Not to mention Venerable Butterfly Dance. Even if it's an ordinary customer, we won't leak this information. Li Bai's face tightened. He thought to himself. Who would dare to leak this information? What if your lord sends someone into Dripping Spring City to kill me? That won't be fun. Low profile? Your lord is indeed very low profile. But when he's high profile, he can scare people to death. Let's not talk about this. I want to ask you about something. Yi Qinghan told Li Bai the main purpose of his visit today. I want to ask about a person, Lei Huohua. Don't misunderstand. She and I are old acquaintances. We knew each other before I knew you. Miss Huohua, War God Han Yi. Young Master Yi, you actually know Miss Huohua? Li Bai frowned and thought for a while. He felt that with Yi Qinghan's status, he wouldn't lie to him. Miss Huohua is indeed at Dripping Water Pavilion. She's staying with my lady.